Good morning and welcome to Sand Hill Playing Field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we are carrying you live commentary here in St. Vincent and Grenadines of the West Indies Rising Stars under 19 tournament played here at Sand Hill Playing Field. I'm here this morning and I'm joined here with Mr. Stanley Hines. Stanley Hines, good morning and welcome to Sand Hill.
Yeah, good morning to you, Ken Roy. Good morning to our viewers. It's not really a pleasant day per se in relation to cricket on the field of play because it's very, very overcast. It's windy and the outfield is damp. A lot of rain fell yesterday, somewhere between that 11 and 2 o'clock hour. A lot of rain, a few landslides in the country. Nobody has died. And things are not really looking too good in terms of cricket. Had it been a football game, certainly it would have started at the scheduled time. But because of cricket and all the other things, one has to take into consideration, the umpires has to take into consideration the safety of the players and everybody else in relation to any slippages and so on and so on and so forth outside. Because to the left on in the adjacent pitch, it is definitely wet. I went out there and had a good look and a good feel of it. It's not really, really looking good, at least I would say up until maybe about lunchtime, and probably they will go from there. But the moment the umpires, they are doing their inspection, and as soon as they are back in the pavilion here, we'll get official word.
Right, you heard from Stanley Hines. We're here at Sand Hill. This encounter is between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, two of the bigger islands in the Caribbean, and they are ready and waiting to go, really. But Stanley Hines, we are here at Sand Hill Playing Field, where it has produced a lot of sportsmen and sportswomen in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And just to bring a little history of Sand Hill Playing Field, this playing field was started by Lloyd Lewis, our old friend Lloyd Lewis. You could have heard him from a way off. A very strong fella he was. It was started by him and some of his community members. They came here on a Sunday morning and pulled the roots out and really started this playing field. And in 2007, the World Cup was issued for the Caribbean, and they came here and upgraded this Sand Hill playing field to what it is now. So Stanley Hines, I know you know a lot about Sand Hill playing field, and it has produced players like Winston Davis, former West Indies cricket fast bowler. So Stanley Hines, what is your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, the emergence of this playing field here has gone back a long, long way. Played a lot of cricket here. There was once a big concrete strip to our left here going towards the airport. And there was a pitch in the middle of the playing field, away from the main pitch, where we played a lot of cricket on the matting. I believe you played cricket on the matting as well.
Yes, I did.
Right? And it drew a lot of persons here. And the Sand Hill Sports Club, so to speak, people like Frank Clark and all the others up there at Sand Hill, of course, masterminded by Lloyd himself, they decided they have to do some of the playing field in order to get it up to speed. Because bearing in mind, there was only one field close by, which was Annesville, and that took a lot of burden over there. So they decided they want to have one of their own, so to speak, called Sand Hill. So, and with the surrounding village, Mala, and the other small areas around it here. So they decided to start the work, and they put in a tremendous amount of work here in relation towards getting the field up to some level where it could have played first division cricket in those days. And they actually started with some experiment in relation to the square where the pitch was. And I distinctly remember Ratcliffe were playing a game against Saints, and I was the captain, and I made the decision that we are not playing on the pitch because there were so many, the stones that were in the pitch, they were protruding, and the question was asked to the umpires, if anyone got injured, who is going to pay? If anybody get killed, who is going to be held responsible for murder? No, we're not playing on it. This way it really got, and eventually they decided that we're going to lose the points, and I stood firm. They said, we're not playing. Incidentally, the next weekend, another team went to play, and somebody got struck, ended up in the hospital, and we were proven right.
Yes, so we are here at Sand Hill Playing Field, where this era has really produced the likes of Winston Davis, Just to give you some stats on Winston Davis, he's of Ascension, just to let the viewers know. We have not missed any cricket this morning. The weather has caused us not to have any play this morning. There's an inspection going on with the umpires. They're checking the outfield. There are some few wet areas that needs to be tended to. And also, two teams are here raring to go. That is Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Youngsters, West Indies, Rising Stars on the 19 tournament.
A little bit of a technical problem. But Ken, you go ahead.
So I was just saying that we are here at the Sand Hill playing field where we're having a game between, the first game between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago here at the Sand Hill playing field. I was just giving a little history of the playing field. It was started in the 1980s by Lloyd Lewis, a veteran within this community. And really, this playing field has come a very long way. It was refurbished in 2007 when the West Indies got the World Cup. And we are here now with this playing field has really produced the likes of Winston Davis of Ascension, who has made his appearance for the West Indies. His full name was Winston Walter Davis. He was born on the 18th of September 1958. He's presently 64 years old. He's a Sand Hill man. And really, his nickname was Davo. Stanley Hines would know about that. His height was 6 feet 2 inches, batting right-handed, bowling fast. He was known for that. And his role was a bowler. Everybody knew that. He was a really devastating fast bowler. He debuted for the West Indies on the 28th of April, 1983 versus India. His last test was on the 11th of January, 1988 versus India. ODI debuted on the 29th, 1983 versus India. And his last ODI was on the 25th of January, 1988 versus India. Yes, and the team that he played for outside of the West Indies in 1979 to 1992, he played for the Windward Islands. Stanley Hines would know much about that. 1982 to 1984, Glamorgan. He also played in 1979 to 1981 for the Combined Islands. In 1985 to 1986, he played for Tasmania. And in 1987-1990, North Hampshire. And in 1990 to 1991, Wellington. Those teams were in England. His test debut, he played 15 matches, 35 ODIs, runs 202. He scored 28 ODI runs. Batting average was 15.53, 14 in the 1 days. Hundreds, none. 50s, 1. So he was capable with the bat as well. Top score of 77. His highest score in the ODI was 10. And really, he had 45 wickets in Test cricket and 39 in ODIs. Bowling average of 32.71, 33.37. 5 wickets all, he had 1, and that stand for a pretty long time, Stanley Hines. His best figure of 7 for 51 in that one-day game. So Stanley Hines, there you have it. Winston Davis, Walter Davis, one of our first West Indian cricketers, fast bowler. He's now living in England. Really, he came from this era, Sand Hill, and he put with this era produced a wonderful fast bowler he was.
Yes, Ken Roy, that was some good stats there on his behalf. He also, I remembered, over 19 for a test match in England. He got 77, and he held the world record for ODIs, taking 7 for 51 against Australia. And that he really shot to prominence. And it is great. The people of Sand Hill are very proud of the achievement of him. And there are also others who did their due. There's Jerome Samuel, no mean fast bowler. He was there. And there's so many others. Some of the names do not readily come to mind. But the area itself has really and truly produced a number of good sportsmen. One time they ruled the roost in relation to athletics. Bigness Samuel and Dean Samuel and all the others. Tremendous amount of work was done by these athletes in athletics, in road running, etc., etc. And they ruled the roost, so to speak, at one time. And certainly it is a community that were very proud of their sporting achievements from their individuals, born and bred, so to speak, in the Sand Hill area.
Yes, and there you have it. And the umpires are doing their inspections on the field, and they would come back with their verdict in a little bit. But here at Sand Hill Playing Field, we have not had any cricket here. Both teams are waiting. The youngsters are ready to go. But the weather has obstructed us somewhat, but that is out of our control. But we would give you another update as to what was decided by the umpires. There are some wet areas also on the field. And the wicket is pretty good. It is dry. The surface there, the square is dry. So hopefully sometime today we would have some play based on the weather. I see the umpires are calling the skippers and the management to have a discussion. So soon we would know as to what is the decision from the umpires. Stanley Hines has left us for a little bit. He just went to get the information. But just let you know that this is the first round of the West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 tournament here, held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It has been played here at the Sand Hill Playing Field, a place where a lot of sporting individuals has emerged, the likes of Winston Davis. Tremendous fast bowler he was. And we just awaiting the umpire's decision as to when they would start here. We'll let you know. But Barbados and Trinidad, they are here, awaiting those instructions as well. And just to let you know, there are games being played at Arnisville and Cumberland. Those games, the northern side and also Arnisville, just on the left side of us here. A lovely view, the breeze is blowing across the playing field nicely. So hopefully that would help in getting the areas on the playing field dry as soon as possible. But we'll be right back with you after the information has been passed on. We would update you as to what is happening for the day. And as things proceed here, we would let you know what is happening. So we will turn you back over to the studios and we will update you later as to what is happening here between this game between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados in the first round of the West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars 50 overs tournament. Hello.
Welcome back here to the Sand Hill Playing Field. The information I've just received in relation to the position for today's play, they are concerned about some wet areas adjacent around the main playing area, and they are going to do a further inspection at 11 o'clock. That is the news from both umpires.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, 11 o'clock for the next inspection here, for the next inspection. And they will make a judgment as to whether they want to start play or they would have to go back and inspect again a little further on during the day. But that is dependent on the weather. The weather forecast is not very favorable to us for the week. really. But just to let you know, as we say in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, no rain can stop the carnival, Stanley Hines. And it's carnival time in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Unfortunately, it has put a damp on the cricket so far.
Yes, and I think the umpires are doing the correct thing. They're concerned about the wet area, the damp areas, I should call it. It's really damp out there, having walked through. And with no sunshine out, nice breeze, but it's overcast, and the forecast, as it quite rightly stated, is for more rain today. So we're just keeping our more than fingers crossed, our toes crossed as well, that no further rain will come between now and for the rest of the day. But that is maybe hoping against hope, because based on the professionals at the Met Office, they are saying we're going to get more rain, unfortunately.
Yes, and unfortunately for the cricket lovers and those who want to see their children and their sons in action here from Trinidad and Barbados, you're keenly awaiting the start of this game. We also awaiting the start of this game, but the weather have its say at this point in time. So we would be right back when the inspection is done at 11 and to give you more updates here at Cyan Hill. And we wish that you join us here in this first game of the West Indies Rising Stars under 19 tournament played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We will join you at 11 where there will be a further inspection.
Yes, okay.
Good morning again and welcome to Sandhill Playing Field where we have the first round, first match here between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. The umpires have made the inspections and made a decision. They would be starting this game at 11:45, and it would be 39 overs per side. This is the first round, the first game between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Just to let our viewers know that the game starts at 11:45 and it is a 39 over affair between these two teams here in the West Indies Rising Star Under 19 tournament. 39 overs between these two sides.
Yes, pleasant good morning again to you from the Sign Hill playing field. We are here at the Sign Hill playing field. Stanley Hines starting the commentary here, along with my good friend out of TNT. Identify yourself for the
Yes,
viewers.
good morning, Stanley. How are you? Vinod Mamchan here from Trinidad and Tobago from Cricket 360.
Right, good. Right, so play is about to start in the next 5 minutes at a quarter to 12. We'll get into the situation. First of all, the conditions for this game with the interruption that we would have had. It's a 39 overs game. The man has been reduced to 39 overs. Scheduled to start at 11:45. The first session of play is at 2:29 when the 39 overs should be bowled. There's an interval which include lunch for 25 minutes from 2:29 onwards. The second innings should commence at 2:54 p.m. That's 6 minutes before 3. The close of play is scheduled for 5:38. That's 22 minutes before 6 o'clock. The power play is between 8 and the 23rd over. 4 bowlers are allowed 8 overs and 1 bowler 7. Yes, that's it. 4 bowlers 8, 1 7. The umpires are Imran Mokan out of Guyana and Maria Abbott out of St. Vincent and Grenadines. The third umpire is called Sutherland SVG, better known as Rambo. And that's the man. And of course, the match referee is Andy Baptiste. The conditions has improved significantly, yes, but it's very overcast right around us here. As the information coming out is that Trinidad and Tobago have won the toss and have inserted Barbados to bat.
Good decision there by Captain Joshua De Silva. Sorry, Joshua Davis. He lives very close to Joshua De Silva, so probably that's why the error came. Trinidad and Tobago, the 3 men sitting out this morning is Ronelsta Pereira, Fariz Ali, and Kyle Kisundat.
Yes.
And the man opening the bowling from the Sand Hill end is Jason Agard. Agard, who recently came back from that West Indies under-19 camp, Stanley.
Yes, so I'll get to the teams. The Trinidad and Tobago squad. It's Joshua Davis, Jason Agard, Kyle Ramdu, Nick Ramlal, Orlando James, Rajiv Ramnath, Liam Mancham. Is that your son?
Liam Mamchan.
Mamchan, yes, good. We have Vasant Singh, Abdul Rahman Juman, Justin Jagisa, and Andrew Rambaram. That's the Trinidad and Tobago squad.
You know what's amazing, Stanley?
Let me get to these.
You got all the Indian names right. And the English name, Liam, you got wrong.
The Barbados team, it's Seeley, the captain, Naima Bolden, Gatson Bowens, Zion Braffett, Achilles Brong, Joshua Dawn, Isaiah Folks, Jaden Leacock, Joshua Morris, he's the wicketkeeper, Jaden Roberts, Raniso Spring, Raniso is the correct pronunciation, Ranico Smith, and Drew Springer. That is the Barbados team. The umpire is still fiddling about out there. Overcast conditions, good toss as you said, and Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and inserting the opposition. The only problem they have was when the ball hit the outfield, it's damp.
Yeah, it's damp.
The seam, water get into the seam could create a little bit of a problem. But the square itself is dry. So conditions in terms of batting, excellent. But in terms of the feeling, not so. But it's a good toss to win and insert in the opposition. So you can start the
first delivery down the leg side. Might have brushed the thigh pad. We don't have the benefit of the replay here. As Agard pushing that one through. As I said before, it's a good toss to win. Agard, a very talented young left-arm seamer from South Trinidad. Gasparilla to be exact. And he's taking up the attack from the Sion Hill end. Now, Trinidad and Tobago have a number of seamers in their attack. And I think the cloud cover here will help them. They will be able to seam and also swing the ball prodigiously. Here's Agard again. And going down the leg side. Loud appeal again. Not out, says the umpire. So Stanley was saying earlier on about, he was speaking about the weather on hopes that it holds, but the conditions reminds me of Kent in Canterbury, England.
This is good old English weather.
Yes.
Or at Headingley.
And,
The ball tend to seam about once it's overcast like this.
and Stanley will be bringing the tea pretty shortly.
So the batsman is facing its Achilles Brown, I think it is.
So Brown,
Brown is facing, right?
finally,
Yes, Brown is facing.
finally able to feel ball onto bat. Yeah. Achilles Brown.
And that's the boy.
So Achilles Brown finally feeling one over pitch delivery there by Egard. He'll want to pull back a few inches. It's early days. He has made a good start here. The left arm seamer, a man who hails from Presentation College in San Fernando. So Presentation College winning all the domestic titles in secondary schools cricket in Trinidad. Here's Egard. Well, that's a good delivery, and Brown had to come down quickly onto it. So we've had 4 deliveries so far, Stanley, yet to get off the mark.
Yes, and here because of the wind factor, one would have thought that the left arm medium fast would have come from the southern end or the backway end, as you know it, based on the wind that is blowing across.
Yeah, that would have aided him. I take your point there, Stanley. I'm just getting into the geography of the land. Stanley is my teacher. Egard. Oh, that one ball played bat. So looking a bit unsure at the moment, Brown.
I think bat played ball there. That ball seemed back, and he actually, my impression is that he seemingly was pulling away from it, and it followed him. Yeah. But certainly I thought he would have been bowling from this end for that natural with this overcast condition to seam it about. Does he have the ability to seam it about?
Yeah, he definitely has the ability. He can seam it both ways, Jason Egard.
So he does have the in-dipper then?
Yes, he does. Yeah, he is. And not allowing that one to probably crash into the tie pad. Let's wait on the umpire. And that's a leg by. She so carefully indicates that to our scorers here. And they're off and running.
Yes, they're up and running. I think it's over that he felt his way in terms of trying to get line right, length right. And not really trouble the batsman per se, but it's early days, as we say. And we'll see exactly how he goes from here on in. But certainly, they're about reasonable start.
Reasonable start by Trinidad and Tobago. I think it was a very good first over there by Jason Egard. Now the man taking up the attack from the backway, and your favorite end is Liam Mamchan, the right arm seamer.
Well, it's a question of choice for the skipper, the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, in relation to which end he would prefer his bowlers to bowl from. Is the Mamchan the in-swinger, out-swinger bowler?
He swings it both ways.
Both ways?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he should really favor going, leaving the batsman then as right-handers if he can get his line right.
3 slips and a gully in position. Again, Davis seems to have read the conditions well. He's going to outswing in these conditions. Okay. Yeah. So it's going to be Mamchan to pick up the attack from the southern end. Another South Zone player. So 2 South Zone players opening the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. Must be a very proud moment for the Southerners in Trinidad.
So basically both of them from Presentation College?
Well, Mamchan is actually across the hill, Laprima College. They're fierce rivals. But both men are very close friends.
Okay, that's good. That's good for gelling when you're playing together for your national team.
Of course. And both represent South Zone, though, in interzone cricket in Trinidad. The cameraman at the southern end seems to be smack right in front of where the bowler will be delivering. So he has been asked to move around a bit. Come on, Stanley, you should have told him that this morning.
Well, he is experienced enough that he should be able to understand what it's all about. He cannot stay directly behind the bowler's arm. He has to stay slightly on either side.
Well, before Egard started at the Sand Hill end out, there was a similar situation. Here's Mamchan on his debut for Trinidad and Tobago. And the first delivery is a good one. Just back off a length. Brown goes back and plays it down to gully. It's a good start.
Yeah, good start, good line, good length, and Brown equal to the task, on top of it, and roll it down to gully, and there is no run. But certainly this wind factor would help the bowlers if they can get their line right. That just back of a length to seam across the two right-handers.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to negotiate from that angle. And of course, once he pitches back of a length, Brown will be in two minds. There's Mamchan again. Outside the off stump, and you can see that one moving away from the right-hander. So it has started to move already.
Yes, definitely, and the wind would assist him to go away, but it will create a little bit of a problem for the bowler, Mamchan, because how good is he to get it to cut back with this heavy breeze that's going across? That might pose a problem.
That could be a problem because that his stock ball is the one that goes away, but in Trinidad and Tobago, he's known for bringing it back as well. So the batsmen who play with him in Trinidad and Tobago, they have that knowledge. Let's see how he goes. This time this is a drive, square through the offside. That's 4. And Mamchan over pitching, looking to see if he can get the movement. And Barbados, they're off and running with a beautiful square drive by Brown.
Yes, pitched up in the slot, and he opened the face, recognizing that probably the ball is moving away from him, and he just helped it basically square in the offside. Lovely shot, and he's off the mark, 5 without loss. Positive shot there by Brown.
Yeah, very good shot there by Brown. Never tried to overhit that, just came forward and, as you said, opened the face of the bat. Was able to get it past point for 4. Well, that has gotten the Barbadian players here all excited. Brown seems to be a favorite on the team as well. Oh, that's a much better by Mamchan. Allowed to go by Brown. Brown seems to be one of those players with a good temperament.
Yes, he was here last year with this same tournament, and had a nice little long chat with him. And he's an individual, from my impression, that's willing to learn. Because he had a nice long chat for probably about 2 hours, because there was a rain-affected game at the Park Hill playing field. So he knows a bit. He went to England. He's played underage cricket there, and he's trying to get a contract in the United States later this year.
Oh, that's wonderful. This is a good delivery there by Mamchan. Pitch right up. Brown on the move.
He's a competent opening batsman, what I saw last year. Competent, steady, willing to learn. And this is one individual sort of keeping an eye on in relation to representation at the regional level.
So Barbados at the moment, they're 5 without loss.
Yes, they are 5 without loss, and this heavy breeze is going to be blowing across.
Yeah.
It's good for the breeze, because what we are seeing here from local knowledge, it is clearing a bit to your left, which is where the rain should come from.
Again, pitched up, forced away. That's a single. So it's the end of over number 2, 6 without loss. That's the latest score here at Sion Hill.
Yes, a pretty good over there from Mamchan from the Stallion, feeling his way, playing on a different surface as compared to Trinidad and Tobago in his homeland. And I think it's interesting times in relation to the 2 of us thus far. But to me, it's a question of a different factor to the youngsters coping with this heavy wind going across the field, right across the field. So the question, they'll have to look to change their line, so to speak. Not really their length so much, the line, because of the heavy breeze that's blowing across.
Yeah, if I look back to Trinidad and Tobago and the facilities there, the only ground that they may get wind, but nowhere close to this, is at the National Cricket Center in Balmain. So this is something that will be new to them. Short and pulled away. That's running away for 4. So Igard looking to bounce him on that occasion, and he was quickly onto the back foot, pulling it away for 4.
Yes, trying to get a feel of the pitch. He bowled that one short of a lane, asking to be put to the boundary, and Brown did just that. A man who is full of confidence, having played, he just arrived in Barbados last week from England, where he was playing cricket. So he is really in it, as we tend to say.
And you look at the conditions here, it mirrors what you get in England. The ball is not going to come onto the bat as quickly. And you look out there, there's a dark tinge to the track, which means it's not very dry, it's not hard. And he seems to he will be at home in these conditions.
He should be at home in this condition, but he has to keep the ball on that back of the length all the while because of the moisture, so to speak. There is moisture there because it was covered yesterday. We had a tremendous amount of rain, so there was no heat or anything to dry out the moisture. So it's the learning process. Let me put it that way.
So
Both bowlers.
a lot of moisture around in St. Vincent these days. It's carnival time and they're cooling down.
A lot of liquid refreshments as well.
Yeah, you get where I'm coming from there, Stanley. Is there a sunset close by? Egard. Down the leg side. Fine stop there by a chance for a run out at the non-strikers end. And there was a return that struck the stumps from Orlando James at the strikers end. So an opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago that goes a begging.
Yes, it's really a wonderful opportunity to effect the first breakthrough. But I would put it down to a game awareness. Because from the time the wicketkeeper did not collect the ball cleanly, the first slip, having had a good look, should have gone for the non-strikers end. And with someone backing up, maybe they'll mid-off, mid-on, should have been able to effect the run-out.
Yeah, I think Orlando James there was the guilty party, and he should have raised his head, look and see what was happening. There was enough time to even lob that back to Jason Egard. You're quite right, Stanley. You're quite right with that. Here's Egard. Down the leg side, wide signal. So obviously this wind is pushing the ball down the leg side. Egard will have to probably start a little wider to Brown.
Yes, I think you need to start a bit wider, and maybe you can come on the opposite side of the wicket and pitch the ball just on outside the off stump because this heavy breeze would assist him to get it to veer in and the batsman and let the batsman think twice before because you never know when one is going to straighten.
Yep, he could get that late movement, something that a young man may be thinking of. He's a thinking bowler, Egard. This one goes right across Brown, but again, Brown shows his maturity.
That's the length. That's the line he needs to bowl with this heavy breeze. Keep it just around there. Because if he can consistently bowl there, Brown is not going to leave alone all the balls. The temptation is there and anything can happen. He brings the slip into play right away. If you can keep it just on that line. You never know, as you said, when one is going to straighten.
Yeah. So at the moment, it's 10 without loss. 11, without loss. This is over number 3. Even start here by both teams. Egard. That's well bowled. Brown had to quickly look back. In fact, he's bowled him, hasn't he? Trinidad and Tobago has struck. They're celebrating.
On. Yes, he has played on.
Well, he's waiting on the umpire. I think he has played on.
I think he has played on because probably what happened, that ball, as we said, came back, as we said, with a breeze, a heavy breeze. Maybe the breeze, we are not too sure. He is bold though.
Yeah,
he is
he
bold.
has to leave. Brown looks dejected.
Ball seemed to have...
We don't have the benefit of the replay in front of us, but I think Trinidad and Tobago has struck.
Yeah,
yes.
they have struck. That is the fact of the matter. They have struck because apparently that one was on a good line, good length.
Excellent delivery by Egard.
And maybe as we alluded to, it straightened at him. Ball seemed to hit the bottom of the bat, the toe of the bat, and went into his stumps. And he's bowled. So Trinidad and Tobago,
they have struck.
A very important man in Achilles Brown being bowled.
Yeah, so Brown has to leave for 10.
He bowled for 9.
9,
yeah,
says our scorer, who is decked off in her sandals top, looking very elegant this morning.
Well, we have a lot of elegant Vincentian ladies,
I want to agree, even men.
Yeah, so a vital blow struck there by Trinidad and Tobago. That is Achilles Brown. He's bowled there, played on to his stumps, but it doesn't matter as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned.
Wonderful, wonderful breakthrough there by Jason Egard. And Joshua Dawn is the new man going in. Yep, Joshua Dawn.
So Trinidad and Tobago has effected an early breakthrough, 11 for 1, and the vital wicket of Achilles Brown being bowled. And we'll see how it goes from here. But conditions as we said, this heavy wind, if he can keep that line, as I said, consistently there, he can pose problems. And
Well,
like
two
what
deliveries
happened
ago,
for
you
under the
said
ground.
that.
Yes.
2 deliveries before he got the wicket.
Yes,
You
once
said
he-
the exact thing. He must have heard you. You probably wired to him. Well, ball again by Egad. This is a really good start by Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, it's all a question of experience, played cricket for the country, for Windward Islands, the experience with the condition being what it is. Certainly, line length just on outside that off stump and force them to play, and who knows what will happen. And just what I said, as I said 2 balls ago, exactly happened, and Trinidad and Tobago has effected a breakthrough.
Yeah, Egad bowling to Dawn now. Dawn with a high back lift. Allowed to go by. This is good bowling here by Jason Egad.
Excellent length. He's not going to leave those balls all the while. He's going to play, and you never know if one hit back, straighten, can hit that just what happened to Brown, hit the toe of the bat and into his stumps.
Well, Egad had a wonderful season last year. The entire Trinidad and Tobago team did not, but Egad did. I think he got around 10 wickets last year.
Yes, I remembered him at Cumberland, in particular field on the northwestern side. He really bowled well in that game there.
Yeah, he's again, that's well bowled, right on the money. This is good bowling here by Jason Egad. It's the end of over number 3. And at the end of it, Barbados are 11 for the loss of 1.
Yes, 11 for 1, 12 for 1.
12.
Yeah, the score confirmed. Maybe you're looking at the lady itself and not at the score.
Getting in trouble there, Stanley.
Not getting into no trouble. Yeah, it's really and truly 12 for 1, a good over. I distinctly remember Egad bowling at the Cumberland playing field from the southern end. I distinctly remember it. And he bowled an excellent spell. If my memory serves me right, he bowled a number of maiden overs. They couldn't get him away against the same Barbados team. Certainly, really had a wonderful spell. As you spoke, I remembered him. He also had a great spell at Park Hill again. Yes, I distinctly remember the left arm.
Well, that's the man.
Yeah,
The man from
yes.
Gasparillo.
I will walk in my records tomorrow to make sure, because I have it written in a little.
I know you always have your stuff.
Yes, and I will let you know exactly what he did. He really impressed me last year when they played the tournament.
There's Mamchan now, he bowls and well pitched up, driven. Down to Rahman, there is no run.
Yeah, with the left-hander in, what he needs to do is to keep that ball just on a good length along the off-stump area. The batsman is Bowens. Bowens is number 2, number 3 is Joshua Dawn.
So Gladstone Bowens is the man facing his first delivery. That was actually his first delivery.
Every year.
He's been out there for 3 overs. That was his first delivery. Here's Mamchan again. At this time, he's looking to pull at that. It rushed on to him. Let's wait on the umpire. Leg by signal.
They are young lads there, and they're going to learn, but maybe, they'll have to learn quickly based on the state of West Indies cricket. They'll have to learn because we are really down in the dumps, so to speak.
You see the next generation here at the moment, and I think it has created interest in this under-19 tournament. People are looking on to see
New talent.
Yeah, new talent who can go forward, who the selectors and the coaches can work with.
Yes, the awareness of the situation, because as I said, with the left hander keeps that ball just around on outside the off, and the right hander same thing. Just have to change the line.
That's a Yorker length delivery, forced away to point.
Just has to change the line because of this heavy breeze that's blowing across. Conditions still overcast, but some of the dark clouds to our left is drifting towards the western side, which is the Grenadines area, so to speak. So it's going that way.
It's going down to Beckway, isn't it?
Well, Beckway's on the southern tip right there.
I've
It's
been
right
there a
in
couple of
front
days
of you. It's
ago.
a beautiful. Oh, you went there?
Yeah, just the first thing I did.
Welcome to Beckway.
It's beautiful. So it's going to be Mamchan from the southern end. So he'll take time to adjust. He's another thinking bowler, both he and Egad. Here he is. Again, forced away down to point, and there's a chance at the non-strikers end. And the Ramba ran, I thought, was a bit reckless there on that occasion. There was no one backing up, and he shied at the stumps. And the fielder was the non-striker was actually in. So that would not make his captain. Ramdu is very upset about that. I think Rambarand just for a moment lost it there.
I will put it down to youthful enthusiasm.
Youthful enthusiasm.
Because had he hit, certainly would have been in problems.
Well,
but he missed, and the mid-on fielder.
I think Vasan Singh, yeah, he was late. But in Rambarand's view, and he would not have seen anyone there.
Maybe he should have held it because there was no one really
there was no one there,
up,
yes.
so to speak.
And as you say, youthful enthusiasm. Trinidad and Tobago attacking at the moment. Score is 14 for the loss, 15 for the loss of 1. Mamchan is in. That's much better. There's a chance here again. And that's good running. Good running by the right-handed Bowens.
Yeah, soft hands, dropped it there, and with the nod from the non-striker, they made it quite comfortably at the end. Very good running there by the Barbadian pair.
So the TNT boys just getting themselves acclimatized to the conditions. So too the Barbadian batsmen. And they will want to see out this period. And as the day go along, the pitch should dry out a lot more. It'll take a while though because of the overcast conditions. Here's Mamchan. That's a full pitch delivery down the leg side. And that'll go into the boundary for 5 wides. Well, the left-hand, right-hand combination working against Mamchan there on that occasion.
Yes, he lost his line there. That delivery for the right hand, it's quite okay. But for the left hand, it's outside the leg stump. And with the heavy wind, it may have gone further away and created problems for their wicketkeeper. And he basically gave away 5 wides. But be that as it may, he just has to learn right hand, left hand combination.
He's a man who loves to bowl the left-handers.
Yeah, but bowling to left-handers he may love, but the condition with the heavy wind, that is definitely the biggest factor because, again, as I said, he's a young man. It's blowing heavy. It's blowing you. I have to hold all the papers in my hand here. It's really blowing heavily. But it's one good sign is they're blowing away the rain.
Yes, that's the best thing. Here's Mamchan around the wicket, and that's a Yorker length delivery. Much better. Right up in the block hole, so to speak. The end of the over, the end of it, the score is 21 for the loss of 1.
After how many overs?
4 overs have been.
4 overs. I think it's level pegging at this moment. They're going at 5 or more. It's level pegging as the Trinidadian opening bowlers trying to come to grips with the conditions that they are faced with. Probably maybe for both of them, first time they are bowling in a situation where the wind is so heavy. So it's a question because of the left and right hand combination. They're tending to lose the line a little bit. But I think what they need to be is to be more consistent. Once Mamchan from the southern end, once he has the left hand, is to keep him there and try and keep that line just on outside the off stump. And a guard from the opposite end with the left arm coming over the wicket certainly try to keep the right hander and become a little more consistent.
It's a guard. Again, good delivery, pushing it across the right-hander. Igad and Mamchan, well, they say fast bowlers hunt in pairs. They actually, if I can give you a little history about Igad and Mamchan, they opened the bowling for South Zone at under 13 level. Wow. They then graduated, both of them, opening the bowling again at the under 15 level, then at the under 17, and this year the under 19 as well, and now for Trinidad and Tobago. So there's a great understanding between those two. Beautiful delivery there by Agard. And Bowen's indicating that they just pitched and moved away.
Exactly what I said. Keep that line and length consistently. But going back to what you said, we can term them as the inseparable twins.
Yeah, you can do that. You can say that. You know, they've played so much cricket together. They understand each other. They're very good friends as well. So they feed off each other, so to speak.
Off each other. Yeah, yeah.
There's Agard again, quicker delivery and good fielding. A good athlete, Agard.
He's really into a very good spell, and it's just a bit of consistency because of the heavy wind. But we've seen 2 balls thus far and the previous over where he seemed to have found the rhythm right to keep it just around that outside off stump, around off stump, and create problems for the Barbadian batsmen.
I think he has found a nice rhythm, and he's bowling well at the moment. Bowens will have to be careful here with him. But credit to Bowen, he has so far shown great poise. There's Agard. And this is flicked away down to a long leg. And Mamchan returns to Ramdu. Ramdu takes the turf.
You have all these type of names.
But you got all right this morning.
Ramdu, Ramnath. And,
you got all the Indian name right.
Singh, Raman, Juman.
Look at that. Oh man, you can be an Indian priest. the only name you didn't get right was Liam, and that's an Irish name.
Well,
Come on, Stanley.
Well, the good thing about it, at least if I had an exam, I've got 99%.
You're sure right. So it's eager to continue.
The left-hander. So let's see how he's going to line up now with the left-hander.
So in fact, the left-hander is Bowens. So I think Bowens is the man facing now. Dawn was the right-hander. So it's Bowens who is going to face. He's hardly seen the strike, really.
You haven't seen much of the strike, you know. But he's been there long enough to understand what is happening.
So they've dispensed with one of the slip fielder. He's down at third man. This one is allowed to go by.
Continuing a very good spell there, and because it's not easy, as I said before, coping with the right-hand, left-hand combination with these very windy conditions here. And yes, we're not complaining about the wind because we need the wind to continue to blow away the rain so that we'll have constant cricket throughout.
Yeah, and to keep us so cool on here.
Well, it's cool already right now.
It's really
very
nice.
overcast.
And just for those of you who are wondering, we're right next to the ocean. Obviously, and over point down to the boundary, and that goes for 4. So it was over point. There was no way Rambaran could have gotten to that. It was over his head and into the boundary for 4.
I think it was deliberate. Back of a length, and he came back and cut it away from the Ramlal, is it?
Rambaran.
Rambaran, and to the boundary for 4. But certainly, a good shot there as the Barbadian total moves on in these trying conditions. But I'll take a little break here and allow Kenroy Martin.
26.
Allow Kenroy Martin to come into my position here.
That's a big man.
The Grenadines.
Of course.
Under 19 player. He played for the national team, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also played for the Windward Islands. And he actually had the experience of facing at Cotley Ambrose over at Annisvale, where he got.
He dealt with Ambrose.
Yes, I think he got.
We'll find out from him.
I think it was. Am I right? Yes, my memory is a long time, but my memory is still ticking.
Someone tells me the 6 that he hooked off Ambrose bowling, the ball is still in the air.
So I'll move out a little bit and allow you to converse with Kenroy Martin.
Here's Mamchan from the back way end. He comes in on bowls, and this is forced away just over point, and it's running away for 4. Just out of the reach of Rambaran. Rambaran has been in the game. As I say, good morning to Kenroy. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, and good morning to the viewers, and good morning to the persons who are viewing this broadcast from Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. A very keen game on hand here. And I must say welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Mr. Ramnath.
Yep, thanks a lot. And we see Trinidad and Tobago playing Barbados. I think it's even Stevens at the moment. Barbados, they fought back nicely. There's a strong win here, Kenroy, and I think that has been the issue for the Trinidad and Tobago boys opening the bowling.
Well, it's have to do with control. It's a white ball and it swings a lot. So they have to have their control on par here. But there's a very good game on hand so far. They have striked early.
Well, the bail has actually blown off. Speaking of the wind, the bail has blown off.
Yes, and the wind is helping the weather as well, pushing away those heavy clouds.
Well, that's important.
So we can have a full day of cricket here.
Yes, we should. Here's Mamchan from the southern end. A much better delivery, just outside the off stump. That's the line that he wants to bowl.
Yes, that's a pretty good delivery. That's where the coach would want him to bowl. Just on the off stump, fourth stump. He has 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, deep, a sweeper really, on the boundary short extra cover mid-off, short mid-on, and a man on the deep square leg boundary.
Here's Mamchan. Again, just outside the off stump.
Another good delivery there, just pitching on the off stump into the keeper's glove. Just keeping the batsman in check. That's Don. He, a youngster from the last tournament, he scored 100 in his first game for Barbados, but didn't really kick on from there on in. So he's probably hoping to do the same thing here. He's a steady batter. He's pretty young as well. Has a very good head on his shoulders.
I've noticed that with him being in there at the moment, he didn't look fussed at all. He's shown great poise. So Mamchan finding his range here now. At one, just seeming away from the right-hander, but he allowed it to go by. You can see him indicating that to Bowens at the other end.
Yes, good line there by the young fast bowler, just hitting the off stump, line into the keeper's glove. Getting some pace and bounce as well from this end, the airport end, really, old airport end. And just hitting that fourth stump, which is really recommended in this one-day format.
That's well bowled, and again well fielded by Mamchan, so he has tidied up nicely after being struck for 4 of the first delivery.
Yes, good cricket here by both teams, both batter and bowler. They are playing some good cricket. Don leaving those balls outside the off stump, and those which are pitched on his stump, he's threatening his stump. He has played them very well with a straight bat and some tight bowling here by the youngster. Some good feeling as well to his own bowling.
So looking to add that pressure, an Prima College student. That's well bowled. That's right up, pitched right up. Down is coming down on it. So after being struck for 4 of the first delivery, he ends with 5 dot balls. It's the end of the over. And my good friend tells me the score is 30 for 1.
30 for 1, Barbados here. Taking 4 knocks. Shouldn't be as worried as anyone else. Don, a very steady batsman. He's there with the number 21. Trinidad and Tobago had an early wicket, but have not gotten any success thus far after that early wicket. But the left-arm seamer seems to be hitting a very good line outside the off stump. He's swinging the ball as well, and really putting the batters under some pressure as well.
Yeah. Ken Roy being a former Windward Islands player, what's your advice for the bowlers in windy conditions? These are conditions that will be foreign to them. There are no grounds close to the beach in Trinidad. I know Stanley wants to tell me there are no beaches in Trinidad, but I'll deal with Stanley.
But just hit the proper line and length on the off stump. Try to keep it as close as possible to the bat. If the ball is swinging too much, just hold it across the seam. See what it does. You know, a little invention here and there.
Yeah, but what I would like to say to you, there's a ground that is closer to the beach, which is at the Cumberland, the northwestern part of St. Vincent, opposite side, very close to the beach.
Well, the guys will have to learn quickly, I tell you that. Here's Agard. Driving uppishly though, faced, and Rahman gets in the way at mid-off. Has to be careful here, Bowen. Seems to be a bit frustrated, getting bogged down.
Well, he has to exercise some patience. He's playing a one-day game. Yes, he wants to get it on, but he has to be patient and pick his deliveries, or he might suffer the consequences of losing his wicket.
A good score, Ken Roy. A 39 over affair. A good score on this track.
I think 230, 240 runs should be a very good score.
Well, the Barbadians, they've started well in terms of their run rate. It was 5 at the end of the 6th over. Cloudy here in beautiful St. Vincent. I've had a wonderful time since arriving here.
Expected. It's the season.
Yeah, carnival season. Right where I'm staying at Indian Bay, there was an all-inclusive party. Oh, that's a lovely shot and a brilliant bit of fielding as well at cover.
Yeah, some very good all-round cricket there by the youngsters.
Yep.
Ball just on the off stump, went back and cut it into this cover area. Brilliant feeling by the man on short extra cover to his right and really stopping a four there.
Yeah, that had 4 written all over it. Diving to his right and pulling off that. It's a beautiful stop indeed. And Egan is going to continue. Just looking to push on, see if he can get that extra push. Just get that wicket. That second wicket. He already has 1. Good line. It's really coming down here in terms of the wind. It's a young Faris Ali who is sitting out today. He's walking on the boundaries edge. He is pencil slim. Has to be careful that this wind don't pick him up and take him down to the Grenadines.
Well, sailing should be fun.
Flying as well. Here is Agard. Down the leg side. And it must have brushed something on the way. No signal from the umpire.
Yeah, so struggling a little bit there is Agard on the leg side. He has bowled a few deliveries down the leg side so far. Just need to get it a little straighter just on the off stump where he could put Dawn under some pressure. But 1 run to the book, 1 extra delivery.
I like the look of Dawn though. Again, looking to play as late as possible. He allowed that one to come on to him. Gets a quick single. The running between the sticks has been, in the main, really good for Barbados.
Yes, they have called, they have responded, and they have used the soft hands and really pushed the ball into the gaps and pick up their easy singles. That's something that is good about them. They have called and responded and run quickly between the wickets, between the batters. So good communication between both batters there.
Change of bowling at the southern end. It seems as if we're going to see spin in the form of Captain Davis. So Davis will have to control. He's bowling from the backway end, so that ball is going to drift. And on pitch, and it should turn back into the right-hander. .32 for 1 at the moment.
Just to give you an update on the other game thus far, Windward Islands 139 for 5 from 39 overs in that game at the Annisville playing field. 139 for 5, 39 overs bowled.
Yeah, the Annisville playing field. You know, if I stretch my hand too far, I can touch the ground. We're so close on either side of the airstrip here. And the amazing thing is that because of the drainage there, play was able to start on time.
Yes, indeed. And international ground.
Of course,
expect that as well.
Yep. Trinidad and Tobago will be there on Tuesday.
Well, the best drainage ground in the Caribbean is Annisville.
Lovely. I take your word for it because have you ever been to Brala Cricket Academy in South Trinidad? You can have a swimming pool at one moment. You go to the bathroom for a break. You come back, you see cricket. I must invite you to come and look at that. I'm not disputing you. What I'm saying, that venue drains particularly well. Well bowled by Davis.
Yes, good delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Second delivery from the spinner just outside the off stump and looking for some, getting some porches from the wicket there as well.
Yeah, that's important. That's important. Very good delivery there by Davis. There's a change in the field now. As the backward square comes into second slip position. And deep mid wicket comes around to square leg on the fence. The time is gone. Caught behind. The captain strikes a short delivery. And getting back, looking to crash that through the offside was Bowen. He fed at that to wicketkeeper Ramdu, who took a fine catch. And the grandson of Brian Davis, the nephew of Charlie Davis, has struck.
Yes, third delivery out of his hand into the keeper's glove. Nicked it is the batter number 3. He walks back to the pavilion. A good delivery from him. A good catch by the wicketkeeper as well.
Yeah, good catch by Ramdu. He stayed low and he was able to complete the catch. 2 North Zone players getting into combining here to remove Bowen. Okay, so Nima Bolden is the new man going in. Barbados are now, what, 32 for 2?
Yes, I'd like to remind you, Ken Roy may not remember that there was a one-day game here between Bangladesh and the West Indies a few years ago. And it rained, torrential rain, very similar to yesterday. And everybody was giving up that we wouldn't have play. And I said to them, we are going to have play. And by 1:30, it went right down and play continued. Don't you remember that, Ken? It was like the sea, and it was like the sea the entire morning. And within 2 hours, play was possible. Bangladesh against West Indies. I don't know if you remember that, Ken.
Yes, I do.
You're quite right. I actually was here, and we had made 2 attempts to get into Andrew Mason's car. We were covering it. And we left and came back. And then left again and came back. I understand. I remember now as you brought it up. Here's Davis. He's the son of Gregory Davis, who would have played for Trinidad. He's the grandson of Brian Davis, who would have played for the West Indies. And, of course, Brian Davis's brother, Charlie Davis, finished his test career with an average of over 50. You would have liked to have had him playing here now, Ken Roy, for the West Indies these days.
Indeed.
Even Joshua's granddad, Brian Davis, I think he played 3 test matches or 4 test matches and had 5 half centuries. He would have been a legend today. Looking to sweep. Has to be careful here. There is purchase on the track. Good over to start there from Joshua Davis at the end of 8 overs. It's 32 for 2 Barbados. And I'm going to leave Ken Roy. I'm going to be back and Stanley's going to come in.
Well, a very steady over there by the skipper to start. Good over, picking up that wicket. It's crucial second wicket for Barbados. And they are now 32 for 2. 8 overs have been bowled. 34 for 2. 8 overs have been bowled. So a very good start here for Trinidad and Tobago in this, actually, the first hour of the game so far.
Yes, 45 minutes play, coming up to 45 minutes thus far. And Trinidad won the toss, a good toss, to have made a decision, and that is to field. And in the conditions as they are, I think Barbados I would not say struggling, they are fighting it, so to speak, in these conditions. Very windy, overcast, and the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack, certainly trying to make inroads into the Barbados batting lineup, but they are fighting against it, and so far so good as far as I'm concerned. Yes, we expect them to lose wickets under these conditions, but only 2. Certainly, I think they are sort of a little bit behind the 8 ball, but they are there fighting it for their country, the batting lineup.
Yes, very good conditions for bowling here. Very, very good conditions. The wind is blowing across the cricket ground. The wicket is good. The ball is swinging. The surface is pretty good. And it's cool conditions for the fast bowlers, and it's good conditions for the spinners as well. So good conditions for bowling just mean the batters have to apply themselves and really do what is required of them. It's 39 over game, so they have to dig in, bat as long as possible, and take advantage of the bad deliveries. As this from Don, he's pulling that one through square leg, picks up 2 runs, 2 more runs to Barbados. A good shot there by Don, a short delivery.
Leacock. Juman. Is it Juman the bowler, new bowler? I think I'm right in saying that. Abdul Rahman Juman. Number 11. Yeah, that's correct. This one outside the off stump, a bit too far and allowed to go through to the keeper, and there is no run. But Juman is the new bowler, Kenroy.
Yes, and he's bowling from the, as we see, the Cable and Wireless Lime end.
Sign Hill end,
Sign Hill
Kingston end,
Kingston
whatever
end.
you want to call it.
Yes, the ground is running from west to east, really. From west to east, unlike the Annisville playing field. Similarly, yes, so he's running from that end. Tall, lanky, fast bowler. This one is wrapping him in that uncomfortable area. Stanley Gunny Hines making some height and some pace as well.
Yes, and a bit high too. He has a sort of a double action there, and you know, so Don really got caught, I think, with the action and the double action. So when he's looking for it to come through in the first one, is the second one is actually delivering the balls from. So, but it was a bit high, and it's from where I am here, square on, seemed to have struck an inner portion of the batters also.
Yes, that one hit the inner portion on the bat, and just in that little uncomfortable area between the chest and the waist. Yes, another delivery. Signal from the umpire. Seems to be bowling off the wrong leg, Stanley.
Yeah, seems to be coming off the wrong foot. I look at him, he doesn't have a monitor for us to see, but I look at him carefully after this delivery to see if he's really and truly delivering what I think I'm seeing off the wrong foot.
Well, I've seen a couple of these bowlers around, and they have done exceptionally well. But it's a difficult task to be doing so, but he's done it well so far. This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat of Dawn to the man at Gully, who does the feeling. So another good delivery by him here, just hitting on the off stump, and Dawn just soft hands into the man at Gully, who does the feeling.
Yes, and he definitely delivered one off the wrong foot, as we tend to say. But certainly, that is, I've got it confirmed with my eyesight, because he doesn't have a monitor here at this particular point in time. But certainly, as I said, the Barbadian batsman, Don, is trying his best to steady as long as possible for Barbados. Lovely shot there by him through the offside. They're going to have one. They should have had a second one there, but they resisted against it, and just a single ensued. End of over. Number 9, and it is now 37 for 2 after 9 overs. Just going at 4 and over. And certainly Kenroy to our left here. The wind is blowing, but it's darkened up significantly. And not to say the groundsmen are looking at to pull in covers, but certainly it has darkened a bit to our left.
Yes, it has darkened somewhat, but I think the overcast condition will remain with us here for the rest of the evening. We will not have bright sunny conditions today, but hopefully it would hold up as long as possible so that we could get the end of this game between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. It has started very interestingly so far. Barbados are now 13-9 for 2, 9 overs been bowled, and the skipper continues to bowl right arm off spin. Nice flighted delivery, and Don is just walking this one to the man at short mid-wicket. There's a long off, deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, square leg. A slip, backward point. Flighted, lovely, beautifully driven there by him into the man at short extra cover who does the feeling. There's a short extra cover, there's a cover, a mid-off. So good attacking field being set here by the skipper. This one is outside the off stump. White signal by the umpire. Score moves up now to 40. Beautifully driven through the covers. Lovely shot. He's gone for 1. He's back for 2. Lovely shot by the youngster, flighted delivery, and he drove that beautifully through the covers.
Yes, he picked the gap as nicely as well too, and the heavy outfield only allowed 2 runs, but on a very dry day, he certainly would have gone to the fence. A really lovely shot indeed.
Yes, and he didn't try to power it, he just stroked it through the covers, picks up 2 runs to Barbados. Score now moves up to 40. Again, full delivery, driven back past the bowler. The oohs and the ahs goes up. That was in the air for a little bit, but safe. Picks up another single.
Yes, it was deliberately struck through the air to the right of the Davis, the bowler, and he collects another single. But certainly, he looks very positive thus far against Davis, the off-spinner.
Yes, and just to remind you, Davis picked up his first wicket in his first over. That of Bowen. Caught wicket keeper, excellent catch by him. This is the second over, this 39 overs match. A quicker delivery, jammed on that one and finds the man at mid-off, long off, sorry, who does the feeling, another single to the Barbadians.
The right-hand, left-hand combination is forcing Davis to change his line and his length.
Well, this one is punched to the man at mid-off. That brings you over to an end. 10 overs have been completed. It's 41 for 2. Barbados batting force at Hill.
Yes, interesting period of play that we are going through here with the off-spinner from the southern end, if you want to call it that, the Beckway end, the Annisville playing field end, and from the opposite end. So it's really and truly a question of how I think Barbados has coped well with the situation at the present point in time, being 41 for 2 from 10. Yes. I think going at 4. I think they're doing very well thus far, whilst the Trinidadian bowlers are really trying their best to effect another breakthrough, bearing in mind they won the toss and insulted Barbados.
Yes, I think it's even Stevens here, although it is very good conditions for bowling, in my opinion. It's cooled, the breeze is blowing across. It's a good surface as well for cricket.
Yes, it's a dry surface.
This one is played solidly to the man at short extra cover, does the feeling. Another good delivery. Just on the off stump, and the batsman was equal to the task there.
I think bearing in mind both countries were well aware that the tournament was to be played here around now. I think it appears to me as if the Trinidadian team seem to have been pretty well prepared.
But this one is driven over cover, picks up one in the air somewhat. Could have been 2 really. But Don says no. He settled for a single. So 1 more run to the Barbadians total. They are now 42 for 2.
Certainly, it should have been 2, because when one looks at what is happening in the World Cup, the Zimbabwe, the Dutchmen, the Netherlands, they are taking 2 for anything.
Yes.
And certainly they position themselves nicely to still be looking for a spot in India. But certainly it was an example of the way that they are taking these 2s.
This one is driven sweetly to only finds a feeler in the way. Ball comes off the bat of Dawn very nicely.
These are the things that I think our West Indian cricketers really should look and learn. They are playing their cricket in Dutchmen with intensity, and they are running 2s. And the Australians are very similar, because I learned years ago, it was said, and they maintain their position, run the first run quickly.
Yes, you take the pressure off yourself, you put it on the feeler when you do that, and you give yourself an opportunity to get a second run. That is what you do in that situation. This one is pulled, just finding the man at mid-on. Really, short delivery. Should have done better with that, Stanley.
Yeah, should have done better. He should have looked for that gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, but he struck it straight to the fielder, and there is no run. And certainly the Dutchmen, I go back to that situation, they ran something like 60-something 2s in their game against West Indies. A lot of singles when the West Indians were pushing the ball away, and they were actually trotting for one rather than looking for the second one and getting the second one as against the opponents. It's a game will be long be remembered by all of us who are supporting West Indies cricket. How can you not defend 374?
Well, Barbados and Trinidad, that one is left outside here or something to the keeper's glove.
You're not going to
Good
get
delivery.
374 here, that is for sure, because of the conditions. But certainly we need to see more intensity from our West Indies senior team, as the Barbadians were showing intensity in their batting here thus far in trying conditions.
Yes, they have done that. Unfortunately, they have lost 2 wickets, but it's good conditions for bowling. Trinidad has made good use of the opportunity and the surroundings and the situation is at hand. This one is short. Pull into the man at short extra. Short mid-wicket to feel that excellently. One bounce really, and another short delivery that goes a begging there. Don should have done better with that one as well.
Yes, well, what is happening to the Barbadian batsmen is that they are striking the ball straight to the Trinidad and Tobago fielders, and it's good placement from the Trinidad's captain Davis. Hence, the scores could easily have been further advanced. But with a little water break here, a little stop for water, they could have continued, but the conditions are there. You have to play it because the condition is so cool. If we were playing Premier Division, First Division cricket, we would have been playing right through because there's no heat. It's just this constant wind. And there's a little break here. Kenroy, your situation, summing it up thus far this morning.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and insulted the Barbadians. They started positively, picking up 2 wickets, 2 early wickets, and they are now 42 it is, score. 43 for 2. The first hour have been completed, 11 overs have been bowled. They should be happy with their work so far. But the Barbadians, they are batting under some good bowling conditions. The wicket is good as well for batting, but really and truly, I would give this first over to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, and their scoring rate is very slow. Their bowling rate is very slow. It's just 11 overs in the first hour. And certainly they should be doing much better than this because stipulations are such that you ought to be bowling at around 14 per hour. They're just at around 11. So they really need to look at their over rate in terms of the number of overs bowled in that period of time. But certainly at this first hour, I would say it's even Stevens.
Yes.
Just around even Stevens.
Yes. Conditions favor the bowlers. Losing 2 wickets, Barbados, that's not bad.
Not bad.
That's not bad. And scoring 43 runs in that hour in 11 overs, it's not bad as well.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying it's sort of even Stevens. It's a question of the Trinidad and Tobago bowl because the pitch is not going to lose whatever moisture is there because there's no sun whatsoever. Maybe we look for the sunshine another day. Not for the rest of the afternoon, that's for sure.
We won't be getting that today.
Not today for sure
We won't
because
be getting that today.
conditions are overcast. Beckway is with this haze, you can hardly see Beckway. And the Barbadian batsmen have done very well, the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. Bearing in mind they are youngsters, and
Yes.
what you're seeing is a lot of youthful enthusiasm out there, and they're doing what they know at this stage with their knowledge of the game. Conditions may be alien to them in terms of the wind factor, overcast conditions, not easy, and they are really trying their best and giving out what they are aware of in terms of knowledge of the game of cricket. So that is what I'm saying. So far, so good.
Yes, and as they go on in their cricketing career, they would learn a few things, and these are conditions that they would learn and they would adapt to. And as you push forward as a cricketer, as you want to go forward, these are things that you would have to conquer in your quest to do so.
Yeah, this is part of the knowledge base in
Yes.
terms of learning the game of cricket and becoming what I would call it a match awareness or game awareness with the present conditions.
Yes. Well, skipper continues. Right amongst when he sweeps that one from outside the house stump, finds the man at deep square leg, picks up another single. So a good start here to this over so far for the Barbadian after the break. A positive shot there by the number 7. The number 7, that is Roberts. Jaden Roberts. So it's Joshua Dawn and Nima bowling. This one is struck.
A really lovely shot there. Back of a length, and he rocked back on the back foot and lifted it to wideish mid-wicket for a maximum. And certainly the Barbados batsman there, Kenroy, you have the batting line up there. He has struck it for a maximum. Good shot indeed, and it's gone in between those, that area that a lot
Bolden.
of water was hold.
Nima
Bolden, yes.
Yes.
In that area where there's a lot of bush, so to speak, or grass, whatever it is, towards the deep mid-wicket area, and there's a drain down in that area, the amount of rain that is falling. They are still looking for that ball.
Well, they have found it. They have found it. Seems like they have some scouting abilities.
Which is good. They are young people. Their eyesight are good. And
Yes.
down in that particular area, we know holds a lot of water, Kenroy. And they finally found it. I believe they'll have to dry it for this, the amount of rain that has fallen since yesterday. And they have found it, and the umpire, they are trying to dry it and so on and so forth, ensuring that it's dry enough for Davis to continue to bowl to Bolden. But certainly a fine shot there indeed by Bolden.
Yes, that was short outside the off stump, and he really pounced on that and put some willow on that, and it raced to the onside for 4 more. This one is played nicely to the man at mid-off, picks up another single. So good batting here by Bowling, hitting the bat deliveries and also just playing those up to the mid-off and mid-on, picking up his singles as well.
Last year he had a good tournament here, you know.
Yes, he
St.
did.
Bolden, yes, he did. I think he probably remembers this.
Excellent feeling by the man on short extra cover. Dawn finding the man again in a way and not really making use of those deliveries. But some excellent feeling by the man on short extra cover for Trinidad and Tobago. This one is flighted, and he went for the sweep into the keeper's glove. That brings you over to end. So another over has been completed for Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados batting here. They are 52 for 2 over number 12 completed. First over after the water break.
Yes, attempting a sweep shot there. He missed, struck the pattern into the keeper's glove, and fortunately for him, then bobbled onto his stumps. But he has survived, and the battle continues. 52 for 4 from 12 overs. The battle continues as Barbados try to wriggle themselves into a far better position in these trying batting conditions.
Yes, they are. Wind blowing across, ball
Heavily.
seaming around.
Heavily.
It's jumping, have moisture into the wicket. So, a lot of things to consider while as a batsman here to this standing.
Yes, I will give them credit surviving thus far with the present situation. I'll give them credit, to be honest with you, with these conditions here. It's not bad conditions, it's just trying conditions, I would call it. Heavy wind, pitch that's certainly moisture. Trinidad bowlers, they're there about trying to knock away at them, trying to get as much wickets as possible, bearing in mind they won the toss, and they did the correct thing as far as they're concerned, insult the opposition.
Yes. As skipper, just making sure that his fielders are in a good position. He's coming around the wicket. This one is outside the off stump to the keeper's glove. So there's a slip, a gully, a backward point, deep extra cover, sweeper, short extra cover. And there's 2 men indoors in that area catching, short extra cover. One just on the pitch, and the other man is at mid-off, short mid-wicket, fine leg, and mid-on. This one is whipped off his pads in the air, 1 bounce, 2, 3, would not get to the fence. They complete 2 runs. So 2 more runs to bowling.
Yes, he clipped that one off his legs over a wideish mid-wicket, and he collects 2 more runs. as the Barbadian batsmen in Dawn and Bolden trying to reposition their team from their position, having lost their second wicket earlier on.
This one is a loud appeal. Finger goes up. Wicket number 3 for Trinidad and Tobago. Bowling looking to whip that one through mid wicket. Missed it completely. And umpire Abbott putting up that index finger. Barbados have lost their 3rd wicket.
Yes, as I just said, they're trying to extricate themselves from the position. They're at 52 for 2. And that one, we are not in the best position to know exactly where the ball was going. But having been struck on the pad, a very confident appeal, and umpire Abbott a bit delayed, but lifted that fatal finger, and Barbados have lost their 3rd wicket as Bolden trying to resuscitate their innings, but he's lost his wicket, gone LBW to, is that Juman?
Yes.
Number 11, left arm seamer from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, so that brings Joshua Morris, the wicket keeper. He's in at number 5 for Barbados. He'll be joining Joshua Dawn, number 3 batter. He's Barbados now 3 wickets down, 3.
Yes, so Bolden got 12, but he stayed there long enough to got a feel of the pitch, so to speak, and was undone by one that, in the umpire's opinion, struck the stumps, and he has been sent back to the pavilion here. So Barbados 54 for the loss of 3 at the Sign Hill playing field here against Trinidad and Tobago in the West Indies Under-19 Rising Stars tournament.
This one is neatly tucked off his hips, is Morris, as he gets off the mark right away, picks up his first single, first delivery. So a nice shot here to get things underway for Morris. 55 for 3, the wicket of Bolden, LBW. Barbados in some testing conditions here. Some overcast, windy. Baldwin, a few
so
things.
far, so good. Could have been better, but they are fighting. As I said, they are fighting their way out of this situation. But Trinidad is not going to have it easily just the same, because the conditions are not going to improve. It's going to have the wind. It's overcast. Ball seaming about. And it's when it's their turn to bat, we'll see exactly how they respond with the Barbadian faster bowlers, because if I distinctly remember, the Barbadian faster bowlers from last year really bowled well under some conditions here at Annesville, Park Hill, Cumberland, at the Sign Hill playing field.
Yes, I do agree with you. They had very good fast bowlers. That one is beating him outside the off, that is done into the wicketkeeper glove. Another good delivery there into the keeper's glove, just on that off stump.
Yes, completely beaten there by a good delivery, as you tend to say, and grown accustomed to it, bowling at that foot stump area, and he forcing him to play, missed, and the luck went his way, and he survived. Barbados 55 for 3.
So some testing bowling here by the Trinidadian fast bowler.
That is Kuman, I think is his name.
Kuman is his name. This one is straight to delivery, and Don is to the test. Let's push it back to him. He does his own feeling.
Sorry, Ken.
Juman. So Juman and Don doing battle here for Barbados. He has picked up 1 wicket so far. That brings you over to an end. And Barbados are now 55 for 3 over. Number 13 has been bowled. So 13 overs have been completed here, Stanley. They are 55 for 3.
Winner just over 4 and over, and if one is to do a quick calculations, I think they will do well to reach up at around 175 if they are not dismissed. I think 175 in these conditions is a pretty good return based on what is happening.
Yes, that should be a very good challenging. That should be a challenging total for the Trinidadians to get to 175 under these conditions in 39 overs. That really give the Barbadians something to work with. if they could get to that total. But skipper would have different ideas. This one is turned neatly to mid-on, picks up another single, 56. Was in the air somewhat, but landed safely. So that brings Dawn on strike. Short delivery, just look to turn it. So some good encouragement there from his players. They have kept things alive. Short delivery, Dawn turns that 1-2 mid wicket, picks up another easy single. As it keeps the scoreboard ticking here at the Sand Hill playing field. Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago. Round number 1. West Indies, Rising Stars, 50 overs affair. This one is just punched to the man, a short extra cover, no run. So a good battle here on hand between these two teams, between bat and ball as well. This one is turned, finds a fielder in the way. So there's a slip, a backward point. Short extra cover, 2 short extra covers really. Catching here, one a mid off. Long on, short mid wicket, and a man just behind square, with also a deep mid wicket. This one is torn neatly, nicely. He goes for 1, comes back for the second. The ball pulls up just inside of the boundary. So 2 more runs there to Morris. 2 more runs to the Barbadian total.
Yes, that one was on his legs and he turned it fine to the right of the man at short. Fine leg, and he collected 2 more runs, but 2 very valuable runs as far as Barbados is concerned. Every run counts here because, as I said, I do not expect the conditions to get any better because this high wind, heavily overcast, and you see with the bowling restrictions from the faster bowlers, you know, it impedes Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack because the seamers are the ones who would certainly create problems here under these conditions. Unfortunately, the conditions are such whereby the opening bowlers, they have bowled their allotment, and then Kumar, he's into his next over. This one outside, just outside the leg stump, and clip it away from the keeper to the fence for 4. Just outside the leg stump, clipped it to the left of the keeper, fine enough for the keeper to have had a half chance. He made an effort, didn't touch it, and is gone over the ropes for 4. But certainly 4 welcome runs there to Barbados. 61 for 3 into over number 15.
Yes, that was just on the leg stump, and he clipped it off his pads, close to the wicket keeper, really creating a half chance, didn't get to it, and it rushed into the fence for 4. So 4 good-looking runs there to Dawn, and the Barbadian total keeps piling on here.
That one struck to the right of the fielder there at square cover, and the total remains 61 for 3. As this is the thing about Don, what I've observed, he tends to be striking the ball close to the fielder or to the field exactly, or you can put it the other way. Excellent field placing by the Trinidad and Tobago's captain.
Just need to find those gaps. He's hitting the ball sweetly like that, just like that. Find those gaps, pick up the singles, rotate the strike, hit the bat delivery, just like that.
So it's either way, but painting a picture, it's either excellent field placing or Don is striking the ball straight to the fielder most of the time. But that one went to the left of the man at cover point and he collects a single. 62 for the loss of 3 into over number 15. Barbados batting here at the Sand Hill playing field, West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament. 2023.
It's a good delivery. Dug out there by Morris. Yorker length delivery. And he just dug it out, got the bat down there as quick as possible. And a really good delivery there from the lanky fast bowler from Trinidad and Tobago.
Juman, he seems to be a useful medium fast bowler.
Yes, hits the lengths, has some variation in pace, and really slides the ball down as well. This one is outside here. Some flashing bat of Morris. Doesn't connect into the keeper's glove. The oohs and the ahs goes up.
Yes, that one is a bit too close to him. Looking to cut, and it went through to the keeper, and there is no run. But he has been given a very good line, a very good length. No real pace, just thereabout.
This one is just back of the length, and Morris is back and just plays it nicely to the man at mid-off. Sorry, a short extra cover. That brings the over to an end. Another good over there by Juman.
Yes, 62 for 3, 15 overs. Going at just around that 4 mark. You know, it's, as I said, this 175 can pose problem for the Trinidad and Tobago team, because the Barbadians are going at just around 4 and over. As I said, all credit to them. The game is, to me, still evenly balanced at this particular point in time. The only problem I'm seeing here at the moment is the slow over rate by the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yes, and there's a cut-off time as well, slated.
Yeah, the cut-off time is at 2:29. So I believe whatever happens here, because of the limitation, it'll be difficult to cut the lunch time because it's only 25 minutes.
Yes. So you have a change in bowler from the northern end here.
Bowler is home out. What's the number in that? 19.
You're unable to see the number on his back, but soon we'll give you the name of that bowler.
We have no 19, we have a 16 here. 17.
Seems to be bowling leg spin. White signal by the umpire.
Interesting to know who the bowler is. Try to try and get the name of the bowler.
Swept. Beautiful feeling there. Really good feeling there by the youngster. Excellent backing up as well. So some excellent cricket here by the Trinidadians. Don sweeping that delivery, and he dove to his right, expanding his right arm and really saving at least 3 runs there for his team.
Number. Sing, Vasan, sing.
Oh, there's a loud appeal. Seems like that had some bat in it as well.
30. That's Vasan, sing. Sing.
So Singh is your new bowler. Vasan Singh.
Yes, we just
Seems
got
to be bowling right arm leg spin.
Leggies, some leggies, yeah. From the airport end, old airport end. Again, swept straight to the fielder. Most of the shots played straight to the fielders.
Well, excellent field position by the skipper for the Trinidadian team.
Exactly. Or the batsman failed to pick the gap.
So no complaints on the Trinidadian side. This one is flighted outside the off, something to the keeper's glove.
That's Vasan Singh, right arm leggy from the old airport end or the back end, whatever end, or southern end, whatever you want to call it. And he's bowling from the correct end too, with the wind, the wind that is blowing across. I won't say breeze, I will call it wind. Should be 2.
Lovely shot there by Morris, picking up 2 more runs through the covers. Flighted delivery. Good running by these two. Good batting as well by Morris. Seems to have a A nice touch to his batting as well.
Yes,
Caresses the ball. Does Morris.
Singh in and Morris driving back to the bowler. The end of the over. 16 overs gone. 65, 68 for the loss of 3 after 16 overs. Good testing over from the leggy Vasan Singh.
Yes, a good start by him. He had some flighted deliveries, a few quicker ones as well. But the important thing is that he hit a line just on the off stump. So good start by him. Barbados continue to battle in these conditions. Even Stephen Game here at Sand Hill playing field in the West Indies Rising Star Under 19 tournament. This is the one-day version. After this tournament, there would be a 3-day version as well between all 6 teams.
Yes, and of course the other game is on between Windwards and Leewards at Annesville. You're not too sure what is happening in the third game.
Yes, Jamaican Guyana at Cumberland. Not too sure what is happening in that game. We continue to carry live coverage here of this game between Barbados and Trinidad. Good game on hand. Good bowling. Steady batting here by these from Barbados, although even though they have lost 3 wickets.
Has been properly refreshed, and he will continue to do what he came to St. Vincent to do, and that is to speak on the mic.
Thanks a lot, Stanley. Good old Stanley. Having fun today. As I say, good day again to Ken Roy.
Yes, good day and welcome back into the studios.
Even
Man
Stephen
from
did it, Ken
TNT.
Roy?
It is. It's a good game on hand here. Good bowling conditions really for Trinidad and Tobago, but I think the batters have come to the crease and applied themselves. Even though they have lost 3 wickets, they have applied themselves. So it's Don who's on strike and Morris is at the non-strikers end.
So here's Rahman. Don just coming forward. Nice high back lift, just pushing. Well, Don looks one of those players who has time to play the ball, which is always, Ken Roy, a good sign.
Yes, he demonstrated that in the last tournament, and mentioned before his first game as a 15-year-old, he got 100 at Cumberland for Barbados.
Wow.
Really excellent start he had to the tournament, but then fell away on the wayside. Really didn't come much better than that. Was expecting more from him, but didn't. But hopefully in this tournament, you see him blossoming and coming to the fore.
Here's Rahman. Again, well bowl. Rahman has been very disciplined with his line, his length, and of course he is another one who swings the ball. Man from Curep in North Trinidad. Plays for North Zone and attends St. Mary's College in the heart of Port of Spain. Here's Rahman. Pushed away by Dawn. Trinidad and Tobago fielding in the main has been really good this morning. You can see the hunger from the Trinidad and Tobago boys out there.
So keen competition here between these two teams. Good
Always
bowling,
great
good
rivalry.
batting.
Always great rivalry between Trinidad and Barbados.
Rahman, this one is outside the
Easy
stump.
edging. Not out, says the umpire. Probably batted in ground there, Ken Roy.
Seems that way the ball went through into the keeper's glove, and appeal went up, but Don really had no issues with that. Not out, says umpire. But that brings you over to an end. So ding-dong battle here between these two teams thus far at Sand Hill playing field in this the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament. 50 overs affair. Today have been reduced to 39 overs per team because of interruption of the rain. We had some heavy rain overnight and so on. So 39 overs per team. and a good battle here at Sand Hill between these two teams.
So it's going to be the Sandy Grande leg spinner, Vasant Singh, also known as Masterclass. So he's going to take up the attack. He's going to continue the attack from the backway end. Right arm leg spinner. Oh, and this is a misfield there by Mamchan at short mid-on. That's relieving the pressure. Morris is off and running. Singh will want to continue to put pressure on Dawn and Morris. Very good bowler, Singh. And this time he's edging and gone! Vasant Dantal Singh strikes, and that's the wicket.
Well, a good strike there by Singh. That gets the wickets of Dawn. Dawn comes back to the pavilion. Out caught wicketkeeper. Another good catch by the wicketkeeper.
Ramdev has been brilliant. He has been absolutely brilliant behind the sticks.
Yes, he seems to have very good pair of hands there, the wicketkeeper. That was a quicker delivery by Singh and into the glove of the wicketkeeper. Dawn goes back to the pavilion, and Barbados have lost wicket number 4.
Yeah, so things just tilting slightly towards Trinidad and Tobago now, with Sealy going in there. And the Sealy will be looking to do some repair work, but Morris, the ever-present danger is Morris, and he's still in there at the moment.
Yeah, so that brings skipper Sealy to the crease for the Barbadians. Wicket number 4 going, that of Dawn. He doesn't have the luxury of scoring 100 today, but he got 24.
Walks off dejectedly.
So 24 to Dawn. Goes caught wicketkeeper Bol Singh. So Barbados at present they are now 69 for 4, and that brings skipper Seals to the crease. He will be doing battle with Morris.
Yes. So Sealy is going to take strike, and the Vasant Singh, as I was saying before, Kenroy, he's a handful. Recently, I saw him, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, what they have done. This under-19 team was actually thrown into the domestic first-class tournament in Trinidad, and they were playing against big men. And the Vasant Singh gave a lot of problems in that tournament. The national under-19 team actually came in as runners-up of the T20 tournament against the likes of big clubs in Trinidad. So that was a good move by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board to give these guys the exposure, the added exposure, and Singh was one of the stars.
Well, that's good to know that they have been given the experience at a very young age and really play against the senior players. That gives them a boost as well coming into this tournament.
This team probably has been playing for the entire year because they took part in the domestic league, and then you had the zonal youth tournament, you had schools cricket, then you had the government sponsored a 4-team tournament where youths from all corners of the country played in that. Then there was the North-South Classic, then trial matches. So these guys have been well prepared.
Indeed. So they had their hands full all year playing cricket, as he's driven to the man at short exchequer. Was some excellent fielding by the man there as well. That brings you over to an end. And as the over comes to an end, I'll give way to Mr. Stanley Hines, who will take over my position. And later on, will join us here in studio, Mr. Keswick Williams.
What is Keswick Williams doing here? He should be playing for the West Indies, but that's a different topic.
Yes, thank you very much, Kenroy. But I'll pick up on the point you made a while ago, Moonshine.
Well, you're calling me Moonshine. It's a Mamchan.
Well, what a Mamchan, whatever all these Indian names around me. Yes.
So you're now down to 95%.
Good. All right, no problem. I still pass. Yeah, going back to the point you were making about this team having been played in so many tournaments in Trinidad and Tobago. At the end of this over, because they're about to continue, I'll pick it up with you.
But here comes Andrew Rambo Rambaran, the man bowling from the Sion Hill end, left arm orthodox spinner. And just coming forward. They're playing it a bit uppishly, Morris. So Seeley and Morris, two of the big guns they would want to remove. Down the leg side, Seeley seemed to have come across his stumps because he's asking for a wide. No signal from the umpire. Here's Rambaran. And that's well bowled down to Mamchan at backward square. So, all in all, Stanley, you would say a good bowling effort by the Trinidadians.
Yeah, thus far, having won the toss and making use of the conditions. Good use of the conditions.
Yeah, I think they've held their own in the main. So it's getting a little warmer here now. Should make for more comfortable conditions for the batsmen. Pushing a bit again, bit uppishly. There's Seeley. Good start here by Rambaran. A man from Piaco in Trinidad, very close to the airport. So he's bowling close to the airport here. It shouldn't be an issue for him. Right on spot. So Andrew Rambaran has been called to the West Indies under-19 camp to prepare for Sri Lanka. No doubt he will be one of those guys moving on. End of the over, just a single. And the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago continues to battle well here.
Yeah, 71 for 4 of 19 as the latest score. But going back to the point you made, I remember years ago, a few moons ago I should say, the same thing happened here whereby the Cricket Association, all right, they saw it fit to have a combined schools played in our top division here, right? And they won the tournament. And it continued for a couple of years, and then it just was disbanded. Exposure at a young age, somewhere in the 70s, Caldwell Brown, Sam Hiles, and the others, Providence, Adrian King, a number of guys. There's Douglas Haynes, and these guys went on, all of them to play for St. Vincent national team.
It's probably something that they need to revisit.
Seriously, so as you spoke, it came back to my mind, all these guys, and they won the Premier Division for 2 years. So they were thrown into the deep end against the senior.
Top edge. Late to react was Agard, and that should have been taken. Agard, I thought, was late to react, and they come back for 2.
Yes, and these guys won the tournament for 2 years, and they were thrown into the deep end against the senior players, similar to what I'm trying to say. It's nothing new as far as I'm concerned, because it happened there, and you all have done the correct thing.
Yeah, I think in Trinidad and Tobago, that has found favor with the cricketing constituent, so to speak. And these young guys, they look forward to going out there playing the limited overs, the 50 overs, the T20, and the 2-day cricket.
Well, the thing about it, what I always say and continue to say, the only way you can gather experience is by exposure.
Yes, you're quite right, Stanley. This time, this is the googly. It goes the other way. Hassan Singh continues here to create problems for Barbados. Should have gotten another wicket there in this over so far.
So the experience they have gained by the exposure playing in so many tournaments in Trinidad, competition in Trinidad, you're seeing it here now?
Yeah, you're seeing it. You know, they're holding their own. It's playing inside the line there, Morris.
I said that in relation to preparation.
Yes.
Because having played together, gelled together and so on, I mentioned earlier about the inseparable fast bowling twins. And you can see it manifesting itself out here on the field of playing this day one in this tournament.
Yeah, they've been galvanized, so to speak, with a very good coach. And Singh Just deflecting that one onto the stumps. Luckily for Sini, he was anchored. And it
Open
brings another quick over. Comes to an end. So Trinidad and Tobago continues to fight. 74 for 4 in 20, Stanley?
Yes, that is correct. The scoring rate has fallen as a result of the introduction of the Trinidad and Tobago spinners Rambaram and Singh. I hope you're not going to see any Bairstow dismissal here again.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate, but
There's nothing unfortunate.
it is in the law.
We'll have to differ.
Yeah.
I did it to Clive Lloyd playing for the Windward Islands against Guyana in Dominica. And up to this day, they still speak about it. You are infringing. You have broken the law. I capitalize on it. And you're out. You're stealing. You're breaking the laws.
Stanley, I think Clive Lloyd is still looking for you.
No, I know that. I know he's looking for me. The point is, if you have broken the law and I capitalize and the umpire did the correct thing, you broke no law. You're cheating.
Yes.
That's how I see it.
And in the spirit of the game,
There's not no spirit in the game. When in the heat of the battle, and I have an opportunity to capitalize on situation, I am going to capitalize on it.
I give you right.
After
Next
that-
time I play a match against you, I'll be very careful not to be man-carded. So it's going to be Rambaran to continue. Just fixing the bills. It seems to be blowing
they're
off.
fixing it because of the wind, because of the wind problem. But I'm saying to you, they move it from run out to this thing about man card. You're cheating, you're stealing.
Yeah, you're trying to get one on me.
Unfair advantage.
Yeah.
So I have absolutely no problem.
Yes.
Any bowler doing that to any batsman, they are well within the law.
Take us back to that incident with Clive Lloyd.
No, I saw him a ball or two prior. I was bowling from his southern end at Windsor Park in Dominica, and I saw him easing out of the crease. I didn't say anything. I said to the skipper was at the time was Norbert Phillip. We'll continue.
Yes.
I said to Norbert Phillip, I'm going to deal with him, Norbert said, do what you have to do.
Right.
And by the third ball, I took off the bail. The umpire had no hesitation but to send him out.
What was his reaction?
Not nice.
Speaking about Norbert Phillip, one hopes that all is well with him. Did you play in that match when Kelvin Williams, who was these guys' coach at the premiership level that I just spoke to you about in Trinidad, their coach was Kelvin Williams. Did you play in that match when Kelvin Williams dealt with Norbert Phillip at Clark Park?
Yes, I was part and parcel of that match. Yes, that was some serious hitting from Kelvin.
Yes.
Yeah, but people tend to refer to that, but they tend to overlook the 371 we got at Queen's Park.
Yes.
With Shane Julian, Lockhart Sebastian, Lance John.
Yep.
The guys pepper the Trinidadian bowling all over.
Lockhart Sebastian, always a Lockhart, very good friend of mine out there in St. Lucia.
Probably the best opening pair outside of Greenwich and Haynes was Lance John and Lockhart Sebastian.
Yeah, I remember
There's
looking
no two
at
ways
that.
about
Yeah.
that.
What number you batted?
On the order, I was a bowler.
I know,
I
but
got
what
my
number you
little-
batted?
Number 9. I got my little 30, my little 20.
Important runs.
Very important.
This time he's back
Bowled.
and he's bowled him. Rambaran takes the big wicket of Morris, and Trinidad and Tobago continues to prosper here at Sion Hill. 75 for 5.
So in the 21st over, Barbados have lost another wicket. They are 75 for 5, 20.1 overs, and the pendulum has certainly swung to Trinidad and Tobago with the advent of the two spinners in Rambaram and Singh, and certainly Barbados finding themselves at sea in overcast conditions, and certainly they will have to. I'm certain they'll be looking towards the lower order, towards putting some runs on the board, because certainly things have swung to Trinidad and Tobago, bearing in mind they have won the toss and inserted the Barbadians.
Yeah, 75 for 5, and the dangerous Morris returns to the pavilion. Roberts goes in there, and Barbados, you said that they are at sea. Barbados, at this point in time, they're at Browns Beach on the south coast. And on that note, let's like to say good afternoon to some very dear friends of mine in Barbados. I want to start by saying very good afternoon to Conde Riley, a.k.a. Passero. Hope he's looking on. Also, David DeCourcy Fitzgerald Harris.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to the president and so on of the Barbados Cricket Association. But one thing I'm saying, in light of the fact, you bring up another conversation here, in light of the fact that we are in tatters in terms of our cricket at the international level, we need to see some positive changes with some of the heads around the region in terms of presidency and so on. Can't have people 70-something and 80-something going on. You need to have some younger and fresher minds to carry cricket in the West Indies forward.
Well, here is Rambaran to continue. And he struck on the pad. And he's gone. Rambaran is on a hat trick. And that, again, greeting Roberts with the arm ball. It's a 75 for 6. And Trinidad and Tobago, they are large and in charge here at Sion Hill.
Yes, to be very honest with you, as I said, they are in tatters, and it has gone even further now with the loss of the very first delivery. And Barbados 75 for 6. They are really looking on the barrel here against the Trinidad and Tobago slow bowlers in Rambaran and Singh. And certainly they are really and truly on the back foot here. And with Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss, and it's certainly the Bajans, they are very, very happy bunch of youngsters out there on the playing field.
Rambaran, 2 arm balls have resulted in 2 wickets in 2 balls. He's on a hat trick now, and I'm sure that the entire CNAT's Auto Center down there in Bamboo, they've stopped work.
Bamboo Range?
Bamboo in Trinidad. Keswick
Trinidad,
Williams knows that area very well. And I think they've stopped working the entire Bamboo, and they're looking on. Let me say a very good afternoon to Andy Rambaran, his dad. And let me quickly add, his dad taught him nothing about cricket.
So his father can't lay no claim to what he's
Cannot.
doing.
A good, very, very close friend of mine, Andy Rambaran. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're large and in charge, as I said. Singh is going to continue. Good captaincy here by Davis. He's putting extra pressure. 2 slips. Wait for the edge. Sealy gets one that comes the other way. Agard, good hustle. Good hustle by Agard. Cuts it down to 1.
So Barbados in all sorts of contortions here at Sion Hill against the Trinidad and Tobago spin duo of Ramdaran and Singh, Vasan Singh.
Yes, Vasan Masterclass Dantal Singh. Do you know what's a Dantal?
Well, I have no idea what you're speaking about.
It's a piece of steel that you take another piece of steel and you hit together and you make music. Rambaran fires. Mamchan can't stop it. And that doesn't result in any further run.
Had he hit, he certainly would have been on his way back to the pavilion here, because he was way out of his crease, taking a very sharp run with the problems that they are faced with 6 wickets down.
I'm sensing panic.
There's panic. There's some panic, and with the conditions, this condition will remain so for the rest of the afternoon. Overcast, the wind blowing, and
driving.
Another single. And I would say to you positively from the weather standpoint, to the left of us here, to the area where we expect the rains to come from, it has cleared. The clouds, the dark clouds has gone to white cumulus clouds now.
Oh, I'm getting a lesson in geography at the moment. Stanley started that lesson this morning, and he continues to teach me well.
There's nothing wrong with that. We are all teachers in our own right.
Yes,
all of us.
Definitely so. Well bowled by Singh. So Barbados in a spot of bother here to see. Trinidad and Tobago holding their own. Vasan Singh has been brilliant. Yeah, driving. Beautiful bit of fielding there by the man called Ramnath, one of the best fielders in Trinidad and Tobago. At any level. This man will catch you in his sleep. He'll run you out tomorrow today. This one goes down to long on. Jaggy size there. At the end of 22, is it 79?
Yeah, 79 for 6 after 22.
Well, I see the general is here. So
no, you continue with him.
Okay.
I'll give him my...
Well, he's on a very important phone call at the moment. I think he's speaking to Prince Charles.
He has to give up that because he's here to do a job. His job is to speak about the cricket game or West Indies rising stars under 19 cricket. As I hand over now to Keswick with Barbados and all sorts of problems at 79 for 6. As you are very happy from a Trinidadian perspective, whereby 6 wickets has gone, having insulted the opposition. So I'll hand over to Keswick.
Well, not really. You know, we all West Indians, and you know we want to see runs. And Keswick will tell you, as I say, very good afternoon to him, that runs has been at a premium in regional cricket. Keswick.
Yes, definitely. As Mr. Hines said, you probably would be happy, but I'm thinking that you still want to see some runs on the board, and you want to see good cricket. So I'm thinking that at this point, you want to see Barbados score some runs, because at the end of the day, it's still the development of West Indies cricket. So we would love to see a good match today.
Yeah, definitely. So here is Rambaran. He's on a hat trick. He's ball him! Well.
I'm not sure, but I think Carey Pear.
He did miss it there, Keswick. That was the he did miss the hat trick.
Yes.
That was 3 wickets now in 4 balls for Rambaran.
Yes, but I'm thinking a guy like Akil Hussain will be very, very happy with what he's seen here from this left arm spinner.
Well, he works with him in the bamboo. Yeah. Akil Hussain works together with him. And we say a very good afternoon to Vishwanath Sinath, who puts all these guys together. And that's 3 wickets in 4 balls, Keswick.
Yes, 3 wickets in 4. The Barbados is staring on the bar here right now. At the end of the day, you still want to see some runs on the board, but right now, as you guys said earlier, the Trinidad team has been playing together for a while, and you could see that coming through here. Also, I've been having a conversation with Mr. Martin, and they haven't bowled a lot of extras, and that's something that's really, really good.
Even this morning, when the faster bowlers were on, this is new conditions, foreign conditions to them with the wind, and they were able to hold their own. You know, so I think all in all, the coach will be very happy with the performance thus far.
Definitely. Consistency is something that you want right now. And these 2 spinners, they are very consistent. So what I think Barbados need to do, they need to find some way to, you know, start to get a partnership here. He's bowling a really tight line. He's bowling a really, really tight line here. All he needs to do is just keep being consistent. And the field that he's setting, what do you think about the field that he's setting here?
I'll tell you something here, Keswick. I'm very happy with it, because you look at pressure, and it leads to shots like that. Because he might have been comfortable there, CD, looking to play that down on the offside. But the ever-present man just under the bat on the offside would have forced him to play on the on, and he was not in control.
Yeah, so he's playing under a lot of pressure here, because the bowler, I think he's trying to spin the ball, but ever so often he uses his arm ball.
Yeah.
And it's been working out to his advantage. So I think it's something that he could continue with. And even when you look at how he's bowling,
definitely not out too
some
long
of his
forward.
deliveries are being bowled behind the stump, some is bowled on top the crease, and some is bowled in the middle. So it's a variation that he came with, and I think he's using it really well.
Yeah, he has been absolutely brilliant. Well spotted there, Keswick. And Rambaran, last delivery, loud appeal, but the batsman on that occasion was long forward. Down the leg side.
Just one of the few extras you will see from this team. I don't think they have bowled a lot, but at the end of the day, they're very consistent. But if you realize that delivery was bowled on top of the crease, the delivery before that was bowled behind the crease. So that's a variation that he's working with, and it seems to be working out really, really well. So I think the coach has been doing a great job.
Let's see how he goes here. Rambaran as tight as the economy at the moment. And it's the end of the over. Trinidad and Tobago continues to control proceedings here at Zion Hill.
Definitely, this is what they need to continue to do. But yes, we would love to see Barbados score some runs, but at the end of the day, cricket is not played like that. Everybody comes out to win. So what they have to do is continue to bowl tight. Barbados have to find some way to get out and start score some runs, because if they don't, I don't know. But it's overcast. Trinidad choose to bowl, and they're taking their chances.
So it's 81 after 23, just 16 overs to go to make an impression, or at least to give Trinidad and Tobago something to go out, give their bowlers, Kesrick, something to work with.
Yeah, definitely. And cricket is played, you know, at the end of the day, it's been played in a straight line. And if you realize, all these guys, they've been just bowling on the stump. They've been bowling on the stump. You miss, I hit. And the variation that they've been working with as well has been really good. I think this leg spinner have really, really good control. And you could see that they have been playing cricket for a while and they have been bowling to their field.
And what about the fielding? Absolutely brilliant. Look at Ramnath.
Absolutely brilliant. I'm impressed. This looked good, and it also brings me back to the name of the tournament, the Rising Star.
Yeah.
The Rising Star of the Caribbean. So they've been doing really well, Trinidad team.
Driving again. This time we can't stop it. Rahman is in attendance. So just one. Vasan Singh has had tremendous control bowling from the backway end.
He's been doing really well, and I think the breeze has been helping him. And as you said, new conditions, new facility, but some of these guys must have played here last year. But at the end of the day, most of their cricket has been played in Trinidad. So to them, this is something new. But the control, the way how they're looking to read these wickets, read where the breeze is blowing from and stuff like that has been tremendous. So, I mean, trust me, I don't know who did the background work for them, but whoever did it did a great job.
It's a Budesh Tuki, the national coach, has done a tremendous job with these guys. And just coming forward there, smothering the spin.
And I think the coach for them actually just won the T10 tournament in Trinidad as well.
Yeah,
with the Sampami.
That's my team.
That's
he
your
won
team.
it from my franchise.
Yeah, so you just won the T10 tournament.
Yes.
Very good, very good.
Yes.
The Sampami is spreading their wings all over.
All
the world.
over, all
Good
over.
franchise,
We are also in the Zimafro.
Yeah, Zimafro.
You're a Samp man as well.
Yeah, I'm a Samp.
Ritesh Patel, let me say
I've
very
had a-
good
I've had a-
afternoon.
I had a conversation with Ritesh. He's looking to come to the Vinci T10 as well.
Yes,
so
yes.
He's looking to spread his wings all over. The last conversation we had, he's very, very interested in it. So
Well, we
yeah.
actually, Dr. Shallow and I actually flew to Houston and met with him. And he's not looking, he's coming. He's coming to Vinci.
He's coming. He's coming.
Yep.
Definitely, that's for sure. That's the end of the over.
Another brilliant over there by Vasant Singh.
They say the 3 for 7.
So 24 overs gone, just 15 overs to go.
Do you think they would get ball out here?
Definitely, I think so, because given the fact that these spinners have been on top of the game, it'll pose a challenge for the last three to hold on for 15 overs when the top 7 couldn't for 24.
Yeah, but I'm a bit surprised, that the Sandhill wicket is usually, fit for fast bowling, but the spinners, they've been causing havoc here at the Sandhill.
Yeah, they've
Well,
gotten the ball to bite, but Rambaran, I think, and you called it right when you said that Rambaran's variation has been key.
it's been spot on.
Yeah, it's something you can't really prepare for.
You see, that's the thing about playing cricket for so long. You come and you spot things so easily, you know what I mean? Like, as soon as I came in, I realized this variation and what he's been doing, how he's been bowling, where he delivers the ball from. So, at the end of the day, I mean, if you're doing that, that's a good start. And seeing that he's been working with Akil Hussain, someone who's known around the world with his left arm spin, who creates havoc in T20 cricket and T10 cricket, this is something great. Having these experienced guys to work with these youngsters, it's tremendous. As you can see, that ball was bowled from just in front of the stump. Variation again. So it's good thinking. Really, really smart.
I think what Rambaran wants here is that he wants CD to be playing early. Let him play before. So he can pop a catch to short cover where Vasant Singh, his spin twin, is waiting. Here's Rambaran. Quicker delivery. Mamchan down behind square. So you made a comment of these guys being here before playing last year. 2 men are on debut today. That's the 2 fast bowlers, Liam Mamchan and also Abdur Rahman Juman. So 9 of these guys were here last year.
And that's good. Yeah, as you said, the guys they've been playing together for a while. So with that, they would mesh with each other. They would understand each other. They will know each other's game. It's like, I don't want to shift from sports, but it's like the NBA. When Denver just won the championship, these guys has been playing together for a while. You know what I mean? So they understand each other, and they came this year and they won the championship. You know, when you're playing with somebody for a while, you get to understand their game, get to understand what position this guy is fit to bowl. When should I bring in this guy? When should I not bring in this guy? Where should this guy feel? And guys get to understand as well, where am I comfortable? A captain will understand, you know what, this is where he should feel, this is where he should not feel. So you get to understand each other when you're playing against each other. So it's a bit easier when it's time for tournament.
Yeah, you're quite right. And just to back up that point, I made a point earlier on to Stanley. This Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team played in the Premiership in Trinidad, in Premiership 2. They also, so that's a 2-day competition. They also played in the limited overs and also in the T10.
So which means they have played against teams like Clark Road and
Well,
Powergen and these teams?
No, they're Premiership 1. They played in Premiership 2.
Okay.
So they would have played against teams like Carljacks, Marching Patriots, and the likes. And they came through as runners-up in the T10. Well bowled there by Singh.
Right.
That's extra bounce. So these guys have basically been together for the last 3 months playing. So it hammers home your point.
All right. Question though.
You seem to be on the ball today, Kes.
Yes.
Rick?
Well, question though. When do you think Trinidad should feel the need to probably maybe bring back their fast bowler? Do you think the captains in these teams really understand when it's time to bring in their strike bowler, or should they continue with their spinners? At what point of this you think that they should bring in a fast bowler or bring back a fast bowler or continue with the spinner?
Well, Rambaran bowling so well, and in that little spell he took 3 wickets of 4 balls, and Singh is an ever-present danger. I don't think the captain will see the need to go back to the faster bowlers just yet, probably as the overs wilt down. Because remember, in this 39-over affair, 4 bowlers can bowl 8 and 1 can bowl 7. He may see the need then at the back end, should Barbados stay into 33, 34th over to bring the fast bowlers back. But I think at this point in time, I don't think he will do that.
Just testing the knowledge of these skippers in the under 19 tournament, because it's also a tournament where they learn. You don't want them to do things that is not right. You want them to do things at the right time. And I'm guessing the coaches in this team will educate them and tell them the times that they should bring back fast bowlers. Because if it was me, I would continue with my spinners. You know, take them as deep as possible. Because at the end of the day, the Barbados are not scoring off of them. So I would take them as deep as possible. That's probably the second extra I'm seeing since I'm here. So which means they're bowling really, really tight. And this is the first one for this leg spinner and one from the left arm spinner. So this is good bowling. They're very consistent. So they just need to continue with that. Don't think outside the box. Play basic cricket, because they've been getting wickets playing basic cricket. Just continue doing that. Bowl to their field, and they will do well.
So one more, but the Barbadian batters out there, they're not taking unnecessary risks. They're looking to come forward to the spinners now, which you weren't really seeing with those high up the order. Singh may want to pull it back a few inches. 2 deliveries ago, he tried the googly, but he was too straight. Ended up going for a wide, and you can see him just holding that one back.
To me, it looks like we're getting more bunks coming from the airport, and it's been bouncing a bit coming from this end, and also we have the breeze going somewhat towards the Flow building, which is the cell phone company that we have in Sydney. So in Trinidad, you have the mobile.
Flow as well.
Flow as well.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right then. So the Flow building is at that side. So the breeze is blowing somewhat across the field. You know, so they're using the wind well, and they set the field for that leg spinner whenever he bowls a ball in certain areas, it get that extra bounce. You know what I mean? And the Bajans, I'm not sure that they're reading it, but let's see how it goes.
Yep. So it's Rambaran to continue. 7 wickets down. Trinidad and Tobago would not want the Barbadian tail to wag. But Captain Seeley is still there. By no means a tail ender.
Apart from the left arm spinner and the leg spinner, is there any other bowler in the Trinidad team that you would say you need to look out for in this tournament?
Yeah, well, there's the captain and off spinner, Joshua Davis. He got an early wicket. Chance for a run out here, and Ramdu can't effect it. It was away from the stumps. He had to pull back. And there's also Nick Ramlal, who is one of those bowlers who bowl left arm back of the
They have all ends covered.
Chinaman Googly.
So they have a leg spinner, a left arm spinner, off spinner, and a left arm Chinaman.
Yeah.
So they have all department covered.
Covered.
In the legs in the spinning department.
Yes.
That's good.
So well-rounded team. The Trinidad and Tobago president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Asim Bassarat, made the comment before this team left that this is the best ever under-19 team assembled by Trinidad and Tobago. It's a big statement, and people went after him.
Very, very big statement. I wonder
Yep.
what guys like Huron Pollard and Bravo in their time would say about it.
Well,
And
men made
Jason
comments.
Mohammed.
Men went back as far as to speak about Barbados Bodo when he led a team that included Brian Lara.
Oh, wow. That's a big statement.
Yeah.
Very, very big statement. But they look really, really good together, I must say.
Ooh, that he could have struck that down to Dominica.
That's that quicker one again.
Yep.
When he bowls it, he always keeps it on stump. But I don't know, for some reason, that one just slightly missed the off stump.
Ramburn has been absolutely brilliant here today. Here he is again.
Also, this wicket, I don't think bowling from the flow end, it has been playing a little bit low.
Yep.
The shots that they're playing from this, and I don't think you need it. Trying to play cross-bar shot when the ball is not, when it's up and down, is recipe for disaster.
And again, playing off the back foot and deliveries that they can come forward. It's the end of the over. Keswick, I'm going to leave you in the very capable company of Ken Roy Martin. He's going to come and call in.
Good afternoon again, and welcome back to Sand Hill Playing Field as we continue this battle here between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Keswick, having a good time in the box so far?
Definitely, it's my first time in the box, but I mean, I've been in and around the cricket circle for a long time, so I have a very good idea, and I don't know, I just love speaking.
There we have it. That's Keswick Williams for you as we continue here as a leg spinner from Trinidad and Tobago. That's on outside the off stump, bouncing nicely into the keeper's glove. Some good punches here from the wicket.
Yeah, definitely. I was speaking. I was saying earlier, from this end, the airport end, it looks like it have a little bit more bounce, and the other end is a little bit low. And the crossbar shots that the Bajan team is playing, I don't think it's the right thing to do at this moment. I think they need to play every ball on its merit, try to at least build a partnership because they're in a hole right now.
Well, that came about because of some excellent spin bowling from the Trinidadians, really keeping the pressure on the Barbadians, and they have lost. They lost 3 wickets in succession, really, and put the pressure on the lower order of Barbados now to get them to a respectable total.
They look really good as a team, honestly. I mean, I haven't seen anything sloppy from the field. I haven't really seen anything sloppy from the bowlers. So the Trinidad team, they look really well. The captain, he's marshalling his troop. He's setting his field well. The field to this leg spinner is awesome. As you see, he brought up long off and long on to mid off and mid on. So he's bowling to his field.
Beautiful shot there by, is it Leacock? Some good feeling at the man on the sweeper boundary. It brings the return in. Another single to the Barbadian total. So also some good positive batting here by the low order from Barbados as well.
Yeah, but that's what they need to do. Yeah, that's what they need to do at this point in time. You know what I mean? They can't have these two spinners coming in and just tying them down. Yes, they can be positive. Yes, they can play their shot, but they have to play each ball on its merit.
Yes, indeed. And as play continues here, the breeze keeps blowing across. As Stanley said, the wind rather high. This one is a good delivery. Just sitting here in a portion of the bat and trickle out to the man at mid-wicket. So some good bowling here by the leg spinner from Trinidad and Tobago. He has gotten back some results thus far.
Yeah, he's very consistent, and I think he have good control. With the West Indies team right now, we don't have like that premier leg spinner, like that mystery spinner that we've been searching for a while. Do you think he's one of those spinners that we could, grab and said, you know what, let's hold you for a while, let's get you, let's start to work on you before everything gone. You know what I mean? So we need to have spinners like these, nurture them, and get them for the big league.
Well, this is the Rising Stars for West Indies under 19 tournament. This is where we should be looking for our future cricketers. As we continue here at Sand Hill playing field, this battle between Barbados and Trinidad. A good run in here between these two from Barbados. Good calling as well. Scamper two for a single, and that brings the end of the over. And at the end of the over is 97 from 28 overs. So good condition here for bowling really, Keswick. And I think the Trinidadians have used the conditions to the best of their abilities and really effect some good results.
Definitely. I mean, as you said earlier, they've been playing together for a while, and they're choosing to bowl. They showed a reason why they want to bowl. They came out, they bowl everything on stump. When they're not bowling on the stump, they're just looking to pitch the ball up and keep it under their bat. You know what I mean? And the Bajans, they haven't been really trying to score that much. Whenever they try to score, they do something funny. And right now, as you can see, these two batters that are at the crease, the lower order batters, they're trying to, stay as long as possible. That's what they need to do. If they can bat at least for the next 10 overs, who knows?
Well, 28 overs have gone in this game so far. It's a 39 overs affair, really, between these two teams. Rain interrupted us this morning. Couldn't get play until 11:45. Trinidad was given the coin and they won the toss. And they insulted the Barbadians. And really, they should be very happy with the work so far in this tournament. They look like a well-oiled machine, this Trinidadian team. They are moving well, they are bowling well, and they're really playing together as a team.
Yeah, definitely. When you're playing together for a while, this is what happens. Like when what I said earlier, when it comes to NBA, which I don't want to shift too much from the cricket, but when it comes to NBA, the Nuggets, the Denver Nuggets, the players have been there for a while with each other, playing with each other for over 3 years. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, when you're playing with each other, you understand each other, and you know what time to put to insert a bowler, when not to, and where a player's supposed to feel. A captain shouldn't tell a fielder where he's supposed to go when you've been playing for a while. A player will run onto the field and know, you know what, I'm supposed to go at point, I'm going at point. I'm a cover, wherever he's supposed to go, he'll go. That's the advantages of playing for a while.
Yes, and that comes with the knowledge of the game as well. Just to let you know, there are other games being played here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. A game at Annisville playing field between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. The Windward Islands have batted their 50 overs. They have scored 200 for 8. 200 for 8 in their allotted 50 overs. So the Leeward Islands need to get 201. The defending champions, Leeward Islands. So the defending champions need to get 201 to win against the Windward Islands at the Annisville playing field. And we are here at Sand Hill. We are now what? 97 score? 97 for 7. Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago. The spinners has really caused some effect on this game and really turned the screws on this game so far. So Barbados and Trinidad here, ding-dong battle. Trinidad so far with their nose ahead. Left arm, he's driving the ball straight to him. So some good consistent bowling here by these bowlers as well. Consistent.
That's the word for today for the Trinidadian. Consistency. They have been consistent. This bowler right here now, he's not bowling everything on top of the crease. That one, he bowled it from in front of the stumps. So the variation here is key, and he's using it. It's been working, and he's using it. He's not trying to straight to do anything different. This guy is playing basic cricket, and it's working for him, and he's going to continue that for the rest of the game.
Well, he keeps the pressure on the Barbadian batters, ball after ball. As we see, things are tight. Can't get a run, as we normally say. Try to get it off the square. Things are very tight here for the Barbadians. So left arm spin around the wicket. Maria. This one is driven to the man that's on the sweeper boundary. He picks up a single. So a rare single.
As a coach in this situation here for the bowling team though, Martin, what would you say to your troop when they just had the water break and you went out as a coach? What would you say to your troops?
Well, just keep things tight, doing what you're doing, continue doing what you're doing, stay tight, don't give much away, and let things fall how they're supposed to fall. Don't make much mistakes. Just keep things tight. Keep the pressure on the low order. That's it.
if I was the coach for the batting team, I would tell my batting team, listen, right now, we're 7 wickets down. You guys need to take it to the end. Don't leave it for anybody else. Bat straight through. I don't want you guys to play any rash shot. At the end of the day, we already lose a lot of wickets, but I need the two of you to bat through the innings. If you guys bat through to the next 5 overs, then you could start to look for runs. You understand? You will be comfortable enough. You will be set. That's what I want you to bat through the innings. Don't leave it for anybody else.
Yes, that would be good advice as well. But the Trinidadian team would have different ideas.
Definitely.
Knowing that they have gone through the top order of the Barbadian team so far. This one is punched to the man at backward points. Not fielded cleanly, but no run.
What you don't want as well is that sometimes when you run to the top order as a bowler, when you meet the lower order, you tend to get a little bit loose. And that's when things sort of collapse, and then you realize the batting team starts to score and things get away from you. So the Trinidadians don't want that to happen. So they need to keep it tight and keep being consistent for the rest of the game.
Yes, indeed. This one is flighted and driven to the man of mid-off. There's a chance to run out, but good running between these two. That is something that I have seen between the Barbadian players. They have called and run very well between the wickets. They have responded, and they have done that exceptionally well in this inning so far. Despite their position, they have done that very well. So here at Sand Hill playing field, as Trinidad and Barbados continue to battle here at Sand Hill, a ding-dong battle. This is the West Indies under 19's Rising Stars in St. Vincent and Grenadines. Game number one here for both teams. Wrong number one, Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago. Right now, Trinidad and Tobago in the driver's seat.
And yes, and the tournament is the Rising Stars, and I'm seeing some stars already, because this leg spinner, he's bowling pretty well. The control, his consistency is awesome, and the left arm spinner is even I don't know, but he looks even better.
Yes, they have really turned the screws in this game. The introduction of both spinners have really caused problems for the Barbadians. They have not really handled both of them together as well as they ought to. And they continue to do well for Trinidad, as that one is turned off his legs neatly. Picks up another single. A welcome single again there. And turn over the scoreboard for the Barbadians into 98. 98 for 7. Well, 100. 100 for 7. Yeah, looking to get that total where they could pose some challenge for the Trinidadian team.
Yeah, for some reason, I realized the long off and the long on is going back, coming forward, going back. For some reason, I don't know, but I'm not sure if the Barbadian batters, I don't know if there are two different type of batters, whereby the number 18 looks to go long and the number 1 looks to knock it around. But I'm not sure if what's the reason for it, and it's been happening for a while now between balls. So I'm not sure what's the main reason for it.
Well, Leacock is more of an aggressive batter. Yeah, Leacock is more of the aggressive batter, and he would hit the ball over the top. All right, so that's the reason why they have been making those adjustments. Leacock in the last tournament played some good innings for Barbados at the latter end, at the late end, and they have that respect for him, so they normally push the field back. But here in this game, it's a different scenario, Stanley. They have lost 7 wickets.
100 for 7, 30 overs, 9 overs to go. And these two have really and truly, in spite of the condition, decided to stay there and stay there and stay there and bat right through. Rather than looking to play any big shots, they get 1 here, they 1 here, they 2 here, and that's it.
And I think
the partnership is worth how many there? 22 from how many overs? Okay, 22 for quite a number of overs though. They have batted for quite a while. 22, and probably this is the biggest partnership. I think so. Hits this one beautifully. True extra cover for 4. Flighted delivery, and he came down and used his feet and banged it. True extra cover for 4. Probably the shot of the day thus far. Really, really a lovely shot there indeed.
Yeah, it was a bad delivery by the spinner. But those deliveries I have not seen for the day, really. And he took full advantage of that and striking it really lovely through the covers into the fence for a welcome boundary for Barbados there. Lovely shot that was. Another flat, faster delivery, pushing him back on the back foot. Only finds him on a backward point. Still no run. Driving nicely, picks up another single. So some good batting here by Leacock. So Skipper Seeley and Leacock doing battle here for Barbados. We know Leacock to be known for his aggressive batting. Skipper Seeley, who has played for this team last year. I think he was the leading bowler as well for the Barbadian team. Yeah. Leacock bowled with some pace as well, but he can handle himself in the wicket with the bat as well. Played some lovely innings for Barbados. This one is driven back to the bowler. Doesn't feel clean. He picks up another single. So some good steady batting here by these two, the skipper, Seeley and Leacock for Barbados. Sort of bringing things back into perspective for the Barbadians.
Yeah, they're trying to dig themselves out of a hole that they're into in relation to their position. And they have been successful thus far. It may be a small 24-25 partnership, but vital to the Barbadian total as the Trinidad and Tobago squad look to try and wrap up to get a breakthrough in relation to this partnership and trying to wrap up the innings. But certainly Barbados fighting their way out. As I said, they've been fighting since morning against the conditions, overcast, heavy wind that was blowing across, not breeze, wind that was blowing, and they did well up to a particular point in time, but the two spinners came into the attack and created some problems, having taken some very quick wickets. But these two are doing a job here for their country. That is what I'm talking about. The intensity of this partnership is what has brought Barbados sort of digging themselves out of the hole to see if they probably with a revitalized total of about, I would say probably about 140 from already 175 that we targeted, somewhere around 130, 140, and give themselves a chance towards seeing what they can do when it's their turn to bowl.
Well, the skipper have reintroduced himself from the northern here, off spinner. Got to run it again between these batters. Picks up another single.
What is a bit surprising, he hasn't brought back one of the seamers.
Well, I would have thought of that. I'm not too sure if the restrictions have them out of the game thus far, based on the time that they're bowled.
Yeah, but I'll get wrong to the condition that I was given.
One is beating him outside the off stump, people in the pad somewhere. Feel it by the slip. A good delivery by the skipper.
4 bowlers can bowl 8, 1 can bowl 7, and the fast bowlers can bowl. They only bowl 4 each. They can bowl.
Well, they also can bowl a maximum of 6.
Yeah.
6 overs, and
That's
nobody have gone past 6 overs thus far.
Nobody.
Right, so they are available to the skipper, but he has choose to use his spinners in this situation.
I'm not too sure if it's the over rate that is creating the problem because they're behind.
Yes, they started slowly.
Very, very
11
slowly.
overs in the first hour.
Right, and then
yeah.
next hour they had another 12, so they are behind. I believe that probably the message at the last water break may have been sent out by the coach manager to try and get in the overs before 2:30.
Yes, and they're just about 25 minutes to get in 7 overs.
I think they will get them in now with the spinners.
Yes, with the spinners bowling.
I think they will get them in. Because once they can get them in, whatever total Barbados has on the scoreboard, they will be able to have their full quota of 39 overs.
Well, and everybody would want that, batting from behind with conditions, rain and so on.
Dark cloud hanging
Yes.
to the left again. This is the kind of conditions. If you look, Kenroy, right over the Villa Calico area, you're definitely seeing some dark clouds banking all earlier, as I said to a Trinidadian friend of ours, it had cleared, but now it has gone back dark. And Becker again has gone back, the same type of situation. And if you look now to the western side, it definitely has gotten a little darker in the last 10, 15 minutes.
Yes,
Let's hope, be honest with you, let's hope that no rain don't fall.
Well, the clouds have gotten heavier really as the day goes on, and we have been overcast all day. Really, if you're not looking for any sunshine, it's just good weather for cricket as we continue here with this game of Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago at Sand Hill playing field. The place that produced Winston Davis.
Jerome Samuel, others.
Yes. Keeping things quiet.
Adelaide Carrington, Bigness Samuel, Lane Samuel.
Host of sports personalities in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This playing field has a history, a rich history. As this one is played officially, another single to the Barbadians. They are running between the wicket and calling. That's something that's really outstanding for them in this game and consistently. But some good tight cricket here being played by the Trinidadians. They're not giving anything away.
No quarters asked, none been given. They're holding it tight to see whatever is total they can keep the Barbadians' final total down to.
Left that one outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. So there's a slip, a backward point, short extra cover, sweeper, a mid-off, short mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a man just short fine leg. So a well-set field against Stanley as the ball is driven to the fielder. Well done to the skipper.
His captaincy his leadership has been pretty good, so far.
Yes, indeed. His changes, the way he handled the field, the placements, and so on. So I have 111 from 33 overs. 7 wickets have fallen so far for the day. Really compliment some good bowling by Trinidad and Tobago.
Good field placing by the skipper himself, Davis. So the run rate is just under 4, and certainly the way things are going, one would expect them to end up somewhere around 140.
Yes,
Something like that.
I had predicted before 240 really would have been on the cards, but Trinidad and Tobago have really stopped the Barbadians in their tracks with some good spin bowling.
With the advent of losing so many wickets in such a short space of time.
Yes. Another loud appeal, but umpire not interested in that. And the fear of rain coming again here, Stanley, I don't think that we may be able to start if we get any form of rain here at Sand Hill.
The thing about it, the sort of drizzle we are seeing is more to the southern side, going to the southwestern side, across Baliso, Batawea, Bekwai, and so on. There seems to be a faintish looking type of drizzle. Yeah, it's coming across there. That one come this way. Is that one above us to the left?
Another stifle appeal there. Umpire not interested. 112 it is. Yeah, 112.
Look like a faint drizzle is right over the Villa, Fountain, Billy, Daphne, Gomez, Ashbourne area. It seems to be coming down. I suspect we are going to have a stoppage. I rather suspect that's what's going to happen, Kenro. If you look to your left, you can see it. It's definitely right in front of us. Well, so I won't be surprised if there's a stoppage.
Well, the groundsmen are getting themselves ready to perform their duties. That should tell you. And that should give you a sign as to how the weather is operating. We have forecasts of rain for the entire week, really. Intermittent showers and so on. Fortunately for the day, we had some heavy showers last night, yesterday as well. White signal by the umpire. And they have run on that. So 2 more runs to Barbados.
Yeah, we see the ground staff middling around, wondering what to do in relation to another single. Probably the first time we seen someone misfield it. The ball went right under that fielder at mid wicket and they collected a single. So the Barbados, as we say, one by one, they are mounting the total up. Not anything insurmountable, but everyone counting the situation whereby the scoring rate is slow. Runs are hard to come by. This one driven out to extra cover and there's no run. End of over number 34. And over number 34 is trying to get the score from Jay. What is 116 from 34?
Well, 116 from 34 overs. We have just what? Is it 5 overs to go? Less than 20 minutes to go.
I think they will get them in.
Yes. And the weather is threatening us here at Sand Hill Playing Field. You're listening to coverage of the West Indies Rising Star Under 19 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are at Sand Hill. There's another game that has been played at Arnesville Playing Field, Windwards versus Leewards. The Windward Island team has gotten to a 200 for 8, and the Leeward Islands team need to get 201 to win that game. Former defending champions win Leeward Islands.
Yeah, but certainly Kenroy, there's rain in the channel between mainland and Beckway. There's no two ways about it. There's rain in the Baliso area, Battery area, to the north of Beckway. Certainly there's some rain in that area and the dark cloud is hanging to our left. And we just keep our fingers crossed that they'll get any 5 overs.
Well,
and that is the fast bowler, left-arm fast bowler. Is that Agard? Outside the off stump and tucked away, and they're going to get a single. Total of 117 for 7. How many here? 25, and the other man? Who? Folks.
so the reintroduction of Rhaegar, the left arm seamer. He had the new ball. He bowled well as well. He had a good spell up front. He's bowling his second spell here. This one is pitched up, fielded by him. Really good cricket on both batter and the bowler, fielding to his own bowling. So Agard had a first spell of 4 overs.
Really bowl well, eh? That
Yes.
first spell. Really bowl well. On length, made life difficult for the Barbadian top order batsmen. 117 for 7. The partnership of 37 thus far, the biggest in outside the off stump, and he forces it out, hit the inner portion of the bat to mid wicket, and there is no run. So a vital 8-wicket partnership of 37 thus far, moving the total from 80 to 117 for 7, and the rain continued to hit across that channel right in front of us here as Agard in. This one's tucked it off his legs. That's Folks. He goes up to 15. Celia's on 25. 118 now for the loss of 7. 118 for the loss of 7 as he goes back to his mark. There's a deep third man. There's a square cover point, extra cover mid off, mid wicket, long leg and a deep long on. Agard left arm over in. Cut it square. Lovely shot indeed. You'll get at least 2 here. 1. They're coming back for the 2. That's the skipper Seeley playing a captain's knock here for Barbados. He rolls up to 27 and it's 120 now for the loss of 7. 120 for 7. Over number 35 in progress. But another 4 to come. Would we get it in? Yes or no? Because of the threatening rain, we are not too sure what is going to happen. But we're going to say it like it is. We're going to say it like it is. 120 for 7. As Agard left arm from the northern end, driven beautifully. Wonderful shot indeed. Pitched up an inside out shot over extra cover, wide extra cover for a maximum. Really wonderful shot there by Seeley, and certainly The Barbados total advanced by 6 to 126, Jay. 126 for the loss of 7, 35 gone, and certainly a wonderful shot there by Skipper Seeley.
Yes, that was pitch in his half, and he really crashed into that one over cover into the fence for 6. The first 6 for the game thus far. Second 6 for this game so far. I probably missed the first one, but really a fine shot by Skipper Seeley to take the tally up there. So aggressive shot by him, pitched up, and he dealt with it in accordance.
Well, the conditions has worsened, but thank God we are playing. The ground staff has not taken out the covers. Thank God for that. So I think it's just a passing phase. I think it will blow over and we'll get in the overs. And Trinidad will have to make whatever Barbados eventually make. Although the rain is really hitting down at Batawea, Baliso, to the southern side of us where we are, and Beckway.
Well, there's a dark cloud that is covering us here as some aggressive cricket is being played here by the Barbadians. 4 runs, 4 more runs to their tally, and they're looking to put a little gas in their tank here to get things going. 4 overs remaining, and they need to have some runs on the board, and I think that they have decided to take the attack to the Trinidadians.
I think I remember Kesrick making a point is to bat as long as possible and maybe the last couple of overs to see how many runs they can get, and he's been proven right.
Right, and immediately a field change. There is now a deep extra.
They have put their foot on the accelerator. With
Yes.
Just a couple overs to go.
Well, the two last balls went for Bungui, 6 and a 4, and they're looking to up their scoring rate and to get the tally that they need.
All credit to Skipper Seeley and folks. All credit to them for moving the Barbados total. Huh? Folks, yes. FOLK. Outside the off stump, and there's an appeal, and he is out. Is he bowled?
He's out caught.
Caught behind, yes. Well, finally the partnership have been broken, but it has been a wonderful partnership based on the current weather conditions, based on the situation with their team. He has lost his wicket. It's 131 now. 131 for the loss of 8. A partnership of about 50. Jay, that's a partnership of about 50. 52-run partnership. A wonderful partnership in this situation, and certainly have given their team some hope.
Yes, a good partnership between Folks and Skipper Seeley, who brought some respectability to the total, really. After being 7 wickets down, Folks have just gone caught behind after bowling of Davis, Skipper Davis. So he picks up his 2nd wicket so far, and they have lost their 8th wicket. So Skipper Seeley is still there, and
No,
Smith
is the one who out.
Smith is now with him.
Seeley is the one who's out.
Seeley got out.
Yeah, he
Seeley
got out for
caught.
31.
Right.
Yes.
Excellent contribution by the skipper thus far.
Excellent contribution. Actually see that rain right across the channel, Kenora. You can see it right across in front of us.
I'm trying not to look at it.
Outside the off stump and through to the keeper from Davis. 131 for the loss of 8, a partnership of 52. Just broken there by Skipper Davis, with the wicketkeeper taking his 3rd catch of the innings. Flighted again outside the off stump through to the keeper at the end of over number 36. 3 to go. We have, 12 minutes? Touch and go if they will be able to get it in before the allotted time. No, 1 ball remaining in that over. Thought the umpire had moved. Outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. As Davis continues from that end, we have to be careful and mindful of what happened to Mr. David Bairstow in that game against the Australians. Kenway, after this ball, what you would have done as skipper, as the fielding team, in outside the off stump through to the keeper, 5 dot balls at the end of over number 36, 131 for 8. As the 52-run partnership ended in that over by Skipper Davis. What would you have done in the case of what transpired at Bairstow and the decision making with the run out, stump out?
What would I have done
As skipper.
as skipper? I'm still thinking about it.
You're not ruthless at all.
I'm still thinking about it.
I'm not going to tell you what I would have done. What you would have done if you
Sally,
were skipper
I,
of the
I,
Australian team.
oh my, oh my, oh my. Still thinking about it.
Oh, keep thinking. So we are into over number 37 as fast bowler Agard coming in from the northern or Sign Hill end. Dark conditions here, very similar to this morning. And he will be bowling to Folks, 23 in bowl. And this driven out to long on, taken one. They're looking to hustle for a second one, but they've been sent back. 132 now for the loss of 8. 132 for 8 over number 37. Very dark conditions. Very similar to this morning. Nothing changed.
Well,
The meter remained the same.
a dark cloud have really hovered over us from the top all the way down now to going down to the Grenadines.
That we played in this morning. Very
Yes.
similar conditions. So I
Yes.
see no reason why they're going to leave the playing arena. Agard in outside the off stump, bowling at that foot stump area, through to the keeper. No run, 132 for the loss of 8, 132 for 8. Barbados batting in overcast conditions here at the Sign Hill playing field against Trinidad and Tobago, who won a very good toss this morning and inserted themselves. And they have really made good use of the conditions. As Agard, left arm, medium from the northern end, outside the off stump, and he guided it out to square cover. No run, but I'm really impressed with Agard with that line and the length that he continues to bowl. He seemed to be targeting that fourth, fifth stump area from the time he came on this morning.
Yes, and with that natural movement going away, going across the batter, it's even more difficult for the batter to get that ball to the backward point area or even score. So he has done a pretty good job here for his team. Bowling the new ball and now coming back here as a single is scampered here. Another single to the Barbadian team. So good running. Good running here between these two. That is something that I've seen with the Barbadian team. They have run between the wickets very well.
Very well said, Kenroy. 133 for the loss of 8 over number 37. As Agard to bowl, what is the fourth delivery in this over? In from the northern end. This one, he tucks it out on the leg side. They should have two here. But the man from long leg came in and have stopped that. Another single, 134 for 8. But every single counts in this situation with the present situation. 134 for 8.
It does. 134 for 8. Just about 2 overs remaining in this innings. You try to get as much as possible and put yourself in a position that you can defend it.
This one up into the air, but it's safe. The field is spread wide. 1 and another single, 135 now for 8 at the end of over number 37.
Well, just about 2 overs remaining in this innings. We are at 225.
I think they will get them in.
225.
Once Davis bowls this over,
Yes.
they're going to get it. They're going to get them in, which means they will have the full allotment, the full quota when it's their turn to make
Davis is not bowling. There's a change of bowling here.
change of bowling.
Yes.
Fast bowler is coming back from the southern end. Seems to be their opening bowler. Get his name for you in a little while. Juman. Seems to be Juman from the southern end. 134 for the loss of 8. 135 for the loss of 8. From the southern end, in he bowls. No, that is the guy who bowls off his wrong foot. That is Juman.
Yes, Juman.
Juman, yeah.
Joman.
So time going by closely will say exactly if they're going to get them in. But I rather suspect they would. I rather suspect that they're going to get in the overs. Conditions at this moment very similar to where we started this morning. Very
Yes.
similar. In from the southern end. This one driven down to long on. They're going to have one. They're going to look for a second, but the return came in very quickly and stopped them in their tracks. 136 for the loss of 8.
Feeling the sprinkles on the ice?
136 for 8. Yes, you're feeling the sprinkles. What do you call it? A light drizzle up in the Belay, Daphne, Gomez, Fountain area coming across the villa. The faint drizzle in, driving, taking the outer portion of the bat. They're going to take another single. 137 now for the loss of 8. 137 for 8. Very overcast conditions here. But I'll throw it to you. If they were playing in international, do you believe they'll be playing still?
Yeah. In this condition, yes, they would be playing. Yes. Yes. The drizzle is not heavy enough.
Faint, I call
Yeah,
it.
faint
Faint.
drizzle. It's not heavy enough
In.
to stop play.
Charge them and just one driven straight to extra cover. No run. Good field placing.
Excellent skipper. Excellent captaincy.
Very good field placing.
Yes.
He
He has done a tremendous job.
But you
Davis.
haven't answered the question where the base to run out, stomp out. You haven't answered that question.
Not out. Not out.
Not out. What does the rule say? Yeah, nothing in spirit of cricketing rules. There's one driven, looking to drive, taking the outer portion of the bat, two to the keeper, and there's no run. There are rules to be played by, and you have to play by the rules. Australian did nothing wrong. The English press, some of them, the English skipper, the English coach, all of them acknowledge that he was out. Where does the conjunction comes in? That's all I'm asking both of you. In. This one, they're coming back for a quick one. There should be a run out here. And he misses. But had he thrown at the keepers and he certainly would have had him.
Yes, he would have had him.
But he missed, and that's the end of over number 38. 1 over remains. 3 minutes to go before the cut off them. They're going to get them in. The point about it, McCallum, the coach, did it to Collingwood in a one-day match in New Zealand. Bairstow did it, exactly.
So the rule is you're out, you're out.
You're out.
No sportsmanship.
Sportsmanship,
It's out of the window.
that's out of the window. When you're in the-
We played against,
when
we
you're in
played with the
heat
rules.
of the battle,
Exactly.
rules are rules.
All right.
And you have to abide by that. Yes, the spirit of the game can come after. But if England wanted 250, Cummins may have changed his mind in the spirit of the game. When things that are tight, come on, Ken.
Yes,
Come on.
sir.
Now, Agar, the final over, this one, looking to drive one. They're looking to come for a second one. They're going to have it. The return comes in, and they're going to get an overthrow. That's going to be 3 very important runs here. 3 very, very important runs here for Barbados. The up to do not have the score next to us. It's about 141, 142, thereabouts.
Yes. Just a little bit of sloppiness getting into
Yeah, a bit of sloppiness to
the Trinidadians setup, really. They have done an exceptional job so far. Exceptional job so far. And
It's about
really
142 for the loss of 8 as 5 balls remaining. It's 228 as the drizzle, or the faint drizzle I would call it.
faint.
Emphasis on faint.
Faint.
So get my point with the run out of Bairstow, right? In comes Agard in. This one out to cover, square cover drive. Lovely square driven shot. Pitched up outside the off stump and he square driven it beautifully. Bisected the gap between deep cover and square cover for 4. Lovely shot indeed. But at this point in time, I think the captain may have lost something. He should have had the man back right down on the rope. I think if
Yes,
you're
well,
gonna bowl
he has the men on the onside, and the fast bowler is bowling outside the off stump.
Yeah, but I'm saying, Ken, all right, the square cover point should have been on the boundary.
Yes, I do agree with you there.
In. He swung this one into the air. They may lose their 9th wicket here. Oh, he's dropped it. Somebody did say he's going to drop it, and he did drop it. And these are bonus runs as far as Barbados are concerned, based on what is happening.
Well, we have seen the first catch being put down here in this game. Really, the first set of mistakes really from the Trinidadians in this the last over.
Apparently the pressure is getting to them, and they have not been bowling as well as they did. Catching, well, first catch in, lifts this one down to long on, is going a long way for another. We're waiting the umpire to see what he signals or what she signals. Is it a 4 or 6? We're waiting on the signal. We're waiting on the umpire to signal whether it's a 4 or 6. She's asking the fielder. It's dark, you know. Have you seen any signal from the umpire?
I think it went over the ropes.
I have not seen any signal. Anyway, and here he goes again into the long on the. Well, he's out caught. Yes. So much things are happening so quickly. That one, the previous delivery went for. We'll have to get it clarified whether it's a 4. I believe it's a 4.
Yes, it went over the ropes.
Or a maximum of 6.
4 runs.
But
the bounce inside went over the ropes for 4
the problem
runs.
we're faced with here is the lack of a scorer. Score is the problem. But it's about 1 or 2 balls to go. We got to get this score confirmed.
But Barbados have gone past 150 runs.
Probably gone past 150.
Yeah, they've gone past 150 runs, really.
Definitely gone past 150. But it's definitely drizzling. This is no faint drizzling. Drizzling to our left around the Villa, Kaliakwa, 152 for 9, with about 2 balls remaining, I think it is. 2 or 3 balls remaining. And we'll have to get to this final score. You'll have to ask Jay to come here and let us get the final score. We are streaming. We have to get it correct.
So just 2 balls remaining in this innings to complete 39 overs. Barbados 152 for 9. And this one is bowled. Bowled him, final delivery. Penultimate delivery, picking that bail on the off stump, carrying it way down to the boundary really. And he has picked up wicket number 2 in over number 39. And they are all out 152. 152 all out Barbados.
We'll have to get everything.
152 Barbados here. 39 overs. Well, 38.5.
Yes.
38.5 overs been bowled. And they are dismissed for 152.
We'll have to really get all things confirmed with the scorecard, etc. when we return for the second part of this innings here, when the Trinidad innings, because as the conditions remain the same, windy, overcast, it's gotten dark, rain is falling down the channel between Batawea, Balisio, Beckway to the western side, and we'll have to get things confirmed because there's a very limited time for lunch. So everything has to be done and done speedily, as the Trinidad and Tobago team is now moving away off the field. The ground staff, they are going out to the roller, and no covers has been pulled out as yet, if there's any pull out this afternoon. But certainly, as Kenora, we know area, definitely there's drizzle around, and I won't be surprised if 2 pieces of covers at least come out for it not to watch the pitch. I won't be surprised.
Well, Stanley, I think Barbados came back pretty good in this game.
Very well.
And they have set themselves up very nicely to compete in this game after really staring down the barrel of the gun from the Trinidadians, who had a good, basically 3/4 of the game. They played very well until that partnership of 53. And then the penalty made over there that went for some runs as well.
Yeah, from 70 for 6.
Yes.
They're about 70 for 6, I think it was 70 for 7. The score is not here, that's our problem. But they really put on a good partnership between Sealy and Folks.
Yes. And
they have resuscitated the Barbadian innings from a perilous position. They're really looking down the gauntlet. They were in all sorts of contortions. but due to Sealy folks, they have given themselves more than a fair chance of defending the 152 or 153, whatever the final total is. As we have, there's no scorer next to us. His scorer has left us, but we'll get that when we return, as we stream the Trinidad and Tobago innings. As I rather suspect this light drizzle in the dark cloud is drifting over. It's one of these type of days. But be that as it may, we are going to be back here to describe the second part of the innings when that time is due. Should be at 2:54, 5-3. Very limited time, but we have to do what the umpires say. They are the officials. So for the time being, we'll go back to the studio, so to speak, Kenroy, Keswick, etc. So until that time,
To the viewers of this broadcast. We are here at Sand Hill where we see the continuation of this game between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago taking the crease. Barbados have been bowled out for 152. 152 all out. And it's their time at the crease, Trinidad and Tobago. In the beginning of this innings, they are now Trinidad and Tobago in reply to 152. They are 3 without loss. This one is down the leg side. White signal by umpire Abbott. So 4 without loss. Trinidad replying to 152. They need to get that runs this evening. Condition still remains the same. Overcast, windy here at Sand Hill. So a good comeback somewhat by Barbados. 52 runs partnership between skipper Seeley. This one is just tickle off his pad to the man at fine leg. Picks up another single. So you have score moves up now to 5. 5 without loss. This is the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars cricket tournament held in St. Vincent and Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles. So Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 152. They are 6 without loss. 6 without loss here at the Sand Hill playing field. This one is cut. He's out caught. Force blood here. Out caught. Trinidad and Tobago now 5 for 1. Losing that wicket there in this what the second over of this innings. Chasing a total of 152. They are now 5 for 1. 5 for 1 Trinidad and Tobago in reply to Barbados 152. So Smith picking up his 4th wicket in this tournament. Caught at gully. That one was short outside the off stump. He looked to cut and he perished to that. And Trinidad are now 5 for 1. 5 for 1. So, excellent start there for Barbados. They had a difficult time at the crease because these conditions are really favored the bowling. They favored the bowling. So, they would have to battle with this condition as well, Trinidad and Tobago, to get to that total of 152. Would not be an easy task. Andy. As the breeze blows across the Sand Hill playing field strongly. Run. The clouds are pretty heavy, much heavier than we started with. It's getting a bit dark as Smith, with the ball in his hand, prepares to bowl. So Trinidad and Tobago have lost their 1st wicket in this the 2nd over. Smith picking up his 1st scalp in this tournament. There's 2 slips, a 3rd man, a backward point, short extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, outside the off stump, lifting delivery into the keeper's glove. So some good energy. Some good vibes there by the Barbadian team. Really vibes in, encouraging each other. Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 152. They are 5 for 1. 5 for 1, looking for that target of 153.
Yes, Ken Roy, I can chip in the moment. Good afternoon to everybody, all viewers, all. Good afternoon.
Smith a full delivery. Not playing in that the full face of the bat. Over number 2 comes and Stanley. Welcome back.
Yes, Ken Roy, having had a late lunch. Can't do anything about it. Yes, I think the conditions, trying to get 152, these conditions will favor the Barbadian fast bowlers. You see these conditions? It's very much similar to this morning. Very, very similar. Overcast, threat of rain. The wind is not blowing as heavy as this morning. But the condition is safe. It's not easy to bat in these conditions. It's typical. Yo. Yo. Yes, and as I said, typical conditions here for the Barbadians. Difficult conditions. That they batted in it, and now it's the turn of the Trinidad and Tobago to bat.
On the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. So, I think we have at the crease is Justin.
1 for 12, Jason Agard, 1 for 12.
Justin and Ramlal.
Andrew
Ramlal. We also James, Orlando James.
Davis.
Yes, James who's taking strike with the number 17 on his back. They have lost Jagisa. So it's Leacock and Smith operating there for Barbados. From both ends, Leacock has the ball in his hand. Good delivery outside the off stump, just on that foot stump. That's where he wants it. Really good conditions here for fast bowling. It's cool. Another good delivery there by Leacock, just outside the off stump. Keeping things rather quiet here. Trinidad and Tobago, they are now at 6 for 1. In reply to 152. Nice, cool conditions here for the fast bowlers to operate in. Breeze blowing across the playing field strongly. Overcast conditions, similar conditions as to what the Barbadians batted under or batted through. Leacock lifting delivery outside the off stump. That one had some paste on it as well. Really good bowling here by Leacock just on the off stump. As we welcome back Keswick Williams into the studios. Keswick, welcome back.
Yes, definitely. So far, Leacock looking really well. Good carry to the keeper. He's keeping things tight. For the last couple of balls that I've seen, he's been keeping things tight, and you have good carry to the keeper.
This one is lifting outside the off stump. Beautiful delivery. That's a Jaffa. Excellent delivery there by Leacock.
Those are the balls that you see Ambrose bowling in his heyday. Usually the O's and R's. He usually get angry with O's and R's. He always tell me when he used to coach at CCC, he don't want to hear O's and R's. He want to hear nicks, and he want to say, well, he want to hear well done.
That was a top delivery there by Leacock, hitting just on the off stump, lifting and leaving the batter into the gloves. He took that delivery just about chest height there, and some pace. He's walking up here at Sand Hill playing field. Really good fast bowling here by Leacock. Oh, lifting delivery, bumper to finish the over.
Seems like he's bringing back the Sand Hill that we know of a couple of years ago. You know, well, decades ago with Winston Davis and Jerome and these guys that Mr. Stanley spoke about earlier. And you don't want him to get carried away with the bounce that he's having. He still needs to hit the line, hit the lens that will get the O's and R's, then eventually get the wickets.
Well, unfortunately, I love to see that from fast bowlers. I like to see when they go up above the head, a across the chest. That's what I'm talking about, fast bowling. Not just easy batting here, but that's very good aggressive bowling here by Leacock. He did that in the last tournament and he continues to do that for Barbados.
Another coach that would really love to see this is Nixon McLean. He would love to see the ball rising above any batter tress or at the helmet. This is what Nixon loves to see. He loves to see the ball pass it and above a batter tress and the keeper taking it above his shoulders and stuff like that. That's what he loves to see. Aggressive, fast bowling. He hates to see a spinner with the ball.
So Smith continues. This one is a full delivery, is a loud appeal. Up goes a finger.
Well done.
Full delivery, he missed it completely.
For a
And
while.
umpire Abbott had no hesitation of putting up that index finger.
For a while, I was wondering why the hesitation. I'm wondering what that is missing because, I mean, it was full at pace, straight, ricocheted straight into the back leg. I'm still wondering why the hesitation. Get the finger up.
Well, wicket number 2 goes for Trinidad and Tobago. I said it before, it would be difficult conditions here to bat under. Barbados battled through it and got to 152. Now Trinidad have lost their second wicket. They are 2 wickets down for just about 6 runs in reply to 152.
This looked like a steep uphill climb. Is this legs day for Trinidad uphill training? Because this looks like a steep. It's 6 runs, 2 wickets already.
Yeah, some excellent fast bowling here by Smith and Leacock to the Trinidadian batsmen. They have not gotten an answer. They have not given an answer for the fast bowling thus far.
This fast bowler at this end looks like a player that I've met, playing CPL the last couple of years. He's played now for Trinidad and Tobago in this year's CPL. He played VPL as well for Divers. I can't remember his name. He played.
Tobago?
No, he's from Barbados. Played for Divers in this year VPL. Last year he had an all-rounder. Yeah, he looks like him. What's his name? I can't remember. Whenever I get to his name, I'll mention it. But he looks like him. Tall and lanky fast bowler.
So Ramnath and Rajiv at the crease for Trinidad and Tobago. This one is full on the pads, missing that.
This is a kind of a bowler that you like. He knows when to appeal. If you realize he didn't even think about putting up his or shouting or throwing his hands to appeal because he knew it was going down. He only appeal when it's right.
Well, tells you that he knows the game and he knows what he's doing with the ball. But Trinidad in some serious trouble here early in the movie. They are 6 for 2. Looking for the target of 152.
Kadeem Allen is the player. Kadeem Allen. Tall, lanky, strong, good all-rounder. He hits the deck really hard as a bowler. He tried to get anything that's inside of the wicket. And he can hit the ball far as well. Coming out of Barbados. Congrats to him. He's in the CPL. He's in the CPL this year with the Trinbago Knight Riders. You saw that? You saw Trinbago team though.
I haven't seen the teams and the release of the teams as yet, but hopefully I will get to know the players.
Very, very strong unit.
Oh, nice shot there by Ramdal. He runs close to the fence. The man comes young from third man, cuts it off. 2 runs to him. Score moves up to 8. So 2 precious runs here for Trinidad and Tobago.
They have to play smart cricket from now on in because, I mean, the Barbados bowlers, they're not looking like they're giving anything away. And these bowlers, they're going for the kill. They're going for the kill. They want to start, this campaign with a win. And to do so, they need to be consistent. They need to bowl on its merit. They need to keep every single ball on its merit here today because it's not a lot of runs, sorry. So you have to be smart.
Those arms come out from umpire Abbott, wide signal. Well, under these conditions, I think the 150 runs is a lot of runs to get under these conditions, Keswick. Once you're bowling well and you're as as a good as a bowling unit as Barbados is, you could create some problems, which we have already seen Trinidad being in at 8 for 2.
Well, you're right. You're right. But give and take in this situation here, I mean, they have already lost 2 wickets, but these guys who are batting here for Trinidad now, they have done the job before, and it's not far. It's not far fetched. So all they have to do is just keep hitting. That's a lovely shot. That you cannot be loose. You cannot be loose. That's what I'm telling you. These batters, they pounce on anything that is loose.
That was a short delivery, and he really took advantage of that, really pulling it down with fine style. Really was in control as well, and it spit across the outfield into the fence for 4. 4 lovely runs that was.
The Bajans, they have to be careful here. They have to be careful.
Well, 3 slips, 2 slips, a gully, backward point, short mid off,
No
mid
cover,
on,
no extra cover.
mid wicket, deep square leg, fine leg.
With this sort
Shots.
of feel here, you're supposed to be inviting the batter to drive, right? I'm thinking so, because you have fine leg, you have deep square, and you have short mid wicket, and there's no cover, no extra cover. You should be inviting the batsman to drive or hitting that top up off length. You know what I mean? To get him, to invite him to push his bat out there with a little bit of waist swing. You have 3 slip and a gully. You have to look to nick him off and not being in the deck too much.
Well, what I've seen from them is that they have a deep square leg. So it seems as though he loves short pitch delivery. He loves pulling. So they have put that man back and bowl the ball short into the wicket. But he really played a fantastic pull shot there to get off the mark into the fence of 4. So they have to be very careful as to how they approach things. But Leacock has the ball in his hand. He's bowling over number 5 in the second half of this West Indies under 19 Rising Star. This one is down the leg. Wide signal by the umpire. Score moves up by 1. It now moves up to 15, 14. 14 for 2 Trinidad and Tobago in reply to total from Barbados 152. They are 14 for 2. Good conditions for bowling. Excellent conditions for bowling
Really,
here.
really good conditions for bowling. And this guy is using it. He's using it really, really well. The last over, you don't want to get carried away. You do not want to get carried away with the bounce. You need to pitch the ball up. You have the feel. I mean, that top of off length, that's what you need to be bowling. Do you think that Barbados have the kind of the spinners that Trinidad possess in their innings?
Well, there's Seeley, the skipper. I think he was one of the chief wicket takers in the tournament last year. He's there, the skipper. He has bowled Barbados a victory on several occasions, so he's there. I'm not too sure of the other. I think it was Don who does some off spin as well for Barbados. That's another delivery. Just on top of the off stump, played it quietly again. And not too sure of the others.
With the length that he's bowling now, I think he's getting a bit too short. For the last 3 or 4 deliveries or so, I saw him bowl. The batter is on his back foot, just trying to run it down, or just trying to rest it down just in front of backward point. You don't want to get that short and get the batter comfortable. You want to get that batsman to drive the ball. That's a better length. That's the length that he should bowl. Don't get worried. Get comfortable in that area. That's where he needs to bowl the majority of his balls.
Well, Leacock has his first wicket already. Bowled some beautiful deliveries up front. Continues to do so. He's bowling with pace. The wicket is giving him some assistance as well. The breeze is blowing across nicely. Nice conditions really for fast bowling. As he bunks away. Oh, this one is in the rib cage area. Just taking that hand off the bat at the last minute.
He looks good with the new ball, but I would love to see him when the ball is getting a bit older, when the shine is off. I want to see if he still have that sort of carry. This is when I actually start to rate a fast bowler. Yes, you can bowl the new ball. Yes, you have it skidding on. Yes, you have it coming on. But when it's all, I want to see you do things with it. You know what I mean? I want to see you still bowl at inducker with it. I want to see you still have that carry through the to the batter, to the bowler, to the keeper, sorry. So these are things that I need to see from these young fast bowlers. Not just running in hard and hitting the deck with the new ball, but also doing it again. That's another wide. But also doing it with the old ball as well.
Well, quick delivery ball there by Leacock, but it was way outside the off stump. Uh, he had a flash at it, didn't connect. Keeper taking it above his head, so he's bowling with some pace as well. So Leacock really bowling quickly here this evening for Barbados. Short lifting delivery, just taking the hands off the bat and playing it softly to the man at backward point. The score is now 16 for 2. 16 for 2. Leacock and Smith are bowling. Barbados have set a target of 152. Trinidad in reply are 14 for 2. This one is looking to hit that through the onside. Doesn't time it properly. That brings you over to an end. So 14 for 2 over number 5 completed.
Yes, yes. I have a question for you though. What structure do you think the West Indies should put in place to make the transition for cricket at the higher level for these youngsters easier? Because when we look at teams like India, England, Australia, New Zealand, these teams, the transition for the under 19 players looks like a piece of cake. They come into international cricket and with immediate effect they start to perform, and they bowl or they bat or feel as though I've been here for a long time. What structure do you think we need to put in place now to get these youngsters to, when they reach to that level, that it's not anything new to them? I'm accustomed to this. I know what pressure is, and I want to be here, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm going to stay here.
Well, I will answer that question in a little bit, but as Smith continues to bowl here for Barbados, lifting delivery, plays it soft and no, said their batters, good feeling. But Keswick, before we get to that level, we have to deal with the juniors as first. We need to have that structure for the junior players coming up. You have to have that sort of build from the junior. You have to get back to primary school cricket. You have to get back to secondary school cricket. And when you get to the under 15s and the under 19s, then there's a big break between the under 19s and the senior team. That is where we are losing most of our cricketers. So we need to have like an under 23 team that harness these people coming out of the under 19, that give them experience so that they could go into the test side with the experience that they need, or they would have that experience from playing for these teams. So we need to bridge that gap between the under 19s and the senior team. We are losing a lot of players there, and also the the junior team needs to be revived. Our under 15 cricket, our primary school cricket needs to be looked at. Our grassroots cricket.
Also the HPC, do you think there's a need to bring back the high performance center and bring it in Barbados, or should it be stretched across the Caribbean whereby you have a HPC center in every single Caribbean island with a local coach running it, where that local coach will have to, send his information back to the board saying, you know what, this is what I've done for the week, or there's one coach that send the information to that coach. So he has to do certain things in a week and send back that information. So we have a communication between the local coach and the West Indies coach, these players doing what they're supposed to do. So by the time they reach to that level, they already learn and know how to do certain things, or they already harness that talent to get to the other level. I'm not sure, because we had one HPC camp and then it's no more. So I'm wondering if you think that we should implement the HPC again.
Driven nicely, back past the bowler, goes for 1, comes back for 2, pulls up just in front of the boundary. It's a little saggy out there at times. So 2 more runs to the Trinidad in total. So a good looking shot there by Ramlal. playing a nice straight drive there, picking up 2 more runs. As we continue with our discussion here with West Indies cricket and the level. Well, anything that is progressive, anything that is good needs to be replaced and need continuity.
Definitely.
So that's the problem with the West Indies cricket. There's no continuity and there's nobody replacing anybody.
The word consistency, I think, is something that we lack, and a word that we need to pay close attention to. Consistency is a word that we need to pay close attention to, because I think it's something that we lack in the West Indies cricket, and we don't want that to filter down into the under 19s or the under 15s or even under 17 level, because they start to play under 17 now, which is something I think is really, really good. So we don't want it to filter down. So we want the consistency to start here, and then we send it straight to the grassroots. So when they reach that level, they should know this is what consistency means. This is what we should do. That's a lovely shot.
Lovely shot off the legs. Running close to the fence. When they get there, they're back for 2. Looking for 3. 3 more runs to Ramlal. So Ramlal seems to be getting into strides here for Trinidad and Tobago as he continues to battle on here for them in very good conditions for bowling. He really have to dig deep and really push Trinidad forward in this game if they really need to get to the 152. These two need to have a partnership. If they don't, they will find themselves in some even further trouble.
Definitely, and this is what Barbados don't want, because as I was telling you, they need to work the edges of these batters, because if you have a field set like this, you need to work the edges. You cannot be bowling consistently short, where the wicket looks like it's sticking. The condition as well, you know what I mean? You have to be able to work the edges of these batsmen. Top of off is the key here today. That's not a bad delivery. He needs to consistently hit that line with a little bit of way movement. Who knows? You might get some oohs and ahs. You might get some nicks. So he needs to be consistent on top of the line of off stump.
Well, what was evident in the first inning is that they batted the fast bowlers pretty well. They came through that patch. But when the spinners were introduced, that is where the problem started for Barbados. And those 2 spinners really bowled well for Trinidad and Tobago. And they broke the back of the Barbadians and restricted them to 152. So the fast bowlers have done well for Trinidad, for Barbados thus far, Leacock and Smith, and they continue to do so. But there's 3 slips, a gully, short extra cover, a mid-off, short, mid-on, and there's a man deep square leg. So we see something being set up here. He loves the pull shot. So I'm not sure as to what Leacock is going to do as he runs past us. This one is a short one, and he's nicely behind that, playing it with some ease and confidence.
The Barbados team, as I look around their coaching staff, a lot of international wickets and international runs is in that staff. It's not a staff room as coaches. They have Suleiman Ben and Sherwin Campbell. With these youngsters, this is a good mixture. Someone who have done very well in the spinning department for West Indies, and probably one of the best opening batsmen that we have seen played for West Indies over the years and played for Barbados, Sherwin Campbell. So these youngsters, they're with good people, and this is something that we need spreading around the Caribbean. We need to see more of the ex-West Indies players coming out of their shells and sharing what they learned over the years to these youngsters, because at the end of the day, the youngsters can teach them and they can teach the youngsters. You're never too big to learn. You always learn every single day. So it's good to see Sherwin Campbell and Suleiman Ben, in the coaching staff for the Barbados under 19 team.
Well, Leacock keeps plowing away, and the shot just in front of the batter, just short of a good length. Lifting deliveries. Good deliveries they are. He has this bounce in his step as he walks back. 3 slips, a gully, short extra cover, short mid-off, short mid-on, deep square leg. There's a change in the field here now as he pulls one of the slip out, put that person just close to the umpire, just on the square leg mark as Leacock bounce away. Easily played.
It's too easy. It's too easy now. I think what he needs to do is start pitching up the ball, because for the last 4-5 deliveries, This batter is on his back foot. Ramlal is on his back foot, just waiting and just resting the ball right in front of him. There's no run. There's no run, but he's getting comfortable. You don't want him to get comfortable.
Well, it seems as though he has already reached that stage. He's playing rather easily. As he leaves that one outside the off stump. Wide it is, wide signal by the umpire. One more to the Trinidadian total. Goes up now to 23. 23 for 2 in reply to 152.
Yeah, it's also really good to see. The good thing about it is that the wicket is not really a fast one, but it's good to see every single ball that he's running in hard. That's the good thing. But you want to run in hard, and you want to run in hard and hit those areas that you should hit. Not just running hard and look the center of the wicket. You want to run in hard and hit those areas that you're supposed to hit more than 50% of the time, because this is what you need now. You have the conditions, it's overcast, so you need to hit those balls in the right areas. Don't let him get comfortable, because these two guys did well for Trinidad last year, so they know how to play this under 19 cricket, and you can't get too loose on them.
Well, Leacock. This one is played uppishly, jumping short of the man at that short mid-on area, just falling short of him, brings you over to an end. And after 7 overs, they are now 23 for 2. 23 for 2, and really a good spell here being bowled by Leacock and Smith for Barbados, starting the second half of this game.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing different I would say is that they should probably just work the edges a bit more. But the thing about it, even though that they're hitting the deck hard and they're bowling a bit shortish, the batters are still not scoring. They're not even getting ones. But still, at the end of the day, they still need to try to get wickets, because wickets is what they need to win this game. Wickets going to make them win this game. So what they need to do, create that pressure. Yes, they're doing that, but they still have to try to create pressure bowling in the right areas.
Some confusion between these two batters. He's been struck in that area where there's no protection on the pad. He's in some pain. So probably would need some assistance, some of the magic spray to ease the pain away. As we continue here, as the umpire signals. So, just as he gets some treatment, just wanted to let you know that the first half of this game has been completed. Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados. Barbados was sent in. They got to 152 all out. 152 all out. Trinidad in reply, they are now 23 for 2. 23 for 2 in over number 8. 7.1 overs been bowled. With me in studio is Keswick Williams, former West Indies speedster from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and also Stanley Gunny Hines is here with us, the veteran here at Sand Hill. We have very overcast conditions all day. This has been with us, but we have not gotten any rain at all thus far. Keswick, these two teams are battling here as the youngster gets some treatment. Ramlal from being struck by a ball and in that rather sensitive area.
Yeah, it looks like he's in a bit of pain, but he had to tough it out. I mean, he's a young man. Yes, he got hit in the soft spot, but he have to tough it out. What I'm surprised about is that all day it's been like this, and still no rain. So God has smiled on us today. If you look just over Beckway, there is rain. You can see rain on the waters, but it's staying away. So that's a good thing. I hope it stays like that. But then tonight, I think it will pour.
Well, the forecast is for a lot of rain over the next few days or so. And we're happy that we could get cricket in here at Sand Hill. And the first round of matches have been played here. Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands at Arnesville playing field. Windward is in their first knock at the crease. They got to 200 for 8 in their 50 overs. And I'm not too sure as the position of that game. The game that is played, Guyana versus Jamaica. in Cumberland. I haven't gotten any reports on that game, so I'm not sure as to what is happening there either.
First, I wanna commend also. I mean, the ground staff here for the work they have done. This morning when I woke up and I saw the amount of rain that's falling, I got a call asking me what are the percentages of game playing in Sand Hill today, and I was speechless. I'm like, I'm not sure if it will play, but when I came here and I saw the ground, I was impressed. The guys did some really, really good work to get it ready for at least a 38 over game. So I must say congrats to them. They did a very, very good job. You know what I mean? The field is really, really is really, really good for cricket.
I'll big up to the ground staff as we continue this game here between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. Smith, lanky fast bowler, has some good build as well. Long legs, long arms. He's operating from the southern end really of this ground.
From the flow end, as we will call it, the telecommunication company here in St. Vincent. From the flow end, I hope that no one is hearing me saying flow at this moment as a digital ambassador. So yes, he has been doing a good job. I must say he has been doing a good job. He just need to adjust his lens a little bit.
This one is smacked back
Don't wanna
past
get
him. He
so
got a
fully
hand
there.
on it. It goes close to the fence, comes back for a second. That was hit with some power, Keswick.
Yeah, definitely. As I told you, you don't want to get these guys set because these guys scored some runs for Trinidad last year. So you don't want to keep them there, defending because they look very, very happy and they look at home. You understand? So you don't want to keep them. It's like driving. You're driving really slow. You're learning to drive. You can't learn to drive and drive fast. You drive slow. So they are slowly building. You don't want them to stay there for the next 10 overs because after that, you never know. Those balls that you were getting away with earlier, you can't get away with them at the next 10 overs.
Full delivery, squeezed out to the man at backward point. No run. There's a deep square leg. Short mid wicket, mid on, mid off, short cover, short extra cover. There's no cover.
With I have so many questions. With Darren Sammy, who is now the head coach of the West Indies senior team, also won 2 World Cups.
Single been scampered there.
Also win 2 World Cups and is known as probably one of the best captains in West Indies cricket. Do you think there's a need for him to have somewhat of a camp with all these skippers for these under-19 team to teach them about captaincy?
Well, I personally think that the West Indies Cricket Board should have an impact on persons coming to at this level, and the persons who they use should be coming from the coaching staff. I think one of those persons from the senior coaching staff should be dealing with the under-19s so that they could have that transition that you talk about being made easier for them.
The reason why I mention it is because in a situation like this, right, where the fast bowlers, they're bowling, they're not hitting the right areas, but runs are not scoring. As a skipper, would you feel the need to bring in your spinners, seeing what happened in the first innings with Trinidad and their spinners? Do you think there's a need that he should be like, you know what, should I bring in my spinners now, or should I hold back and keep my pace going? These are the situations that you test a captain.
Well, there are things that, as I said, you go to bowler. Is it your spinner, your match winner? Is it your spinner? Is it your fast bowlers? What is the job that you need them to do at the particular time? So it depends on situation and circumstances. The fast bowler's been bowling for a while. They have picked up 2 wickets as the umpire signal the end of the power play. At the end of the power play here, the score is now 26 for 2. 26 for 2 as I make way for Mr. Stanley Gunny Hines, a veteran in this business. He has served in all capacities when it comes to cricket. And he's here serving as a commentator. He will do battle here with Keswick Williams as we continue coverage here at Sand Hill.
Yes, and it's also a change of bowler, and it's Springer comes into the attack as we welcome Mr. Hines into the booth. Oh, this is the line that they need to bowl consistently. From I've said it, from that end, it's been a bit up and down. So you need to bowl straight. As I said before, cricket is a game of straight lines. You need to bowl straight to the stump. Consistency is key. If you're not consistent, you would pay. So the first delivery here is a good one.
Yes, good afternoon to all and sundry. Continuing as next delivery, short outside the off stump on the back foot, rocks and pushes this one right to the boundary. I believe it has crossed the rope. Well, it's for the, yes, there's 4 runs. Back of a length, he came right back onto the stumps and forced it square on the offside for a lovely boundary there indeed. And he looks really competent playing that shot.
Obviously, Springer may not have the pace as the other bowlers because those were the same deliveries that they were actually bowling. But because it was rushing them a little bit, they have to just block it. But with Springer coming out, he has to tend to bowl a little bit fuller, set the field for it, and be consistent. If you don't have the pace, you have to be consistent. Without pace, you're gonna perish.
Springer from the southern and airport end. Outside the off stump, similar ball, similar shot, but this time it's a bit squarer, and the fieldsman was able to stop it, and there is no run whatsoever. Total J, what's his total at the moment, J? 32 for 2. 30 for 2 up to 8.2. So Trinidad and Tobago responding to 152 made by Barbados. Very similar conditions as to this morning. Very, very, very similar. Overcast, windy, dark, but good light that he can bat in properly. Good dry wicket. In comes Springer. Outside the off stump again. He bowled into a plan because he's bowling back of a length and forcing the batsman to hit square at all times. If you're going to do that, you have to be a bit careful because you can very well find more balls reach passing the ropes.
Exactly, that's the whole point, and that's running down as well. So ball can get to the boundary a little bit easier. My thing here, if I was a skipper, I would have asked my bowlers to bowl straight. Seeing that the wicket is a bit more up and down, I would have asked my bowlers to bowl straight. Bowl straight, top of off stump, keep it straight. No matter what you do, whatever you do, keep it straight.
Outside the leg stump, signal umpire wide. 33 now, I think it is. 31 for the loss of 2. But certainly, the captain could have asked his bowler to bowl a little fuller length, another 6 inches closer to the batsman because he doesn't have the pace as the previous bowlers. In he comes, bowl. Outside the off stump again. Looking to tuck, that's one wrong. Seemed to have hit the inner portion of the bat and flew past a leg slip area down to fine leg for a single. 32 for the loss of 2. And certainly it is going to be a good contest here. And this is good experience for all the youngsters out there. Both teams, Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, because it's not easy playing under these conditions. Not that it is dark, you can't see the ball, but it's just trying. But
Definitely.
It's a tremendous amount of experience for each and every one of them.
Yeah.
In comes Springer from the southern end. Outside the leg stump this time, and he tucks this one off his legs down to a fine leg. Another single. It's 33 for the loss of 2 at the end of over number 9. At the end of over 9, 33 for 2. Very similar run rate as to the Barbadians. Are wrong between now and say about 25 overs thereabout. They were scoring just around 4 and over. So it's just around the same type of run rate. And we could expect, once there is no interruption, a very close game.
Yeah, definitely. This might end up to be a really close game. If the Barbados guys, continue to bowl. I mean, at the end of the day, the Trinidad guys, they're not running away with the scores. some bad deliveries was bold, but they're not running away with the scores. They're just getting ones, ones, ones. But what you don't want these batters to do is to continue to rotate strike. Rotating the strike, you get them warm. When you get them warm, they would feel the wicket and they will start to bat better.
There's a change in bowling from this Northern Kingston Sign Hill end. The bowler is Sealy. It's basically Skipper Sealy who is bringing himself on 33 for 2. And it's some sensible batting thus far because the batsman at the crease recognizes that they have lost 2 wickets. And it's crucial at this stage to try and bat as long as possible, get a feel of the pitch, so to speak, as Sealy, the left arm over in. Outside the off stump, there's a strong appeal for caught behind, and he's given out. Outside the off stump, first delivery, a loose delivery, played at it, maybe the lapse in concentration, took the edge, and umpire had no hesitation lifting a finger. Trinidad and Tobago 33 for the loss of 3 now, and start to find themselves into problems as this rebuilding phase between the 2 batsmen there has come to an end, and they will have to restart to try and position themselves back up in terms of posing a threat to the Barbados score.
Immediately he bring results. I mean, he came into the bowling, and as I was told last year, he was up there in terms of wickets as well. You know, so it's really good to see that he continued from last year where he left off. You know, I mean, he came in as a skipper. He finished the innings really well with the bat. Came in with the ball, first ball wicket. That's really, really good. So him as a skipper, he needs to lead from the front, and he did that first ball. He came in, he got a wicket, and he just needs to continue to be consistent.
Yes, you remember, he top scored at 35 and had that crucial partnership that put on 80 that may have put Barbados into a very good position to defend the 152. And fortunate for him, a wicket with the first delivery. Let's see how it goes from here on in. And he has to lead from in front because it's not a big total. It's a total that it can defend and should be able to defend, but it depends on how the Trinidadians respond.
And Mr. Hines, I was asking Mr. Martin earlier, at what point do you think a skipper should introduce a spinner into the play? And he came in, first ball, he gets a wicket. So he shows that the spinners on this wicket could be some problems. So if he has another spinner as good as himself to come in and bowl these balls, which I think they definitely do, you know what I mean, they can cause some problems there for Trinidad.
Well, his introduction to the spinners, it depends on the state of the game, state of the innings. Because if things, wickets are tumbling with fast bowlers, there's no need for a spinner. But if things are not going the way you suspect it should have gone, it's time enough for me to introduce a spin. Let me mix it up, as we tend to say locally, to see if the change of pace will bring a lapse in concentration from the 2 batsmen.
In your day, Mr. Hines, would you, in a position like this, would you be hungry to say, you know what, give me the ball, let me bowl my off spins?
No, it depends on what the fast bowlers have done. Because as I said to you, if they are bowling well and wickets are falling, whether 1, 2, 3, I would have held on for a while and see how it goes. Granted, it's a small total. But again, with the bowling restrictions for the faster bowlers, you have to be careful. So the spinner might very well have to come on before you really wanted it to, because there are restrictions with fast bowlers. You can't bowl X amount of overs because of stress fracture your back and all kind of nonsense, as far as I'm concerned. I don't. You're a fast bowler. I'm not.
Well, I guess they're trying to protect the youngsters.
That's what helping to cripple West Indies cricket. Because I'm saying to you, the longer a fast bowler can bowl, he should know what is demanded of him. If he breaks down one time, you're supposed to be able to have people around you to teach you proper dieting, proper exercise, and proper things to do to keep your body fully fit.
But do you think we have that around the Caribbean where, bowlers are being well taken care of, even players are being well taken care of in every single Caribbean country, given the right treatment throughout?
Each and every fast bowler is responsible for his level of fitness. Everybody. You do not hire a coach to train nobody to get fit. That is something I'm totally against. You have to learn to get your body up to a certain level of fitness. You, the individual.
And I respect that, because I can remember once I had a yo-yo test to do, and I had to run up to 40 on my yo-yo test, and I did up to 39, and I failed my yo-yo test by 1. And when I got home, my coach Nixon McLean, he pressured me. He said, "Listen, don't let anything that you can control get the better of you," and that stuck in my head forever. Anything I can control, which is my fitness, it should not hamper me ever in my cricket.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So this thing about coach having you doing X, Y, Z, getting you fit, nonsense. Up to you. And whenever the yo-yo test come, if you recognize once you fail by 1 or fail by 2, you have to do something a little different to get it up to speed. Anyway, CD will continue from the northern Sign Hill, Kingston, and whatever you want to call it. I'll be bowling to the new batter, who is Ramdu. In. Ramdu goes back on that one, spins across him outside the leg stump, taken cleanly by the wicket keeper, and there is 1 run to the total, 34 for the loss of 3.
I was just about to say, Mr. Hines, strange field, because at one point he had sweep, no cover, no extra cover, and the offside field, it was just a big gap and one guy on the boundary, but then he changed it. He brought back the guy up to extra cover. I was wondering, what is this field about? But then he changed it.
Flighty delivery on the back foot, forces it out to extra cover, and there is no run. The cover has gone back to a sort of a deep extra cover, not quite sweeper. Sealy in, back he goes, this one spinning across him, and tucks it out on the leg side. He's off the mark, 35 for the loss of 3 at the end of the over.
Yes, definitely. So what the Trinidadians need to do from this point is just continue to knock it around. Continue to knock it around and continue to play each ball on its merit. You don't want to get ahead of yourself. New batsman to the crease. They just have to just stay focused, because at the end of the day, this condition that they're playing under is really, really rough condition, as Mr. Hines said earlier. It's really overcast. So you just have to be patient and play each ball on its merit. So
Thanks a lot, Keswick, of
Yeah,
course.
welcome back,
Yep.
John.
Well, good advice
afternoon,
there
good
from
afternoon.
Keswick Williams. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. It seems as if you would enjoy your lunch because you spent overtime downstairs.
Yeah, I don't mind doing overtime at lunch at all. Yeah, so it's Ramdu, the left-hander, the face. And this time he pushes, edging, and he is gone. So Ramdu pushing tentatively forward, and he goes.
Well, as I said, before, keeping a good line, as he asked the question about spinners. Allow a fast bowlers to bowl, and let's see what happens. So the introduction of himself, maybe to try something a little different. And then with the new batter in, got the wicket in, Ramdu went down, Springer continued, bowled a beautiful delivery, nicked it, and we heard it from here.
Yeah,
He's on
it
his
was,
way, 35 for the loss of 4. And Trinidad and Tobago looking down the barrel.
Yeah, definitely looking down the barrel. The pressure telling here. I left here at lunchtime, went across the Arnold's Wheel, and someone there met me and they said, look, 130 on this track is basically 200. So Trinidad and Tobago, they need to be very careful. They bat deep, though. And Ramdu is one of those players who, they really depend on. He is an excellent batsman, but he has been under the weather. No excuses for him, though. He just pushed at that delivery more than anything else. But he has been under the weather today. And one hopes that he can come back strong for the next game.
Yes, so he's on his way, 35 for the loss of 4. Trinidad and Tobago, as I said, looking down the barrel. And it's a question of what they do need is a long partnership.
Yeah, well, Rajiv Ramnath, who I consider the best batsman on this Trinidad and Tobago team, he is out there at the moment. And, he lends that calmness to the Trinidad and Tobago attack. And Rambaran is there with him. Rambaran has been in tremendous form this season. Another very talented batsman, Andrew Rambaran, on the West Indies camp as well, preparing for Sri Lanka. Bowled excellently today when he took 3 wickets and he will want to continue in that vein. You know, there's a saying that when one aspect of your game is up, the other follows.
That is correct.
So Springer doing the business here for Barbados. At the moment, I'm sure they're very happy in places like Oystins.
Seem to be a lover of fish. I suppose you will enjoy some of the Oystins Fish Fest.
Yes, well, Dr. Shallow had recommended to me just a while ago. Is it 4 Shells? They have good food, he tells me, right up the road.
Just up the road.
Right. When I'm in Barbados, I normally find myself in Oystins on a Friday night.
That's what I'm saying. So I believe you are a lover of seafood.
Yep. Down the leg side, good take there by Morris. That's signal wide. Trying to be struggling here at the moment.
They're really
need
struggling.
A partnership.
The conditions not being, well, it's just as equal as to this morning. Very, very similar. The only one slight difference, the wind is not as high this afternoon as compared to this morning.
And it's still very cloudy. Good conditions to bowl. This Rembrandt is leaning into this. He works his way through mid-wicket. Not trying to overhead that early in the piece. Just getting bat onto ball and getting it into the gap. I think these two, what they need to do is play numbers cricket now. Say, let's bat for the next 10 runs. Let's get to 50. Let's then work to 75. It's not a huge target. And, you know, from there you work your way to 100. All of a sudden, the target is within distance.
Yeah, but besides that, what they need to do is ensure that nobody is dismissed. Take absolutely no risk.
Yep.
And put the pressure back on the Barbadians and bowling attack.
This is why I thought Ramlal was important. Oh, that's a lovely shot there by Ramnath. Just leaning back, playing that delivery after it passed him to execute it properly and to find the right angle. So that's a 4 that's welcomed by the Trinidad and Tobago boys.
Yes, a very fine shot there. Back of a length, and he played it from under the eyes. And he just squirted it to the right of backward point. Really, really lovely shot indeed. Shot of someone who looking like they have been properly prepared. Really, really lovely shot.
He's an excellent batsman. He comes from a cricketing family. His sister, only about a week ago, was named on the TKR women's team for the women's CPL. She plays for the West Indies on the 19. That's Samara Ramnath. Short. And good call there. It was Ramnath's call. And he immediately sent Rambaran back. It's the two of them will now have a chat. Is that the end of the over? It seems to be the end of the over.
Yeah, the thing about it is that the Barbadians are looking for more victims, right? And the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen out there at this moment need to recognize that and recognize their team's position and let us, as you quite rightly said, bat by numbers. Right, we have 4 down for 40. Let us see how best we can take this up to about 80, 90 by about the 25th over and go from there. And then look at 100, look at 120. Whilst the Barbadian bowling attack will be looking to get another wicket and another wicket and another wicket, put pressure on you. So what the Trinidadian batsmen need to do is bat with intensity.
Yeah, this is what they need. They need to stay together. Rambaran has been put under pressure now with a forward short leg in place. Pushing upishly, has to be careful.
Well, he actually pushed at that one when he should allow the ball to come on to him.
Yes.
I think that's what the error is.
Had he allowed that to come on to him, he might have been able to get it behind square. Rambaran is driving, timing that beautifully, can't get a single.
It's not a dry, bone-dry pitch because the moisture from preparation is still there because of the conditions holding.
Yeah, it's in the air.
It's there.
Rambaran beaten.
What is needed by the Trinidadian batting lineup is to use one word: patience.
And this is, I go back to say, this is why Nick Ramlal was important. You know, he actually locked up one end. What Trinidad and Tobago needs to do here now, Rambaran and Ramnath, is to continue trying to rotate the strike. Don't get bogged down to that extent.
Yes, the same way that Folks and Seeley did in that 8-wicket partnership.
Yes.
Stay there, they were going at ones and twos, but the longer they stay there, they were better off. Far, far better off. That's what they need to emulate.
Oh, it's a good shot by Rambaran. It's coming back and pushing it to the right of cover.
It is not a pitch where you're going to play big shots. It's not a dry surface. It has a little bit of giving it for the bowlers. You have to be patient, stay there and decide, look, tell yourself, I am not going to get out. And stay there, concentrate hard, be patient, and eventually you'll recognize as 10, 20, 30, and you realize your confidence level grew, and you'll be able to, make life a little easier for yourself.
Well said, Stanley. Springer is going to continue. Short pulled away imperiously by Rambaran. That's 6. That's the man. It was short. He was onto it quickly, and that was on its way to Beckway.
Yes, poor delivery there from Springer, and he was on top of it and really gave it the treatment it deserved. Maximum, bang, square on the onside. Really, really a good shot. That delivery deserved what he got.
Yeah, well, he has to be careful now because the fielder has been posted right back on the mid-wicket boundary. He's looking in that direction, Rambaran. Could just be a double bluff.
Yeah, but the double thing about it, you don't expect the bowler to bowl another delivery like that, because he might get a punishment that may go even into the coconut trees that we say down there. You expect him to put it on a better line and a better length.
Oh, that's a much better. So he got the double bluff.
See, it's foolhardy for us to be looking at cricket and seeing a bowler being banged away once or twice for sixes from short deliveries and continue to bowl it. Unlike what we saw, where, if you want to call it, the body line test match that's just finished. You have more short balls than anything else.
Rambaran again in the air, and Rambaran falls. We said it before. He needed to understand that the fielder was right back on the mid-wicket boundary, and he fell for the trap.
It's all about experience.
Yep.
It's all about experience. It's all about head. Because here it is, short delivery. Pull him for a lovely 6 maximum. Full length delivery next one. Set him up and give him another short one. Straight into he didn't even have to move. Straight into his lap, and he's back in the pavilion. To me, that is a gifted wicket.
Rambaran will be very disappointed with that. Coach Budish Tuki is walking in his direction. I don't think he'll be happy at all with that. It was short. He played a similar type shot. But the difference this time was that the fielder was right back on the boundary waiting to accept
It's foolhardy, because if I was just alluding to the fact that what I saw in the test match, whereby there was bowling shot and a lot of batsmen were getting out caught in the boundaries. Similar thing happening here. Similar. So the matter, I said patience, use your head and understand the fielder is back. He's going to come again. Just sway out of the way and allow the ball to go. The moment you can sway out of the way regularly, you have to pitch the ball on a different line and a different length. But you fall victim and he hit it straight to the fields, man, and put his team into even greater peril.
Yeah, so I think Trinidad and Tobago really facing down the barrel of a gun here at the moment. Barbados are well and truly on top. At the moment, 5 down.
48 for 4 or 5? 48 for 5. 48 for 5. Another 104 runs to the good here for Trinidad. And Barbados has taken out the cream of the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
Trinidad and Tobago
And
bat
they are really and truly in trouble.
They bat deep. Skipper Davis is in now.
One thing I know for sure.
It's a no ball.
You do not make runs in the pavilion.
Particularly disappointed with that shot by Andrew Rambaran. He had just cleared the field. The fielder was posted back. The very next delivery was pitched right up. We thought it was a double bluff. The next delivery was short, and he went for it. I think you're right, Stanley, in saying he should have just swayed inside the line and allowed that to go by. Especially given the situation that Trinidad and Tobago finds himself in. Well, what is this? Davis is charging down the track. Unbelievable here by Joshua Davis.
I'll prefer you to describe what happened. I would not, to be honest with you.
Well, in fact, yes. Yes, it was a free hit. So
no ball previously then?
We stand corrected. Yes, I'd said the previous ball was a no ball, but I'd forgotten that it was a free hit. Well played by Davis. Good player, Joshua Davis. So if he could stay there with Ramnath, I think they could really still make a challenge here.
Yeah, but what is really needed is for batsmen to decide, I am not going to get out. You have to learn to read the game. Read what the opponents are trying to do to you.
You have to think on your feet.
Think on your feet and counteract what they are doing. And then you will be able to recognize how good some of our youngsters are. It's so sad sometimes, you know.
End of the over.
When one looks at the way some of our batsmen are getting out, you tend to ask yourself what it is that's going on mentally.
Well, with the demise of the West Indies team out of the World Cup, with the West Indies team being knocked out of the World Cup, I read a comment that was very, very interesting. The comment was made by Virendra Sehwag, former Indian opening batsman, and he said, it just goes to show that talent alone can't carry you. So it's obvious that the West Indian players have talent, but I think they're not thinking on their feet.
I believe each and every individual in this world has a talent. That's my belief. It's
Yeah,
how
I mean,
it
you at this point in time, you're wearing sunshades and your spectacles as well. That is talent. That is talent, Stanley.
No, getting back to the serious side of it. I believe each and everyone has a talent. It's how it is harnessed.
Yes.
It's how it is harnessed. Because if you're getting involved in sports, regardless of what sport, netball, football, cricket, you name it, whatever, tennis, anything, it's worth tennis because there's an individual sport. You have to learn to think on your feet. Two deliveries and no run score.
So do you think, Stanley, that the reason that the West Indies dominated world cricket in the 80s and let's say half of the 90s was due to the fact that there was always talent, but it was harnessed by English counties?
Yes, yeah, some of it, yes. But don't forget the toughening up and the mental toughness of those cricketers in those days after this delivery. Yes, a high percentage of it, the credit must go to Stanford, not to Stanford, Packer in the late 70s.
Yeah.
Because
He brought a psychologist to work with the West Indies team.
that's exactly what I'm going. There's where I was taking the conversation. Because if Packer made a statement to the effect, not quoting him verbatim, if you need my money, you have to do certain things.
Yeah.
And they followed because they needed the money. That is training very regular, long hours with the coaches, and in order to get the money. And if they were thinking like West Indies today, make 10, 15 and get whatever, you're sadly mistaken.
You would have been on the next plane.
You're on the next plane.
I've heard
you
conversations.
have to produce.
I've heard conversations. I've had conversations with former players, and they revealed to me that at times Parker showed up and pointed out players and told them in no uncertain terms, you'll be on the next flight home.
That's exactly the point I was making.
Yeah.
That's exactly how he operated. And individuals recognize that, hey, this is a golden opportunity in terms of changing my life in whichever country we came from, Antigua, Trinidad, Guyana, St. Vincent, wherever. And I'm going to follow suit in order to get this money to change my life after the next year or so.
Right. And then Dennis Wade stayed on with the West Indies team as a trainer.
Yes.
He was a no-nonsense man. I remembered a conversation with Mikey Holden. He said that after a very long trip to Australia, to Perth, Dennis Wade was waiting in the lobby and took the team for a run up a hill. You had to go. But then in the latter years, there were some players who fell out of favor. Wade fell out of favor with them, and they were instrumental in getting rid of him. Davis is back, gets one. And I think all that has led to the demise of West Indies cricket.
Look, I remember just another single, the total up to what, 50?
That's the 50.
That's a 50 up. 50 for the loss of 5, Trinidad and Tobago. In real problems here at Signal playing field. Under overcast skies, conditions, not the best for batting.
Well, if these two can just look to take it to 75, then look to take it to 100, you never know. You never know. Ramnath is still there. I said before, he is probably the best young batsman in Trinidad and Tobago.
I distinctly remember, I'll draw a parallel to you in relation to local sports here. I'll draw a parallel to you after this today. There was a trainer with our national football team, and he was as tough as nail. You had to train hard, extra hard, work hard. But he got you super fit. I remembered, history will prove me right, whereby the Vincentian football team defeated everybody in the Caribbean during that period. Every single football nation. Going to the stadium in Jamaica and defeated Jamaica there, defeated Suriname in Suriname.
All right, it's back and pulls this away. This should run very close to the boundary. Roberts picks up and they just get one. Not really getting hold of it, Davis. It's a short boundary. Gets just a single.
St. Vincent Grenadines ended up second in the Caribbean due to some controversial decisions in Haiti. The CFU Cup. And they repeated the next 2 years. St. Vincent came because of the level of fitness of the team. What has happened within recent times? Those involved in fitness level and so on and so forth, they are too soft at our players, and St. Vincent football is taking a dip.
Wow.
Complete difference. It's like the West Indies team. You look at the Netherlands team, they are running twos with the ball in the player's hand because they are super fit. West Indies hit the ball straight, there's a single. The Australians also let you know, run your first run quickly or hard. West Indies, what we're doing a marathon to get a single. All these little things add up, you know.
Yep.
All these little things add up and give us all the problems with our cricket. So, look at this one here a while ago with that single. If it was Netherlands, they'd be looking for 2. He hasn't reached his creases yet.
Davis is a man who can bat. He's a captain, so he's in there with Ramnath, who was the captain last year.
He needs to do what Sealy did for his team. Sealy, the captain, got 35 and shared that big partnership that has actually positioned Barbados to be in the position they're in.
Using his feet.
The pressure is really on TNT. There's no ifs and there's no buts. It's a question of can they extricate themselves from this position? Can they?
That was well bowled there by Sealy.
Yeah, that's a Sealy. There was an individual who was in charge of the national under-19 training squad. One of the players right behind me here, Mr. Ken Roy. They were put under tremendous amount of pressure to get super fit.
Was that trainer you?
The thing with it is...
Was that trainer you, Mr. Stanley?
The thing with it is, St. Vincent and the Grenadines were unbeaten in Windward Islands under-19 cricket for years, and you can attest to it. Level of fitness, level of thinking.
You seem to be fit still, very fit. Your man believe in fitness.
You know what's blue food?
Yeah.
What is blue food?
Things like dashing and all these things.
Okay, don't go no further. No, these guys, he will tell you they were super fit. And to any of the Windward Islands to defeat St. Vincent, it was a no-no. Because they will run into the ground. Because they knew exactly what was asked of them. And they recognized what was there for them.
Well, I see the Windward Islands today making 201 against the Leewards across at Arnoldville.
200 and off.
I haven't gotten an update as to the response.
Well, I'll get it checked. For 4.
Windward's 124 for 4. Leeward, sorry, in response.
Score here at the moment at the end of the last over. 52 off. 52 off 16.1. Looking for another 101. 100. 101 from 19. It's not going to be easy. And if they're not careful, if they're not bat properly, they can very well find themselves failing to reach 100 if they do not bat properly or try to bat out the overs. It's crucial that they bat right down to the 39th over.
Yeah, if they bat right down,
there is a chance.
He's back and punches this one.
But if they intend to play shots and give chances, they can find themselves in the wrong end of the decision by the time closer play comes. And we are saying all this, for the betterment of West Indies cricket.
Definite bat. And the Barbadians appeal. They've appealed for everything today. I think there's consideration to move the Caribbean Court of Justice to Barbados, to Bridgetown. Serious consideration. I think CARICOM heads meets tomorrow in Trinidad and Tobago.
If I'm not mistaken, they're not finished. They're finishing the conference today or tomorrow.
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 Ramnath is back. He's going to get a single here.
So why do you believe they want to shift it from Trinidad to Barbados? Was the Barbadian youth team appealing like that?
They're appealing for everything.
So that's why they're shifting it.
Some of the decisions today, they've appealed so vociferously. I think at times they want to take it to the Privy Council. You like that, Stanley?
I enjoy this. We must have some humor, We must have some humor. Anytime you're doing any broadcast, you must have a bit of humor. So,
Series going to continue.
Series will continue from the northern end of the Kingston end at 54. 53 for 5. 17. Goldfield Place in Kenroy. Straight to the fielder. Of course it is. Skipper is doing a very good job. We'll have to get his figures in, K. Sealy is really keeping it very tight. His figures are what, K? J? 4.2 overs, 1 made, 1 for 3.
Wow.
He's really been keeping it very, very
kept
tight.
Ramnath quiet of all people. Then you're
difficult to score from him.
That's another wide.
I believe Barbados is trying to see how quickly they can get in these 20 overs, which would constitute
a match.
There
is rain about.
because I'm certain when one takes everything into consideration, they must be ahead of the run rate at that particular point in time, whenever it comes, except some big sixes that are being hit all over the place. And it's not going to happen here today, not to the conditions. And with the two spinners on, Barbados really and truly tightening the nose.
Yep. Full toss. Push down the ground by Ramnath. Now Davis is a man who can take the attack to the bowlers. And of course I'm sure messages are going out. Messages in a bottle. Keeping them up to date with the run rate, dear Stanley. And the required run rate. Kenroy is having a fit today, isn't he?
Cascadoo against Flying Fish and Callaloo.
I think it's Flying Fish against Flying Fish. There's been a serious battle as to whether or not Flying Fish really comes from Tobago. Next time I go to Bridgetown to meet my dear friends, I'll go under the protection of you, Stanley.
The end of another over. The score is 55 of 18. 55 for 5 of 18.
So I'm going to take a run away. I'll be back. And your student is coming.
You're actually
student.
running away now. You're asking for protection. From 55 for 5 after 18, and certainly Kenroy. Barbados large and in charge here at the Sand Hill playing field. We had to share a bit of humor as well, a bit of talking, because the cricket itself is very slow.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Barbados really having the better of Trinidad and Tobago thus far. And hopefully after this game there will be no appeals. Well, the complaints have to be lodged first as
Quite sure the
cricket
complaint must be
continues here at Sand Hill playing field. Overcast conditions has been with us all day as we continue to bring you broadcast here in the West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles. It's carnival time here as well. Mr. Hines probably will be taking in some actions probably later on. Junior Calypso and Soca Monarch is at the Victoria Park at present. And we are here at Sand Hill bringing you at the edges. That one passes the man that slipped. He goes for one. He goes close to the boundary. Would not get there. Comes back for a second. But half chance there, Stanley.
Yes, a half chance, but Davis would like it very much. He got 2 runs put onto the Trinidad and Tobago total because runs has dried up. Basically, they're not really scoring as the figure from Sealy suggested. He had 4 points on overs, 1 for 3, and he really dried up the runs bowling from the northern end. Same thing as applied here. The runs has dried up from the southern end as well. So Trinidad and Tobago in all sorts of problems, and they're sort of in a cage. How they're going to get out of the spinning cage from the Barbadian team, I don't know, because they're not scoring and they're giving them real problems.
Well, similar situation existed in the prior innings when Barbados batted. When the spinners came on for Trinidad, they caused a lot of problems and really pulled them back, broke to the back of the Barbadian batting and brought them to a total of 151 and 152 really. 152. And he's seeing similar situations here as the spinners were introduced by the Barbadians while the Trinidadians are batting.
Yes, and Trinidad has been known over the years, the history, the legacy is that their players can bat slow bowling / spin bowling better than most in the Caribbean. But we're not seeing it here today.
Well, I think from previous tournaments, I've seen Trinidad struggle really to get runs on the board. They have bowled exceptionally well. And during the tournaments, they have really struggled to put runs on the board. And the same thing continues this year. They are a very good unit when it comes to bowling, but they need the runs on the tin.
How are we in the Caribbean going to produce quality world-class batsmen?
Going back to basics. As a single is easily taken to mid-on, just chips and plays it a full face of the bat down to mid-on, long on, sorry, and picks up another single. So Trinidad and Tobago, in reply to 152 by Barbados, they are now 58 for 5. 58 for 5 as Captain Seeley continues to plug away, bowling exceptionally well. Another single there, well called, well run between the wickets. Seeley has bowled an exceptional spell thus far.
Definitely has bowled an exceptional spell, and he has actually dried up the runs and has put a lot of pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
Indeed, indeed. Continues to do that. There's an appeal beating him outside the off stump. There's a prolonged appeal. Umpire Abbott won't have to have anything to do with that as cricket continues here at Sand Hill. Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago in this West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Seeley again rings the ball in his hands. This one is turned off. Still no run. As the conditions here at Sand Hill continues to be the same. Wind continues to blow across the playing field, Stanley Hines, but there's no threat of rain. Happy days are here. Is that over number 20? That constitutes a game, Stanley?
Constitutes a match, and Barbados are well in front in terms of positioning, in terms of figures. So if there's a downpour, a deluge, or whatever, Barbados certainly win this game based on where they ended up at the end of 20s against where Trinidad and Tobago is presently at this position. But we'll get far more than the 20, yes. Never mind the conditions. We expect no rain. And the battle continues. 19 overs to get 19 overs to get about 90 odd thereabout, and they'll have to go at about 5, 6 and over. They're not going to get those runs, my brother. It's not easy on this track.
Well, I said it earlier. It is good bowling conditions.
Very good.
It's not very favorable to the batters. It's cool. It's windy. The wicket is giving some assistance, and they have really used it to the best of their abilities.
I would like to be positive. The players out there in this match should have learned a lesson under these conditions, because once you get to a place like England, you will find these type of conditions.
Indeed, indeed.
So
and you have to battle.
They should learn from this experience.
Yes.
Because if on Thursday they meet up a similar condition, whichever ground they're playing, they'll know how to play the game. Or learn from this experience.
Well, we have West Indians accustomed to the hot, boiling sun. We have to wear the brims and so on while we play cricket. Today is a different contrast. It's cool. The wind is blowing. Calm conditions, really. This one is faster delivery that is dug out. Scampers another single. And these are the things that normally happens to the West Indian team, where adaptability is critical. You have to learn to adapt and accommodate certain situations and situations.
Two ways about it. You have
to be
adapt
top
if you want to
teams.
be successful.
Yes, yes. Our ability to adapt to situations and circumstances, conditions. We have really lost that. If the wicket is jumping, you have to wait on the ball. You have to play the ball later. If it's keeping low, you have to be on the front foot. You know, if it's swinging, you have to play it late. And these are the other adjustments, Stanley.
Well, you have to think the game, you know.
It's another tight over being bowled there by the spinner, the off spinner.
The thing about it, the spinners are allowed 8 overs.
So
The
fourth.
spinners are allowed 8 overs, right? These two spinners were 16 overs. Going at what? If these two spinners bowl a 16,
2 runs per over.
at about 2, say call that 32. The game is good as dead. because things are extremely tight there. They're not getting any loose deliveries to hit anyway. They are not really trying to improvise because of the state of the number of wickets that has been taken already. If they were probably, let's say, 60 for 1, you might have seen a far bolder approach. But being 60 for 5, they recognize it's imperative that they stay there. Because if they lose another wicket, we're really down to the lower order of the Trinidad and Tobago batting team. So, if you were batting, what would you have done?
Well, you have to remain positive. You're at the lower end of your batting. There's a change in bowling as well. Here comes back. Here comes Leacock, the fast bowler returns.
This may very well improve the run rate. This may. Because we saw it when the fast bowlers came back for Trinidad.
Right. May. Or it may cause the game to finish a little earlier. Oh. Good delivery from Leacock starting a Yorker Land delivery. He just came down on that.
Yeah, I remember seeing him in last year, and he really had a very good tournament last year.
Yes,
I
Leacock.
remember seeing him bowl a beautiful spell at Park Hill. Really wonderful spell.
Yes, he has that bump when he walks back. Always aggressive.
There was another fast bowler who was here with him too. I can't remember his name. But both of them really impressed me. Both fast bowlers.
I think it was Searles.
Shaven Searles.
Yeah, I think it was Searles.
Yes, one of them. They really, really impressed me.
That's the number 45 on his back, Davis, the skipper. Needs to play a skipper's hand, a captain hand here today for Trinidad and Tobago. Staring down the barrel of the gun.
I think he's trying his best to see what he can do for his country.
So a cheeky single been taken there by skipper Davis. As Barbados continue their dominance on this game in the second half. West Indies under 19 tournament. Back in the days, it was called the Northern Telecom. Stan Hines.
You're correct.
A lovely shot there by Fox. Is it? Was Davis and is that the leg spinner?
Yes, it is.
Yes, both of them had a good spells. So we see
I would have thought with the fastest bowler on, they might be able to have a little more room to try and get, a little more runs. But the same thing is very tight.
Yeah, that's good bowling here by Leacock. Campers another single does the Trinidadian batters.
Very, very tight bowling here by the Barbadian bowling attack. They have made life rough with the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. Although we must go back to their innings when they were batting. Trinidad and Tobago had them at 60, 70 for 7 thereabout, and it took the skipper to pull them out because they felt the pressure. They thought they would have, that one short. Came back and racked it out, and it has gone for 4.
Bad misfield. Bad misfield. An easy feeling there, and he really made a mess of that into the fence for 4.
Under no pressure whatsoever. Easy single, just keep your eyes on the ball in both hands and then return. Took his eyes off and he has given them a boundary. Whilst we do not really look forward to while we do not expect it to happen, I wonder if this may be the return by the first boundary in a long, long, long time.
Well, as you said, the fast bowlers may bring the change that the Trinidadians need. And for sure, that over has caused them just about 8 runs or so. Much more than we have seen over a period of about 16 overs.
From the start of the innings.
Yes.
So we're not too sure, but the spinner is still on. He will keep the pressure on from the southern end.
Done a flat and fast delivery. Has been punched out to the man at short extra cover. No run. This one is on the leg stump. Wide signal by the umpire. Another run to the tally for the Trinidadians. As things seems to be just shifting in their way, shifting to their side. A few loose deliveries being tossed up. Misfields, easy singles being taken. So, cricket, game of glorious uncertainties. This one is a full delivery. Easy run, pushed out to long off, picks up another single Stanley. Things are looking a little bit better here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, let's see how it goes. They've got 2 in this over.
Yes.
That's far from 2 deliveries. Let's see how it goes because they are really and truly behind the 8 ball.
Leg by signal by the umpire. Another run to the board. The runs are coming. The breeze is blowing.
That is not breeze, but this is wind that is blowing. But we are very happy because it's blowing away the rain.
It's blowing across the pavilion from north to south, really, or northeasterly, southeasterly. Heavy wind across the Sand Hill playing field. We had no interruptions after we started play this morning at 11:45. We had cricket from ever since until now. We're not looking for any interruptions during the rest of the evening, Stanley.
I don't think we'll have any interruption for the rest of the afternoon. Just so
another misfield there. Through the legs of that field at backward point. And Trinidad has picked up another 2 runs. As you see things going a little bit haywire here for the Barbadians after a steady start. They have to be careful that they allow Trinidad to come back here.
2 misfields within a matter of 2 overs. Something that you don't expect to happen from the previous 21 overs.
Playing such good cricket thus far. Things have just been eased up here at Sand Hill as this battle continues between Barbados and Trinidad. 2 of the bigger islands in the Caribbean. They have produced a lot of test cricketers and one-day cricketers for the West Indies team. As he attempts a sweep shot, stifled appeal. That brings the end of the over. So Trinidad versus Barbados here at Sand Hill. Barbados losing the toss and being sent in by Trinidad and Tobago. They were bowled out for 152. And Trinidad in reply have lost 5 wickets for just about 58 runs or so. I think they have gone down beyond that. Our score have disappeared from us. So we don't have that with us. So we would be able to update you in a little bit.
Yeah.
As to the score. But Trinidad and Tobago has lost 5 wickets. Leacock, solid, full-length delivery. Negotiated nicely there by skipper Davis. 72. They have marched on to 72 from 54 for 5.
We're
72.
Score to return.
72 for 5. So a good little partnership between these two.
That's what I'm saying. It's very similar to how Barbados recovered. Remember Barbados when a spot of butter and then the skipper
Seeley and
Folks
Folks
got to bail them out, so to speak, where they ended up at 152. And Trinidad and Tobago hoping that these two can bail them out and take them to wherever we don't know.
Well, all you need is one decent partnership to get it to that score of 152. This seems like it, and he punches that one to the man at backward point.
It's a case of mental telepathy.
Well, someone is thinking just like how you're thinking as well. All they need is partnership and you will get home. So, Leacock. This one is on full delivery, looking to turn it on the onside, hitting the outer portion of the bat and just trickling out to the man at short extra cover. So Leacock has decided to bowl full length deliveries.
This makes sense based on this track. It's not a fast, bouncy track. It's a slow track. It's not bouncing up and down all over the place. But if you can put your heads down, you should be able to bat and bat for quite a while. Decide to stay long, be patient, and you can get runs.
This one is outside the off stump, left alone by Davis into the keeper's glove. I think we are coming up to our second water break for this evening's proceedings. This one is played with soft hands down to the man at third on the third man boundary. Picks up another single as they continue to press on here for Trinidad and Tobago. Nice partnership developing between these two. Really taking Trinidad from a place of some uncertainty to get into back down place of some solidness where their foundation is being built here, Stanley.
Yes,
by these
their
two.
foundation being built, but although slowly, they need to try and see if they can get far more runs than what they're getting per over. Maybe 3, 4, and see what happens in the last 5 overs thereabout. Do similar to what the Barbados total did in terms of trying to bat deep, both of them, as long as possible, and see where we are at the end of, let's say, 34 overs with about 5 to go, and see if maybe you want about 40 with all the wickets intact, and then you can have a bang.
Well, they need to give themselves a chance. They can't lose another wicket. They need to have a big partnership between these two, and then at least the last 6, 7 overs, they can have a go, as you said, and really try to get to the total of 152.
But the Barbadian bowlers are not allowing them to free their arms. They are keeping things extremely tight. The slow bowlers are really keeping things tight here for the Barbados squad, and they will have to free themselves from the shackles in order to position themselves where they can pose a challenge towards the back end, as we say, of their innings.
Spinner continues and he's forward in the approved manner. Plays it back down the track. The bowler does the feeling. Seems like the batter had some problem with those sleeves. Those sleeves are white as the ball, so causing some problems there to the batter, which is rightly called, Stanley.
Yes, quite rightly called.
Caught the Ambrose with those white armbands. Been told to take them off. After that, Australia became rather rattled. Courtney Walsh, Courtney Ambrose running through that team. Remember that game specifically, as he's forward again in the approved manner. Keeping things tight as per usual. Continues. This one is attempting to hit over mid-wicket. Doesn't connect. Ricochets into the pad and just goes back to the bowler. So tight bowling here by Barbados against Trinidad and Tobago. Another tight delivery into the rib cage area, really, as we welcome back Keswick Williams into the studios. Keswick, welcome back.
Yes. How is the condition? Has it been changing? Has it been is it the same?
Oh, that one is outside the off stump. He went for a drive. I'm not too sure if hit the bat. There's some good running here. Smart running, intelligent cricket here by these two Trinidadians. So, bye being signal here. 2 byes, really sloppy feeling there by the man at first slip as the umpire calls the water car to come onto the field. The conditions has remained the same all day.
Yes, it looks like
all
there's
day.
no change, and it's been no change as well with in terms of the scoring. I mean, Barbados at this stage was around the same where Trinidad is at this stage, so nothing has really changed for the day.
Well, I was mentioning before to Stanley that it took a partnership of 52 between it was Sealy and the leg spinner to get Barbados to 152, and they are doing similar thing here for Trinidad and Tobago. All they need to do is bat through the overs, but the thing is that the overs they have gone just about, I think it's about 23, 24 overs thus far.
In this innings, right? What I've learned over my years playing cricket is that when you look at certain scores and the amount of overs that you're playing, whether it's been reduced or whether it's the same, what I will comment that Darren Sammy for is that he's good at knowing how to chase down totals, knowing how to break down totals, how much runs you need at what over. And also what he's good at is knowing how much partnership is going to take and how much that partnership is going to take to get to that total. So it's 152. 152 they have to get. You get one big partnership of 70, 75, and then that could put you well on your way. If Trinidad get that one partnership and then everybody just chip in after that, they could be well on their way to winning this game. But then again, the Barbados, the Barbados team on the 19 team, they have to bowl well. They have to continue to bowl well. They cannot lose it because Trinidad is at around the same stage that they were at in their first innings.
Well, it's even Stevens here at Sandhill playing field, where Barbados and Trinidad are doing battle in this the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament, being held there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Really a ding-dong battle here at Sandhill. But the thing is that the loss of 5 wickets very early in any team's innings could really cause a lot. But it is left to be seen as to what would happen in this game. Trinidad and Tobago in reply to Barbados 152.
Any information on the Windwards Leewards game?
Well, the last score was 142 for 4 in reply to 201. The Leeward Islands, so 140 odd for 4 wickets. The other game on the Leeward side, I have not gotten any reports
Any
on that.
reports from that?
That's between Jamaica and Guyana.
The weather really did well for us today. The Lord have really smiled on this playing field today. I mean, I'm not worried too much about the Annisvale playing field because the drainage system on that side is excellent. You know, we got some news from the game in Annisvale playing field, the Leewards and Windwards. Windwards just needing Leewards just needing about 49 from about 41, 42 deliveries. What do you think? Even Stevens, or you think? What do you think? Who would you give that win? Leewards or Windwards?
As was said before, it depends on the stage of the game. The bowlers you have in your hood, and the batsmen at the crease. So to give somebody that game, I'm not too sure who would I give it to.
I think it's very important to start this tournament with a win. With this condition that you're playing under. The ground is a bit soggy, the ball is a bit wet, it will be hard to grip for the spin bowlers. Even for the fast bowlers, it will be hard to grip it, to bowl whether you want to execute your Yorkers and stuff like that. So whoever win this game, win these games today out of the 3 matches in Annisvale, Sandhill and Cumberland, would be off to a good start going into the tournament. And you need that sort of momentum going into these sort of tournaments.
Well, when you have those momentum, when you have a wind underneath your wings, then you could fly. And they need to take some wind underneath their wings here this evening. Who would do it? Barbados or Trinidad? This is left to be seen. Barbados in the driver's seat now. But Trinidad is really making a good comeback here as Skipper Sealy continues to bowl here. There's a looking to whip that through mid-wicket, hit the outer portion of the bat in the air somewhat, but some good bowling here by Sealy. Keep the pressure on The Trinidadians.
He's using the wicket. As we know, for the last couple of years, Sandhill has transformed into more of a spinning sort of wicket. Couple like 10 years ago, it used to be the wicket that Winston Davis will love, as you said earlier. But now it's more of a spinning wicket, and the skipper is using the turn that the wicket is giving. As you can see, this batsman tried to flick that ball over mid wicket, takes the leading edge, go over to backward point. So there is spin in the wicket, so you just have to use a spin.
Sealy, it's a slower delivery, pushes him back, comes back and punches it to the man at short extra cover. There's a short extra cover. As he tucks that on off in the mid-wicket area, picks up another single. So just to give you a little update on the other game, Keswick, as we look at it.
Yeah, it is 153 for 8 in the other game with Windwards and Leewards. Leewards just needing about 48 runs off 39 balls. They just lost a wicket. So that game over there is looking pretty tight, I should say. I can't call a winner yet, but let's see. Let's see.
Well, you could just repeat the score for me. I'll let you know.
It's 153 for 8.
Okay. With 28 deliveries remaining.
With 90 deliveries remaining and 48 runs to get.
Well.
But as you know, the Leewards have a very long batting lineup, so you can't write them off. So
This one is played over covers, getting strokes to the boundary. They are back for run 1. They are completing the 2. Great arm there by that man. And the long off boundary. 2 runs to Trinidad and Tobago as they continue to bat well here for this team, these 2 men. Skipper Davis.
the running between the Trinidad team has been a lot better going into this innings. Earlier they've been a bit up and down, but they've been doing a better job in terms of calling and running as well. This is something that each team needs to implement, because you don't want to have, you know, that run out story in the tournament, you know. So I think they've been doing really well getting into their own, a team that has been playing together for a while. Their running has improved, so that's a good sign.
Oh, this is a drop opportunity here. Ball pitching and spinning. Davis looking to play on the onside. It's in the outer portion of the bat. And it would have been a fantastic catch by the wicketkeeper. He had taken that.
Lovely. The wicket is spinning. As I said, you have to use the wicket. If it's spinning, spin the ball.
Well, a chance go up begging. A break that Barbados would have loved. But they have to continue fighting. This one is now punched back and cut really to the man at backward point. Doesn't feel cleanly. Picks up another single. And these two continue to bat well for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. And what they need to do as well, with the field here in Sandhill, that a bit bumpy, they need to hit the ball on the ground hard and see if they can press for twos. You know, because I don't want to mark the youngsters too hard, because the field is not 100 because it's wet and stuff like that. So, I mean, they can hit the ball hard on the ground and try it as much as possible. Always look for two. Run the first one hard, look for two, because you're always gonna find a little bit of a rough patch on the field because it's wet and stuff like that. Always look for two, because there might be a misfield. So, I mean, they need to capitalize on these things.
Well, that brings you over to an end. Our score has left us momentarily. So we don't have all that available for you now, but it would bring you up to date as to what is happening here. But a good partnership between these two here for Trinidad and Tobago, as Captain Sealy has the ball in his hand. He's continued bowling. He has picked up 2 wickets thus far from memory. There's a slip, there's a backward point, a sweeper, short extra cover, mid-wicket. A man just behind square as that one is pitch and spins past the bat into the keeper's glove. Another great delivery by him. Well, just to continue updating you on the other game at hand, 150 for 9 now the Leeward Islands. There's 44.2 overs been bowled. Current run rate is 3.52. and the required run rate is 7.37. So they need another 45 runs to win this game. 1 wicket in hand, Keswick, would you call it?
For now, I'll give it to the winners. I don't see them losing from here, but it's left to be seen.
As he chips down Sealy, good flighted delivery, fielded by him as well. Well, the seem as though the defending champions Leeward Islands would be going down in their first game here in this tournament to the Windward Islands. That was a quicker delivery by Sealy, keeping things intact. Really has bowled an exceptional spell. As his first delivery he bowled, he picked up the wicket. And he continues to do well for his team Barbados as he leads by example here, Sealy.
Well, it's a skipper doing a skipper's job. I mean, that's what he's supposed to do. I guess he know that he didn't score enough runs, and it's a good condition to bowl in, and he's just using every bit of the conditions. So I mean, it's smart bowling, it's tight bowling. He's doing the job. He's showing that, listen, this is not my first year, this is my second year at this tournament, and he's showing, listen, I am good at this, and this is what I'm supposed to do. My job is to come here, bowl tight, take wickets, and he's doing just that.
Well, great job from him thus far. This cricket continues here. Windward Islands on the other side seems to be looking for their first victory in this tournament. Barbados at the town at the crease, they got 152. Trinidad here battling away. Dug themselves in a hole earlier, but these two have batted extremely well to get them to this position where they are.
And I think what like the first innings when Barbados was out and down, the two batters at the crease at that time was a skipper and his teammate. Well, I can't remember his name. His teammate. Remember, I told you, if these guys bat the next 10 overs, they can score some runs there that they can help, that they can defend, and they're showing that if Trinidad can bat to the end, at least they have a chance. But they have to play smart cricket. And that's a no ball. Is it a no ball?
Well, the umpire forehand is out. The right arm is stretched out. Square leg umpire's hand is stretched out. Free hit signal by the umpire. So it's a no ball signal by the umpire, square leg.
Was it a no ball for fielding restrictions, or?
I think it's the wicket keeper. The hands probably came in front of the stump.
That umpire is very sharp. She's sharp. She is very sharp. I'm very impressed with her, though. I mean, I've seen her in CPL last year, and she did a very, very good job in the women's CPL. And you can see it here again. She's doing a lovely job.
Well, umpire is Maria Abbott out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one is pitched on the pad and he's whipping it off to the man at deep mid wicket. Picks up another single. This one has been driven up too long off, picks up another single. So singles are coming rather easily now for the Trinidadians.
Do you think that the Barbados is a bit too laid back right now, because the singles are coming easy? They don't look as energized as they were a couple of overs ago when they got. It's a no. Is it a no ball? Is it? Why is the umpire hands out? Oh, it's not. Oh.
No.
He's just signaling 2 balls left in the over. Oh.
This one is out caught. A loose delivery outside the off stump. And Skipper Davis came back and cut that ball into the hands of the man at backward point. And they have lost wicket number 6 here at Trinidad and Tobago.
It's a loose delivery. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Concentration is the key in this game. Concentration and consistency. A loose delivery, lapsing concentration, straight to backward point. You
Well,
don't need to be losing wickets, and they're losing wickets in clusters. They have a little partnership, wicket gone. Little partnership, wicket gone. It's like a trend in the Trinidad innings. They have a little score, then they lose a wicket. So they're not really building the pressure too much. They're scoring all right, but then they're not really building the pressure on the Bajans. As soon as they start to look well, getting the singles, and I guess it's a commentator's cost because you said they were getting the singles very easily, and now they
well,
lost a wicket.
well, the things had looked very easy for them. They were batting pretty well, and all of a sudden, skipper came back, loose delivery, and cut it into the hands of the man at backward point. Easy catch. There goes wicket number 6, and really, Trinidad and Tobago have put themselves even into a bigger hole here. Although that partnership brought them out of it, they need to start again and get another partnership and make sure that they get to that 152 if they are to really do as well as they want to in this tournament. They need a win in the first game. Barbados is looking for one as well. But the loss of that wicket tells you the story here at Sand Hill.
Oh, and for the viewers out there, the other game, Windwards winning their first game last wicket, a run out, and Windwards are off and running. First win of the tournament.
Well, congratulations to the Windward Islands. You're at home. And if you can't dance here, they can't dance abroad.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So that's a good start for them.
I mean, the fact that they did a week's camp before the tournament, they got here before everybody else, and they did a week camp. I mean, I was there a couple of days with them, and they looked a good team. You know, the good thing about it is that you don't really see different regions. You see a bunch of youngsters who's just ready to go and play cricket, you know, and that's good to see. And the coach, the assistant coach, everybody is just behind of them 100% and looking at them running. It's just a bunch of youngsters who just want to go out and play cricket. I must say I'm very impressed with Courtney Franklin from St. Vincent. This young man, congratulations to him, he just graduated from the college, St. Vincent and Grenadines Community College, with Sports Personality of the Year. And now he is in the Windwards under-19 team, doing well. I wish him the best, and I wish the Windward Island team the best. Good start to the season.
Well, congratulations to that team, Coach Matthew Wynn and manager Baptiste from Grenada. Lovely shot. That was pitched in his half, and he racked into that, getting close to the fence. Excellent feeling there. Pick up another 2 runs. But that was a lovely shot by him.
Awesome. I think it deserves a 4. It's a lovely shot. He stand there and he just punched that one straight through extra cover. That deserved a 4. But again, as I told you, the outfield a bit soggy. So you have to play shots and play them hard to get your runs.
Yes.
Not going to get 4 so easily.
Yes, you're not going to get full points, full rewards for those shots on this field. It's a bit saggy on the outside as we continue here, Trinidad battling. This one is driven sweetly, but finding the field at mid-off.
Have you ever been in the situation whereby you play this lovely cover jive or this lovely shot to mid-wicket, and then you're there standing there posing, and then that ball just stop right at the edge of the boundary and you have to try to get 2 or try even to get 1? Have that ever happened to you, Martin?
Well, my coach have always told me run until the ball crosses the fence, crosses the ropes. So I've never been doing that. I'm not really a poser. That one is hit in the air. Would he be all caught? Yes, he is. As we were speaking, wicket number 7 goes. Looking to go over the top. Only finding that man at mid-on. And wicket number 7 goes to Trinidad and Tobago.
What can I say? What can I say? I mean, as I said earlier, you can't be giving away your wickets like that. Lovely shot to the cover a while ago. He got 2 and he tried to go again. There's no need for those sort of shots right now in the innings. Keep knocking around the ball. The score, the overs haven't gone anywhere from you. You're still on par to win the game. You have to play smart cricket. You understand? And this is what we need to put into the youngsters' head. You have to play smart cricket.
Well, he goes back to the pavilion. After Trinidad had been doing so well, came back with a nice little partnership. They have lost 2 wickets in succession here. And they are now We have lost our scorer momentarily. Had a little bit technical problems with the tablet. So they need to go and readjust certain things. So we are not aware of the score at present, so we can't give it to you. Trinidad and Tobago have now gone to 84 for 7. 84 for 7. Looking for a total of 152. So change in bowling, change in plans. So 33.3 overs been bowled. Just another, what, 6 overs remaining? It's a 39 overs game. 39 overs game here. So really, Barbados in the driver's seat. This one is whipped off his pads nicely on the ground this time. Picks up another single. So 86 for 7. 32.3 overs bowled. So really good tight bowling here by Barbados, keeping Trinidad in check. They are now 86 for 7. 86 for 7 here in reply to Barbados 152.
The thing is, Martin, they're not far off. They're just about 10 overs or so left. And they need just around maybe close to 70 runs or so left to win. They're not far off, but they have to play smart cricket because you saw in the first innings, Barbados scored a majority of their runs with their tailenders, with the guys in the back end, with the all-rounders. So they can do it as well. It's not out of the way. Obviously, Barbados will have different plans, but they have to be confident in themselves. They have to think that, yes, we can do it and stop giving away their wickets. Because the last couple of wickets that they lost, I honestly think it was 2-0 shots giving away their wickets.
Well, I think the pressure have gotten to them as well. And they succumb to that, losing 2 quick wickets there, Trinidad and Tobago, after having such a lovely partnership. As we said before, they needed to bat deep into the innings and then probably launch at the end. But I'm still awaiting the scores, really. So as we see, so just about 9 overs or so remaining in this game between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados.
There's a little bit of issue in terms of the overs and how much balls have been bowled in the last over. We're trying to rectify, and that's a wide.
Yes, wide signal by the umpire.
Wide that Trinidad will be happy for.
No ball this time, signal by the umpire, Umpire Abbott. I think the keeper has infringed again.
I feel this keeper is trying to be a little bit of Dhoni-ish for me. He's trying to be too fast. You know, Dhoni is the guy that starts with his hand moving forward. So as soon as he stepped out of that crease, he's already there to take those bills off.
So, a free hit on offer here. This one is hitting over the man into the fence. 4 runs, making use of that free hit. It was a loose ball on the leg stump, and he really just crashed into it, and it over our square leg fence into the fence for 4. 4 runs to him. 4 runs to Trinidad and Tobago.
As a skipper with the Barbados team right now, you would be a bit livid with your bowler. A wide, a no ball, then a 4. That's just 1 ball, and there are 6 runs already.
This one is edged down to third man between that vacant area, backward point. picks up another 2 runs. So the runs are coming here, as you could see. But the issue is the wickets in hand.
Yeah, they don't have much wickets in hand, but then again, the bulk of the runs was scored in the back end of Barbados innings. So I'm not surprised if Trinidad can score bulk of their runs in the back innings because the scores are on par and runs are coming a bit easier. The runs have already consumed about 9 runs already in the over. So therefore, they just have to keep taking it around. After this, there will be 8 or so overs left in the game. Still having to get probably about 60, 50 something, 60 runs.
This one is launching forward, not too comfortable with that one. Wrapping him some on the pads. Over number 31 being bowled here. 8 overs remaining. They need to get to 152. Short delivery. Wraps him on the pad again. So over number 31 has been completed. 20. Sorry. Just about 8 overs remaining in this game. Just waiting to have that technical issue clarified. It's 98 for 7. 98 for 7, Trinidad and Tobago in reply to Barbados, 152. 98 for 7. 8 overs remaining. 3 wickets in hand. So 93 for 7 here, Barbados. And this one is hit in the air with a chopping shot. Good effort there by the man at long on, mid on, sorry. Falling short of him. 2 more runs. So that score moves up by 2 to 95. 95 for 7. 7.4 overs remaining. Looking for that target of 152. They have 3 wickets in hand. Would Trinidad have a go at this?
Do you think we're gonna get a nail biter finish here, Martin? Because it's looking pretty close. From where I'm sitting, that looks close to the ball. His foot is getting pretty close to the line. He needs to be careful because in the back end of your innings, you do not want to be giving away free hits. That is not something the skipper would like.
Well, at 95 for 7, Trinidad and Tobago looking for 152. We are into over number 32. And this one is hit over the top. 1 bounce, looking for two more runs. So the runs are coming. All they need now to occupy the crease. And they would probably get to that. A no ball again, an infringement, a free hit. So a free hit on offered here. 2 runs to them. It's already rushed up to 97 for 7. Looking for a target of 152. They have lost 7 wickets and a free hit on hand here.
I hope that the viewers are not thinking that it's a commentator's curse. But I was saying that his foot was inching a bit close to be no ball there. Oh. It's the first time I'm seeing that.
That should be a dead ball, a no ball. It has bounced more than twice before it got to the batter. So that's a no ball.
But as I was saying there, Martin, I was telling you the ball before that his foot was inching a bit closer to the no ball region. And then he bowled an even bigger no ball.
Well, the free hit is still on hand. Still on offer here. As he run past his umpire Abbat. This one is hit high and hard. It is going down to the fence. When they get there, 1 bounce, 2 bounce, over the fence. 4 runs. So the runs are coming here for Trinidad and Tobago. They have gone over 100 now. They are 101. 101 now for 7, looking for a target of 152 with just about 7.1 overs in hand. 3 wickets as well.
It's getting very, very exciting. Very exciting. I think we might get a nail biter finish here.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens here.
Our colleague in the commentary box saying he don't think they would get a nail biter finish here, but I'm still here, and I'm thinking it will be a nail biter finish because, I mean, I'm still looking to see if the Bajans would have their dead bowling on point, because that's something that you need, especially at the higher level. You know, the field setting and also your dead bowling skills. This is something that we want to see this evening if it's gonna be, you know, a case whereby the dead bowling skill is on point. So we need to see this.
This one is edge pass, the wicket keeper running down to the third man fence. He got one. He's calling for second. Good arm there by that man. I think it's Smith that is down there. So another run to the Trinidad, total 102 for 7. Really, we have another 6.4 overs remaining. Our colleague Stanley Gunninghine said this cannot come to a nail biter. Who knows? Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. This one is pitched on the leg. He's picking another single off. Another leg by as the runs continue to come here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Looking at the field here, Martin, do you think there's a need for a short mid-wicket or somewhat of a cow corner, knowing that it's going down to the back end of the innings, knowing that you're going to need your dead bowling on point, and when the Caribbean guys swing, they swing either to square leg or they swing either to cow corner or even mid-on or long on?
Well, it is dependent on the situation here. Well, the situation here says that Trinidad and Tobago need another 48 runs from 36 deliveries. If my calculation is right. I tried. This one is looking to go over square leg, and it just wraps him on the pad. But Barbados have to be very careful here as Trinidad has 3 wickets in hand. I really think this would come down to a close finish if it continues.
I do think it's going to go down to a close finish.
Oh, this one is beating him inside out. It bounced, the keeper didn't take it. That was a chance going a big in there.
Knowing that this wicket is spinning, Martin, do you think there's a need for sweep, the guy on the boundary, knowing that the wicket is spinning, they're spinning the ball, they're using the wicket, do you think there's a need for the guy at sweep on the offside?
Well, you're bowling to the least of the apostles in the team, the lower half. They're trying to protect the boundaries as well. They have a man that's extra cover, really, the sweeper, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, square leg. They're looking for the big shot. The wide been bowled down the leg side, so the Bajans getting a little bit ill-disciplined with their bowling.
This is not something that you want in the back end of the innings. Too much extra is being given away right now. The skipper at extra cover there, just trying to marshal his troops.
This one, he's chipping down the wicket, looking for runs. He's looking aggressive, really. A leg by, he takes it. Another run to the board.
Is it looking aggressive, or he's trying to be aggressive, because that's the second ball he chipped at and he missed it?
Well, he's not making connection. So
Well,
he's doing the right things, but he's just not connecting on
Well,
the ball.
he need to start to make some connections because he's running out of overs.
Well, Barbados, Trinidad here at Sion Hill. Continues. Short delivery, comes back, whips it off his pads. Good feeling with the man at short mid-on, who does the feeling.
I'm very impressed with the Barbados field. Are they staying at a hotel that have a pool, I may ask?
I'm not too sure.
Because they're diving a lot.
Sweep shot comes out. There's a half-hearted appeal, really. Umpire pays no attention to that. Not out, says him. As we continue to carry coverage here. This very important game is a quicker delivery. Played back to him. That's the end of the over. So 5 overs remaining. They need to get another 34 runs here. So 5, 6 are 30. So 34 runs.
I do think it's possible for Trinidad to win, and also I think that Trinidad and Barbados can bowl well if they can finish their overs well. The main thing in this game right now is to bowl dead overs. Who bowls the best dead overs in this game, as in Barbados, the bowler who bowls the best dead overs, he's gonna be the champion. You need to finish well.
So another 38 runs to get from 30 deliveries.
Woo, that's a nail biter. I thought Mr. Hines said it's not going to be a nail biter, but Trinidad is showing different. Barbados have other plans.
Well,
But
they have brought back their main bowler, Smith. Fast bowler. First delivery outside the off stump, wide signal by umpire, but some ill discipline creeping into the Barbados game. We saw that in the Trinidad innings where the last 2 overs there was some ill discipline fielding and bowling as well. They went for some runs as well.
that's because of pressure.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not really surprised because it's a pressure moment, but what I would like to see is from this game going forward that they deal with the pressure better, because as you said, in the Barbados innings when they were batting, you see Trinidad get a little bit ill-disciplined in terms of their bowling and their fielding. Now we're seeing that here with the Barbados team. So I think it's something to do with pressure, but at the end of the day, the pressure can only build you. Pressure can only make you a stronger player. So let's see who comes out the stronger individual in this regard.
This one is a tricky single.
Captain set load for one.
Yes.
Smart
yes,
guy.
Yes.
Smart guy.
113 for 7. 113 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados. It had never looked this way, but cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. And here we are at Sion Hill. 3 wickets to go. They need another 37 runs from 29 deliveries. This one is hit over backward point. There's a third man in the way who fields. Another single to him. So the score moves up now to 115. Smith. Davis is outside the off stump, wide signal by the umpire.
I could remember earlier when they started bowling, the energy that they had. And I was telling you, Martin, that I want to see these guys with the old ball. I just don't want to see them with the new ball. I want to see them running in hard with the old ball, bowling their Yorkers, still bowling their hard lengths. Because you don't want them to be so comfortable only bowling the new ball. Because guys like Cody Ambrose and Courtney Walsh will tell you bowling the old ball is important as bowling the new ball. You know, so I want to see them running in hard the same way, same energy, and bowling that old ball the same way.
So 117 for 7. This is the 34th over being bowled. 3 overs. This is the 34th. Right. We're into the 34th over. Smith. This one is hit high and hard, up in the air. Would he get onto it? Would he be out? Yes, he takes a catch. Another wicket
catch.
goes.
Not what you want right now. Not what you want. But the Barbados, as I said, they have other plans. But Trinidad will have to find a way to get over this hurdle now, to get over the hurdle of winning this game. That's the most important thing right now. So they have to try to score.
Well, they have lost wicket number 8 here at Sion Hill. And this is good news for the Barbadians. 117 for 8. They need to get to 152 to win this game. They have 2 wickets in hand. Who would they depend on? Skipper Davis is coming back here to the pavilion. He has played a good hand for his team. But these other 2 batsmen need to take things home here for Trinidad and Tobago. But Barbados would have different ideas, as Keswick said. But this game is not over until the fat lady sings.
In comes Singh. Let's see what he can do. Let's see if he can sing for the Trinidadians tonight. Let's see if he can sing.
Well, Smith has claimed the scalp that they wanted. Davis goes back.
One thing I'm not seeing enough of, Martin, is Yorkers being bowled. in the back end of the innings. I looked at the first innings where Trinidad was bowling. Not enough Yorkers, and here again we're not seeing enough Yorkers from the Barbados bowlers. This is something that I want to see implemented in our cricket from the youth stage. Guys bowling Yorkers in the back end of the innings. Oh, and he's gone.
Oh, he's out.
He is gone. He is gone. First ball to Singh, and there would be no singing from Singh tonight. There would be no singing from Singh tonight, Martin. He's gone. First delivery. It was a nothing shot. It was a nothing shot. I still can't believe my eyes. They were going pretty well. Very close. They were doing pretty well, but he's on a hat trick.
Well,
he is on a hat trick.
Mam Chan will be joining skipper. Well. Oh, how things have changed in 2 balls.
Well, I guess the thing about it is that Mr. Hines is such, he played cricket so long that he understands the game. His mindset, the way he thinks about cricket is way above ours, Mr. Martin.
I think that's a lucky call, man.
It's a lucky call. You think so?
Yes.
You think it's
call.
I don't think so.
That's a lucky call.
I think it's called experience. It's called experience, Martin.
Stan Hines, that's a lucky call.
It's called experience. And I think what happened to is that Mr. Stanley know the Trinidadian back end in terms of their batting. So I guess he knows that, listen, there's not much firepower in the Trinidad back end because he was here last year as well. He saw the team. He knows the team. So I guess he can come with that sort of prediction. And if I had bet my money there, I would have lost.
Well, that was between you and Mr. Hines.
I would have lost today,
I'm not
Mr.
working
Martin.
twice for the money. As Smith continues to bowl. 1 wicket to go. This one is driven back past him. Oh, that would have been a splendid catch if he had taken it.
Did he put a finger on it?
But look, he touched it. Is he out? He's run out?
Did he put a finger on it?
My word, what a climax here.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't believe it. Can you believe it, Martin?
Well, that ball was struck back to the bowler. He stretched his hands out, touched it, and the non-striker was lingering outside of the crease. It ricocheted into the stumps, and Trinidad and Tobago have lost this game by one of the ways that you will never thought it would have ended. The run-out
as
route.
My lovely friend Mr. Casnell Morris will say, it's a splendiferous effort. Look at that. I could not believe it. I was thinking it was a catch, but then I saw the ricochet on the stump and I was wondering, did he put a finger to it? And the Barbados pulled off a victory. Good start to the tournament. Really well done. Congrats to them. They had a really rough patch in their first innings batting. They came back in the back end. The skipper led the way with the bat, top scoring with 30-something runs. And then he started bowling well. And look, the Barbados have won the game. Well done to the youngsters.
Well, a very good game there by the Barbadians. They played well under pressure. They batted well under pressure. They bowled well under pressure. They took the opportunities when they presented themselves, and they deserve to win this game. They played better cricket. Unfortunately for Trinidad, they would have to go and look at the errors that they have made and really come back. Well, an excellent game by these two teams here. Fortunately, we had no interruption during the day. Stanley Hines is with us, and really an excellent game between these two teams. Barbados coming out victorious with 152 runs, and Trinidad and Tobago falling short by some 30-odd runs, 32 runs or so. Stanley, you have any final words?
Yes, Kenroy, as I said to you all, I didn't expect a close game because once Trinidad would have lost those number of wickets, 5, and they were struggling, the overs were going. And eventually when they lost their 6th wicket, I said, that's it, the backbone has been broken. Very similar to the Barbados innings. Barbados innings had a similar pattern whereby there was one big partnership and after that the innings collapsed. Thereafter, similar thing happening to the Trinidad and Tobago squad. That's why I kept saying it's not a close game. I didn't expect it to end the way it did, in all honesty to you. But I expected Barbados to win probably by about 20, 25 runs, to be honest with you. But it didn't turn out that way, and it's congratulations to the Barbados team. And kudos to all concerned for being able to conclude a match today under these trying conditions. Overcast, dark, English type setting. if you know where I'm coming from. And congratulations to all for ensuring that this game came to a proper conclusion. And what we saw today is not really the true skill of the youngsters because of the conditions. But I would want to assume if they're really into this game of cricket, they should use today as an experience with the exposure again under these conditions towards improving their game and their skill set as they go forward with their cricket career.
Well, there you have it from the veteran Stanley Hines. And as we sign off here at Sand Hill, this game between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados came to a surprising end, really. And we are here. We will be back here to bring you live coverage in the second round. That would be on Thursday. The matchups. On Thursday, match 1, TNT versus Jamaica. Arnesville at 9:30 and to 5 p.m. Round 2, Leeward Islands versus Guyana, Cumberland, 9:30 to 5 p.m. And the third game, Windies Islands versus Barbados, here at Sand Hill, 9:30, 5 to 5 p.m. Here, 6th of July. I know it's Carnival in St. Vincent and Grenadines. And we hope and wish you all a safe carnival as well. And congratulations to Barbados again. Well done. Hard luck to Trinidad and Tobago. The Windies Islands have won their game as well in Arnesville. Congratulations to them. Round 1 has been completed. Windies Islands winners, Barbados winners. Congratulations to those. We are signing out here from Sand Hill. We'll see you on Thursday and all the best.